We're about to go on the record. I've just silenced my cell phone. Take that as a huge hint to do the same to your own, please. Signal when ready, Caesar.
Go ahead.
Okay, we are on the record. Good evening, everyone. This is a caucus of the Jersey City Municipal Council. Today is Monday, the 6th day of May in the year 2019. We had a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start. My phone says the time is 5:46 p.m. May we have a roll call for the commencement of this meeting? I see that Councilperson Ridley is absent. Councilperson Prinzari?
Yeah.
Bagiano?
Yeah.
Yun?
Yep.
Solomon?
Here.
Robinson?
Here.
Rivera?
Here.
Waterman?
Here.
Lavara?
Here.
We have 8 members in attendance. Council President, take it away.
Okay, council members, we have a packed room and a packed agenda. So we're going to take up the first item will be a second reading ordinance, item 3-9 on last week's agenda, and it is item 4-9 on this agenda. So as with any second reading ordinance, if
Let me just indicate that it's an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City. I'll spare everyone the language, and this all pertains to short-term rentals, Airbnb. We should actually call it the Airbnb ordinance, but we'll somehow put that in there so when we do a search for it, someone will actually be able to find it in our database. So please begin, Council President.
Okay, members of the council, we discussed this at the last meeting, so I'll just open up the floor for council members for questions, comments on second reading ordinance. This ordinance was introduced by the administration, and Allison's here, right? And who else is with you? Just
It's myself
and Hannah. Okay. So, council members, comments, questions from the outset?
Should I?
Lean in.
Sure. So I'll just start with saying that I apologize for the delay in getting it out, but I sent around this afternoon a list of proposed amendments that relate to the owner-occupied parts of the ordinance. So how we regulate the short-term rentals when they're in owner-occupied folks. And did we have a draft of that, or is that?
I was handed it
Sure.
8 minutes ago. I'm back here with enough copies for everyone.
It's impressive. So it was an email, so you may or may not have a chance to read it. The thought would be to potentially, if the council agrees to introduce this as a first reading on Wednesday as a late addition, and then have us review. There are also other options that we could consider. But just to sort of briefly summarize the changes and then potentially get feedback for them. The proposed changes would first lower the inspection fee. Sorry, not the inspection fee, the renewal fee. So it's right now $500 as a initial fee and then $300 for subsequent years. It would reduce to $250 for the first and then $200 for subsequent years. We've found that was more in line with other cities and what they had proposed based on our research. The second would be related to liability, and it would reduce the requirement, which is now $1 million, to $500,000. Again, a little bit more in line. The third was related to inspection. The ordinance calls for an annual inspection. This would amend and have an initial inspection before the first permit is granted to ensure that life safety, codes are being met. However, it would then only require inspections every 3 years subsequently thereafter. But we think that better matches our city's capacity to do those inspections. We don't want people waiting for months to try to get that scheduled. Then we would change potentially the days to rent. So right now, if you live on site and you're renting out another unit, there's no limit to the number of days you can rent. However, if you leave your principal residence, you leave your home for the summer, the current ordinance says you can only rent it out for 28 days. That would expand, this amendment would expand that to 60 days. A few teachers and other folks reached out who said that they live full-time, but they leave for the season, and wanted to ask if we could expand the number of days. The next change is where the restrictions apply. Right now, they apply if you can rent out a unit if your building has 3 or fewer units. I propose changing that to 4 or fewer units. Units above 4, not always, but oftentimes are subject to the rent control ordinance or are new rentals. The 4 I think feels like it's the appropriate number if we're talking about owner-occupied units. And then last but not least, the number of units that you can rent out. And the current proposal right now says 1 unit if you're in a qualified building, and this would change it to 2. So those are the proposed amendments. Up to the council, we could add as a first reading. We could, consider other amendments, changes, but I just wanted to kind of present that. And I should say that this comes from, we've all gotten a lot of feedback. My goal always was to ensure, or always is to ensure that, folks who live in their units largely can use them as they see fit, as long as we're protecting the overall community and quality of life issues. My concern has always been the broader impacts on both quality of life and rents when we have huge chunks of the rental market being taken out. So those are my suggestions, and you all sort of see them there.
What's a qualified building? Sorry.
Okay, council members, any questions or comments on the,
What's a qualified building? You said a qualified building.
Right.
What is that?
What is a qualified building?
Yeah, what is a qualified building?
So right now, if it is more than 4 units, you are not able to rent out, right? If it is a rental. If it's a condo, it falls under different rules. Sorry, as in actually more than 3, so 4 or more, right? If it is, this would change it to be basically 5 or more. So you would be able to rent out 1 or 2 units depending on our changes if you live in the building and it has 4 units or fewer.
And it still stays the same, people that don't live here, say they live in New York or Chicago, right now, B&B, they can't do it, right? Still gonna stay the same.
That
You just gave
that
us
is
the
correct,
same.
yep.
So this is what I look at it. First things, when we city council passed the 2015 for the short-term rental, we have a good intention to give us some extra opportunity to people who Jersey City, whoever will come into Jersey City, make extra money. So nothing wrong with that. We favor with that. But over the last 4 years, the Airbnb business is like a big business now. They have some negative impact in Jersey City. But also, the other hand, while they have a negative impact, they have also huge positive impact for city of Jersey City. Because people stand Jersey City as guests, they shopping, they're dining in Jersey City, and they hire the local peoples. So job creation, so really great things going on. But when I see the first time this audience, I support 100% because my even office heard a complaint from the resident almost every single day related to Airbnb. They make some nuisance noises and the garbage put out not on garbage day, some every day. It's a huge problem. But at the end of the day, we have to correct the problem because we try to correct the problem, we should kill all those businesses. So I thank you for that, and Councilman James out here put a lot of effort for that. But now, this is what it is. When you see the committee, there were more voice for a resident than Airbnb host actually. Only one person attended. Based on one of the letters, the person left April something because their person is upset. So my recommendation, our job is to make sure every party is happy and we are smart enough to can compromise, come up acceptable plan because those people who live in Jersey City do Airbnb business, they want a better Jersey City, no question about it. And you believe or not, Airbnb building in the block, somewhere high, most clean, nice building because they want to try to attract the people. They keep the building outside, inside very nice. So I'm going to give the credit for that. But only thing is this one, if they make a noise, number one issue, not Airbnb issue. Issue belongs to enforcement. In a current time, our neighbor who live is 50 years old, their kids coming, they have a party 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. So we know that they have some issues. So what we have to do, we got to be fair. My strong recommendation, this is a second reading. We table a second reading before public hearing, and then we set up the committee, maybe we give the time, maybe 6 days time for the committee and the city of Jersey and the resident, all the way up, we have to sit down together, compromise, come up with some idea. After that, 6 days later, we maybe create a new ordinance, put the city agenda. Reason, we actually, without new city ordinance, we survived 4 years. So even though we delayed another 6 days, it's not going to hurt anybody. So my strong recommendation, very simple, we should be hold on and people to make a time out of their busy schedule is to keep people in and out from the city council. Just we got told that this place, we're going to be postponed at the table without public hearing for the second reading, without public hearing. And then we're going to make sure pass a resolution, set up the committee 6 days. Not only that, at the time, we got to make sure that selection committee people at the city council, make sure people of residents of Jersey City, also some member of the Airbnb host together, we create something, so we gotta make both parties happy. I think we're gonna achieve the goal, what we're looking for. So that's my suggestion, and if you see that a few things I'm gonna tell them, fee-wise, they say $250 at $300 to $250, but we're gonna charge a fee based on per unit or based on per license. So somebody has like 4 units, and compare with that, pay still $250, but 1 unit have to spend the $250. It's not fair for that. So also, if I have a personal unit, we gotta make sure clear that. And the liability coverage, and Councilman James Salom and they mentioned the New Orleans, and the New Orleans in Jersey City is a big difference. They are $500,000 a lot of money, but Jersey $500,000 a piece of cake. So most homeowners insurance cover maximum $1 million most case. So we should keep the $1 million. It's not only protect guests, but also protect homeowners. And the premium-wise, probably $10 the difference per year. So it's no big deal. And another one, they used to rent out the principal residency. So now, the way you say, you're a teacher, you're going to work in 60 days. So you're going to rent your place maximum 60 days without you or operator, if somebody goes crazy, they have no way to control. But if we say that principal resident to go up 60 days, or if we have a designate operator, so in other words, somebody keep an eye for the promise, then that make a difference 60 days or 28 days. You know what I'm saying? Cool. So we gotta adjust that part of that too.
Makes sense, I got it.
You know what I'm saying? Because we don't want any Airbnb operator, owners or operator. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the cause of most of the problem. And another one, even if say the number of units are permitted to be rented, and one say that while still restricting over 80% of the units, they are not in the owner occupied the building and commercially rented in Jersey City. Yes, but this is America. Even though you not live in Jersey City, you have a right invest the place you can make money. Only thing is we want to make sure that even though you not live here, you gotta follow the when you do business, you gotta follow rules and regulations what we set up. That's the key word. If you see that all the rules we set up, even though owner is not even in Jersey City, we have a penalty. If we have 2 complaints or 3 complaints, we can revoke the license anytime we want. So each day actually controls that even though non-owner occupied units. But long to make sure, I don't want these people's members of the Airbnb keep back and forth. It's not for the people, you guys, or the city councils. My recommendation, with the second reading, without public hearing, we just table it and set up the committee, term 60 days, create the committee, come a compromise plan, and then we introduce as a first reading, so you guys we don't have to be keep fighting with the matters. Okay? That's my opinion.
Thank you, Councilman Yen. So, if I may, I just want to piggyback on what Councilman Yen said in that regard. So, I mean, everyone here knows and has heard me with the repeated beat of the drum on gentrification. Myself and Councilperson Waterman just sent you emails about inclusionary zoning. That's a whole other subject altogether, but the issue being kind of long-term rental units for me and how they're off the market because of short-term rentals and being utilized in that regard. And so up until this got introduced, I will admittedly say that hadn't really given a whole lot of thought as to the economic impacts of Airbnb on both the housing market as well as the economic impact to our economy. Although, like everyone else on the council who was there during that time from 2015, myself and the 2 at-larges and Councilman Yun and Bogiano, as we were part of enacting that legislation. We did check annually every year as to what the hotel revenue, tax revenue was for the city, because we knew it was helpful to the city's budget, and we've had challenging budget situations here in Jersey City as well. So that's been a boon for Jersey City as well. That being said, I want to say that I applaud the administration on presenting this legislation and addressing this concern, because we do have this rampant gentrification that's happening and at a very fast pace, and so there's a need to bring something urgent to address that crisis. However, I feel, and I've shared this with many of you and many of the people in this room, a certain responsibility and obligation. Having enacted the legislation, we created an entire cottage industry, as Councilman Yun alluded to and suggested. People whose entire livelihood is dependent on this. People have told me their stories, their personal stories about starting families and buying a house because they found a stable and steady source of income out of this. I've heard about the cleaning services that are out there that have started, and people who now have cleaning jobs, turning over beds and preparing rooms, laundromats that they're seeing increased business to their services as well. So it's beyond just my concern is that pulling the plug, the unintended consequences of what we may do by doing that. We kind of rushed to legalize things here in Jersey City, and that's not a criticism. I was out there too, and I made the vote as well. But my concern is that maybe we should take some time to consider what the economic impacts are here on people's lives and livelihood here in Jersey City, because once we unplug it, we really can't kind of plug it back in at that point.
And Council President, I have to give a lot of credit Councilman James Solomon. He did a great actual study. You guys like it or not, I effort to give to his effort. Really, some give credit. And the city, Alex, she's there. Raise your hand. That's what I mean. She did a great job. I can tell you one thing: we need some regulation. We cannot be Jersey City wild, wild west. Period. But we try to minimize negative impact for the Airbnb host. But meantime, we want to try to achieve our goal. We're looking for the Jersey City make the best place in the future. Actually, if we Jersey get better, your Airbnb business will get better because we got more interest come to visiting Jersey City. So we can create a win-win situation. So take my word.
Okay.
Maybe 6 days probably enough. And another one, Councilman James Solomon had a great study.
I just want to complete, and then I'll let. Yeah. We have a number of comments from everyone. Okay. So that's my concern. I concur with Councilman Yun on your recommendation there. And how many times do you hear me say that in a single meeting? Councilman Yun and the mayor, I concur with them on that stuff. So in one meeting. So I think it's a prudent approach, and I think a little bit of caution here would be serve us all well in making sure that we do what's best for not for the host, but also for Jersey City as a whole. I mean, we really don't know. I don't know what the impact is, the economic impact, but it's clear to me that there's a serious economy that we've created here, local economy here in Jersey City, and there's an opportunity as well, as other Airbnb hosts have suggested, is that there's an opportunity to even as we may regulate things, there's an opportunity to work in partnership with Airbnb to be able to expand the opportunities, economic opportunities for the city as well as all the people of Jersey City, all of our businesses and local businesses, restaurants and bars and so forth. So that's my 2 cents on that, and I want to turn it over to Councilman Robinson, and then anyone else who makes comments, and then also Robert Byrne had something to add to this.
I'll be really brief. Just to piggyback on what Councilman Solomon said about the 4 units, I do believe that 4 units, because of the rent control starting at 5, would be appropriate. But I talked to you earlier about it, Councilman. I believe that the 3, if you're gonna have 4 units, that you should be able to, if you're owner occupied, you should still be able to rent or Airbnb your entire 3 3 apartments out because I heard from residents is feeling unsafe as being one of the only residents in the building who's not an Airbnb. So someone who's in that building every day, they got a 365-day lease, and they have 2 other tenants coming and going every day. So if we're gonna do the 4 units, which I think is appropriate, then I think we should also, move that up. If we're gonna do 3 units, you should be able to also rent Airbnb your 2 units out. That's just up for the council to think about. And the other thing is thinking about the health department. Reaching out to the director of health because of bed bugs and things like that we have some issues here in the city. Not too much as of right now. I haven't heard a lot, but having someone, either the owner or the registered agent, to be trained on sanitation and cleaning. I know the council president spoke on and touched on having a cleaning companies who have been really, seeing a lot of business because of this. And I think if you are to have a cleaning company, I think that's really good. But if you're going to do it yourself, because some people like to save money, somewhere along the line, someone needs to be trained on being able to properly turn over these properties within, a 2-day stay, 2 to 3 times a week. And I guess that's just my 2 cents.
Council members?
Yeah, just again, echoing some of the concerns here. And I'd spoken with Allison about this too. When you are looking at some of these homes and single-family homes, especially on the west side of the city, some of them have 5 bedrooms because they were larger and built that way. So we had talked about increasing the number of rooms from 2 to 3 or 4 to accommodate for that. I understand the concern of not wanting it to turn into a boarding house. I think that's a very, very legitimate concern, but a little bit of extra flexibility to give somebody 1 more room, I think, might be helpful.
Any other members of the council want to comments?
Yeah, Council President, this is what it is. We create ordinance based on negative impact, but also we didn't make any study for the positive impact by Airbnb. Actually, we got to be fair when you create those things. So I personally, and even Councilman James Solomon gives us one of the documentation called study by Harvard Business School, right?
So it was written up in the Harvard Business Review, but it comes from a social science journal.
Actually, they say that Airbnb gives some negative impact to housing and the rental, but impact very, very minimum, 0.05%, something like that. And based on, and a councilwoman, actually Mira mentioned to that, negative impact like rent-wise, like a 2%. If you pay rent $1,000, that means a $20 different, but we have to understand $20 actually negative impact, but we got to look at the positive impact, how much they spending in dining, and the council president said their laundry or dry cleaning. The positive impact also huge. When they spend $130 million in Jersey City, yes, they have also. So simple is that instead of just address the negative impact, but also we, as the city of New Jersey, and the committee spend some time to study for what kind of positive impact we have. So far we know is that collect the hotel tax of $4 million the last 4 years, right? So that help actually our budget also. So we gotta have to keep some balance for that, but long to make sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Councilperson Waterman.
You know what, I just think that maybe we should table it because we just received this one from James, correct? And you was a part of the first one, correct? Somewhat.
No, I had a meeting and offered suggestions.
Gotcha.
So I had some more advanced knowledge, and I think you guys all heard it maybe about a month after I did. So I did offer suggestions to it.
But not really
I don't want to get into things that have been written that are not exactly accurate, but yes.
Okay, so then, the reason why I'm saying maybe we should table it, we should look at both, and then just come up with one. That would be better, and then we receive an input from both sides, and based on that, I think we can meet again and discuss it and see what we come up with. Because, I mean, we have 2 now.
I'll just make one more comment, and then Robert, if anyone else has other comments. So, and of course, administration, want to make some comments as well.
Because I don't know.
If I can just make one more comment, whatever course this ends up taking, whether it's the solution that you're offering, I'm not sure if the administration has another solution, or it's the go into committee and then come back with a new ordinance in 60 days. Whatever it is, just for my own opinions on these things that have expressed, as well as, certainly all rent control units, affordable housing, public housing, all units, those are off the table, right? They should not, it never should be like in the mix of like as a short-term rental. The other thing I wanted to just clarify is that for myself is that the long-term, the impact on the long term, as well as the economic impacts that perhaps in working with Airbnb or other similar organizations, conducting a study on the positive and negative impacts. We did that with earned sick days when we enacted that legislation, and worked with Rutgers University to decide, to determine the actual impacts. I think it would be served well to do that here as well, so that we could continue to inform policy kind of moving forward on this. So those are just two thoughts that I had on that.
And I just add two
Yeah.
thoughts on that. Just broad philosophical, thought, so happy to have a long discussion. So one, just I guess clarify, 'cause for the record, sort of the role, right? So the administration formed a committee separate and apart from anything I was doing. About halfway through your committee's work, realized that they were pretty close to getting a draft done. I had separately been working on it. So then reached out, I attended one meeting of the committee, and then I think a staff member attended a second, and then we had a separate meeting where I offered some suggestions. So that's the sort of extent of it, just to be clear. It's not what has been written down and passed out. But that doesn't mean I'm not largely in support of what's drafted, right? And just two big comments. One, housing impacts. Think about, the data's not perfect, but the rough estimate of downtown right now is between 5 and 10% of all the downtown rental units are now being used as short-term rentals. It's a big impact, and that makes a big impact on rent. And that's a 100% increase since 2016. So you imagine another 100% increase by 2020, especially given New York's laws. And we could be in the process of 15 to 20% of our rental units. I know from my friends who are realtors that investors have been actively calling, looking for more investment properties. That's going to further drive up rents. So I want to be clear that those impacts are real, and we see them daily. And it's roughly 50% of the short-term rentals are in downtown and Morty. The second, just impact on the economic stuff. I'm of course not against studying, but I think one thing to just balance, right, is that the tourists that are coming and staying in the short-term rentals, they have lower vacancy rates than a full-term rental. 5 to 10% for a full-term rental, I don't know, but I would assume in the order of 25% for a short-term rental, maybe more. And then those folks are going to be splitting their income between Jersey City and Manhattan and New York City, which likely is the main source of their reason for visiting. Not true for everyone. And then you'd have to balance that out if you had a full-time resident in that unit. Where are they spending their money? So obviously, an economic impact would be balanced. So yes, if you have more short-term rentals, you're going to see more economy shifted to cleaning services and restaurants, and you have a long-term rental, daycare, right, and other things. We just have to understand that there's the balance between those two economic impacts.
So that's why we like to have a committee look into both sides, so we try to make everybody happy.
But didn't we have a committee? I mean, I don't.
We did have a committee.
Yeah, we had a committee, but
The council had nothing to do with it.
You mean the council committee?
No.
No, I'm talking about Councilman Young.
yes,
Council committee.
yes.
Okay.
So now,
No, there was no council
no
committee.
council committee.
No, I was
What I
asking
suggest
a
is a council committee because, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. You do a great job.
Allison, you have the floor.
We like not. You do a good job.
Allison.
Thank you, Council.
No, really.
Did a great job, let's table it.
But they want to table it. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Concerns involved.
Right.
I know, no, I'm fully aware of the concerns involved. Since the first introduction to now, I think we've all heard from both sides complaints and concerns and support for the ordinance. I think that, yes, when we went into this agreement 4 or 5 years ago, the Airbnb, VRBO, all these short-term rental platforms were very new. We didn't know what the impacts were going to be, both positive and negative. It just sounded like a good thing, and it's something that we wanted to get on board with. I think since then, like I said last time, we've seen both good things and bad things come out of it. And I think the negative concerns are real. It's something that we do hear about nearly every day, and I know many of you do, as well as our public safety department, the resident response center people, we do get concerns. So I think that this is something that regulation is needed surrounding. It's something that we didn't think about in that way when it was first created, but regulations surrounding short-term rentals do need to be put in place. So, and that's, when it comes to this, we're moving into the second reading now of this ordinance. We personally would like to see that second reading advance to a vote. And this would not be going into effect until January of 2020. So we could come back with James's amendments as a first reading to, or other amendments where we could discuss that moving forward. But I think regulations surrounding short-term rentals are important for the concerns that we have seen. Our intent was never to hurt the property owner, the person that lives in Jersey City that's been here for years, that owns a home and wants to supplement their income, or the teacher that wants to go out of town and needs some kind of way to supplement their income when the school's on break. We never wanted to hurt those people, and we thought that this was an ordinance that we're moving forward that would hopefully not impact those people. And I think with James' amendments and any other ones that you guys all want to discuss, we would be able to move positively in that way. But I think it's important that we do get something on the books to begin with, to get some regulations and terms in place, and then we can go back and amend them. I don't have an issue with that.
You know what, actually? It's like those kind of things have an issue, my side.
Okay.
So what is the issue is that you actually set up the deadline, the one side, which is Airbnb whole side, because I think if you open without restriction, because we have a draft already. I mean, first we have something, we have a material something talk about it. Study from there. Instead we say that we're going to pass the city council. If there's some issues involved there, then whichever we go, January 1st, 2020, in the law. Instead of put you like a deadline, every time make you feel full, comfortably sit down, talk about it. So that's why we city council give to 6 days to come up with a plan. You know, I think that's fair, and that's one of the ways show our respect.
But so from our side, our main purpose of putting this forward now, where we're halfway through the year, we still have 6 months to go to get to January 1st, we wanted to ensure that all of our hosts had proper notice that this was coming, that they could properly register, they knew what was coming, this wouldn't impact any bookings that they currently have for holidays, summer vacations, whatever the case may be. We did not want to impact them. So that's the reasoning why of putting forward now, so everyone has ample opportunity to learn about this.
What's the difference then? Let me ask you this one. What is the difference with that? So instead to show to the half respect, give full respect. Forget about it. We got drafted for the talk about it. Let's come out openly, discuss with that. We're going to create together. You know, I think that they are more show respect because the first place, when they set up the committee, they have only one representative from the LB host.
That's not true.
That's not supposed, that's what I see at the paper. Maybe you're right, you know what I'm saying? So we give to fully participating both sides, you know what I'm saying? And only we went for 60 days. And when 60 days later, when we drafted, James Solomon maybe chairperson of the draft, we come up and we passed it and we set up the study date for January 1st, 2020. Is it better to show to respect that? And not only that, meantime, we can find a lot of different things actually, you know. So we don't know. We don't want to make the same. In other words, instead of the rush, do right. Because of 2015, we never expect the problem we're going to face like today. So my fully recommendation, instead of the rush, when you set up the date, it's a rush. Without set up dates, this time we do right. So we protect the people of Jersey City, all the company we have. Meantime, we protect their interests, and also we protect the Jersey City interest. In the meantime, we continue to improve economic improve the Jersey City. So it's going to win-win situation. So it doesn't make any difference you set up the date as January 1st, but more likely, it's more like a principal issue. Show to respect. Let's come up, let's put your effort together. You know, instead of ones that we passed already, and now we're going to try to amend. I think it's not right. Okay?
Can I ask you? Thank you. This is, the public is, I know you just clapped, but it's, you didn't speak, but there's not not a public opportunity for, you're certainly entitled to be here and to witness these proceedings. As a question with regard to participation, and input into the process. So can you just speak to the idea that, I know there was a committee and there was a number of members of the committee, and I have a list here of who the members are. I don't know what their affiliations were with regard to
Which side they were on.
which side of the
Yep.
fence they were on, but putting that aside, you know, when we developed a tax abatement policy in Jersey City, we talked certainly to housing advocates and other folks like that, but we also talked to developers, right? And had them at the table as well to discuss like effective tax abatement policy and incentives around that. Was Airbnb or other folks consulted in the design of this legislation?
Not in the committee. So it was only, the mayor had put out a call to residents about the.
Okay.
Okay.
They were speaking on the phone all day. One meeting in this room, there's 2 doors to leave if you want to talk.
So as I was saying, that the committee, there was not an Airbnb representative in the committee. The committee was purely comprised of residents from Jersey City plus staff from the city that could help draft this. The mayor had put out a call to residents to hear all sides of whether they had used an Airbnb before, or they were a host, or they were adamantly against or opposed to Airbnbs. We had put out that call to residents, people responded, and those were the individuals that came into that committee.
I mean, were there any policy experts consulted, whether from one of the studies or any other universities or anything like that, or others who may be looking at this in the market? I'm just asking as a, who are
I
the
mean,
other
all of
sources?
us individually did policy research.
Interesting.
So, I can ask that. You know, this is a very important part of the deal. We do possible study for the possible impact, the economic impact to Jersey City. Whatever they cost, let them Airbnb company pay for that, and we hire consulting company. How that sounds good? So I save the taxpayer.
That's an interesting theory. Yeah.
Make sure when we pass that, let them Airbnb pay for study for the economic impact. You know what I'm saying? And the city have a right to choose that consulting company.
If I recall for the earned sick days, I may be wrong, but maybe we'd have to check the records, but I don't think the city paid for the study for the earned sick days either. It was some other
If
party
you city have to pay, we city have to pay.
that
I don't remember.
provided the
But
money.
we don't have the budget for that. And actually,
Yeah.
end of the day, who get the most actual benefit? Airbnb company.
Right.
Then they, and actually we can ask them, they're supposed to provide a third party, we can ask them, third party consulting company provide economic impact in Jersey City. They have to provide.
I would probably just ask for the money for the
Yeah, that's
study,
what I'm
and then
saying.
we would, if we were to contract someone that
consulting
was,
company
we
for
would
the,
find,
for the actually fairness, and let them Airbnb pay for the cost. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah. What's the big deal? Only $100,000, right? They can pay. So,
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
so we have 2 options, I guess, is that where we're at? We've got the amended version.
He wants to say something.
Okay, and then I'll turn it over to Robert after this. Amended version of the ordinance that would be introduced as a first reading on Wednesday, May 8th. And then a proposal to table and then have a committee review the competing legislations, as well as to have more further public input, and then see if there would be a new consolidated ordinance that would hopefully address all of the
Yeah,
concerns.
we can actually
Let him
table.
talk.
Let's let Robert have the floor, and then,
At least once a week, I get a call from a clerk in a New Jersey municipality asking for our model on Airbnb because it's become contagious throughout the state of New Jersey. And strictly as your parliamentarian, I'll be here for every minute of the discussion, no matter how many nights it takes place over. But it appears that we have an ordinance that's going to need substantial amendments that I've been made aware of that are going to require substantial amendments. in an advertisement. Perhaps we can take these two ordinances and make an amalgam of the two of them and see if we can't have a public hearing on a separate night, because we're going to have a huge crowd for the adoption. And if I could map it out, I would suggest that we somehow, between now and Wednesday, make an amalgam of the two
I
ordinances.
think that's what we have.
Oh, no.
right?
Oh, no.
No, no,
Or
no,
this is
no,
not-
no, come on.
No, that's
No.
just too
No,
much.
the one that you're providing us is
Okay.
an
You wanna
amalgam.
really look at it.
Well,
Well,
okay,
it's basically
all right,
proposed
well-
amendments, but instead of doing it at
Right.
second
Okay,
reading, it was
well-
putting it back at first reading, but, yeah.
The timetable means nothing, but what I would suggest, rather than waste our time and the time of the members of the public on Wednesday for an ordinance that doesn't seem that it's adoptable, or I'm not trying to count to five,
It was January 1st, 2020.
that we come up with one instrument and vote on it as one instrument as soon as possible, and when we do finally vote on it, have a separate night for it. That's just my 2 cents.
So let me, Councilman, so just with the administration, is the ordinance, I don't know how much you talked to each other about this, so is this reflective of the amendments that you would also,
The one that, the first reading one is.
the first reading, I'm sorry,
Yes.
the one you just handed out? Correct. Okay, so you're in alignment on that, that's it, okay. So there are two options being presented. One is the tabling of the committee, and then the other is Councilman Solomon, having worked with the administration's agreement to present this as a first reading at this meeting, right? And then proceeding with the second reading at a following meeting, May 22nd or later.
And so what happened with the second reading ordinance?
In either case, the second reading would then,
You could table it before public hearing, so you don't do two public hearings.
So,
Good.
see, so two public
See.
hearings.
Well,
No.
it's,
nobody wants to.
No, no, no.
Well, that was the genesis of the council president and I shared some time on Friday about whether we were gonna do meatball surgery or actually have it done in a very sterile surgical way, so as to spare everyone and to give everyone an opportunity to speak about what's become a very important issue and what is likely to fill up our council chambers and could consume a council meeting, much like the statue consumed one of our meetings late in the spring last year. So
So
if there's
using,
a way to make some, if this ordinance is not adoptable, and I'm not asking anyone to make a show of hands, and we couldn't do that, but if we want to adopt one ordinance, if the council has enough votes to adopt one ordinance, and we piggyback James's ordinance on this, we are going to have two public hearings, but
Yep.
it was explained to me, and perhaps I'm wrong, that this ordinance as it isn't in an adoptable format, because I was provided by the law department amendments that I didn't even bring up to the council, so.
so council members, I'll just, your reference just got me thinking about the
Yeah.
statute.
I mean,
Right.
If I may just say, his reference about statute, so I would respectfully and just ask that, I think the tabling is probably, and then establishing a committee is
That's it.
the best course of action, because if you'll recall with the statute, we went through, it was at least 5 votes, right? 5 separate meetings and votes
Yeah.
on the statute issue itself, and that was a little bit of meatball surgery. And I say that respectfully, with no criticism, and if we can learn from that, we can learn that, let's maybe take a step back and be thoughtful about this and just hear everybody's, as many people's thoughts and opinions about it, and make a commitment on the record here that within 60 days that
That's all, yeah.
legislation will be presented to the council that will hopefully address everyone's concerns, but at the very least, some legislation will be presented. And if it's tabled, then it can be removed from the table agenda as well, and proceed forward if there's
Council President,
no solution arrived at.
if I recommend it, let them have go back home with a peace of mind. that we just make a commitment to, when you have Wednesday, second reading, without public hearing, we're gonna be table it, and we're gonna set up the committee, term is 60 days, and the both parties sit down, whatever they create as introduce as a first reading. You know, while we continue to make a situation unstabilized, so then the people go, they relax, okay, the 90 days or 6 days, whoever they come up with the committee, gonna discuss with their fact, gonna find the most common ground for both sides, but we're gonna make it clear that we need a regulation. Other than that, it's gonna be out of control. So everybody actually, when we have a public meeting, a committee meeting in my place, everybody one thing is agree, yes, there's some need to control required, regulation required. They all agree, but how we're gonna control, that's the key word. When you create the how we're gonna control, both party opinion have to put it together. So just table it, and they don't have to show up tomorrow, Wednesday, so we don't have to stay till tomorrow, Wednesday, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And in the meantime, we are lucky to have Councilman James Solomon. He's gonna work double, and Alex, we're gonna give credit. Both parties people gonna creative, make everybody happy enough to proud of Jersey City. I promise you.
Is the first reading ordinance being presented something that the council wants to consider, or you wanna? Just
No.
wanna hold it up, okay?
Yes.
That's
wanna
why
hold up everything.
I'm suggesting it's,
Just table it.
in the end, it's gonna be some
You
amalgam.
know, right.
Of the
It's gonna
two.
be- It's gonna have to merge somehow, but
But I
we have to look
think
at
to
it and hear
Allison's
the
point,
public.
that waiting 60 to 90 days may be too long, you know, maybe.
This could
and
be a-
You know what,
Things,
I-
table it and then wait one meeting or two
Yes,
meetings.
instead to say,
Yeah,
we passed one thing already,
Right.
then
Come back.
people gonna be
Right.
frustrated, you know what I'm saying?
sure.
We don't have to make our people is maybe, because actually, government have to consist, and we gotta make our government, the people can depend on trust. We screwed them actually in 2015, you know? So, end of day, it's our responsible. If we look at not James, not Mira, not Dennis,
Keep blaming us.
no, but Dennis, me, Rich, Joyce Waterman, Council President, we are four. Oh, I'm sorry. So please, give us one more opportunity.
He's
Okay?
just like, you
Ho-
know, that's why you gotta
Councilman-
ignore him, because
Councilman
he could be something candy.
Councilman
We
Rivera.
don't have to wait 60 days, I mean, we can table it and start
Right.
creating the marriage of both.
We can.
ordinances as soon as
The
possible.
maximum
We
60
can wait
days.
60 days.
The max, no, he was
Maximum,
saying
maximum
maximum.
60
Right,
days,
the
yeah.
maximum.
Yeah,
Or
that's
whichever
arbitrary.
comes first.
That's-
If get all the-
That's an arbitrary date.
We already have two ordinances, a first and
Right.
second
Right.
read,
Easier
that
to
are
work
pretty
together.
close to what everyone seems
Yeah.
to
Correct.
want.
Right.
I know that right now the concerns about downtown are a little different than on the west side of
Yes.
the city, for example. But I also want people to understand the cautionary tale of downtown, and that eventually that is gonna start working its way through other parts of the city. So I agree that we probably, with these two things, it's a good place to start, and 30 days would be enough time to get it wrapped up.
So we say maximum 6 days means if we, both parties agree, city, maybe 2 weeks. Maybe less than 30 days.
Let's not be arbitrary. Let's look at these two
Let's
ordinances
do that.
and see what commonality there
Yes.
is. Come up with
See
one
what it works.
instrument,
That's it.
vote on it in one night, have a special night for the public hearing,
Or day,
or day,
during the day.
or day, going into the evening.
If it goes to the July meeting, we'll get them anyway.
That's true.
Right.
We have to meet
Yeah.
in the day,
Right.
yeah.
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 It'd be the worst.
Oh,
I just want to say something. The only complaint I have, Allison, is the current law is, I had 2 emails today. I just got an answer from one of the inspectors of an out-of-town landlord, has 2 properties, and it's a pig pen, and the garbage has been sitting outside one for almost a month, and the other one, the alleyway, is filled with garbage. As long as out-of-town landlords are not involved in this here, I think we should go.
That's a long-term rental.
No.
It's not an Airbnb, I'm saying, just to be clear.
No, this is, he's doing an Airbnb,
Okay.
and the place is a pig pen, and the neighbors are complaining. And there
That's
should
what we
be-
want to
There has to
prevent.
be enforcement,
Folks,
that's why
That's why
it
you
has to
need
be where
regulations.
people live in the
Get all that.
building or the house, and they take care of it.
I think this
I'm
is,
good, I'm good with, you know, tabling it and creating it
Right.
within 30 days, but to add to Richie, there are some out-of-town landlords that really, really don't care about their property on the Airbnbs, and it's like really, really out of hand. You know, we have Airbnb tenants that I've seen them throw garbage out the window. We have an area where it was completely bed bug infested, and it went through about 3 rows of houses. So we really, you know, as much as we want to get this through, but we have to, you know, make sure we put that, you know, get the health department
Regulation.
involved, and
Yeah.
the regulations have to be
They
on
have to
point.
be there.
And the landlords have to be held accountable, especially if they don't live around here.
I'll say, that's absolutely true, but in fairness, long-term rentals, rent-controlled units, public housing,
All same
we've got
The same
issues
problem.
throughout all of our housing.
Same problem.
Okay, folks, thank you.
All right? Okay, so how are we gonna do it?
All right,
People
Okay, so
that
there's agreement to
don't come
table, and
can I
we can
take
move
the
forward.
temperature in the room?
Yes.
It seems that we have an ordinance that is not adoptable in its present form. I don't know that 60 days is an arbitrary date. I think that a lot of work has gone into this, and we can accelerate that
Yeah, yeah, for sure,
greatly.
yeah.
Yep.
And I think that the councilman's involvement and greater involvement in it has improved the product. Why can't we put something together, have a meeting as early as May 15th, introduce it,
A separate meeting?
a separate meeting, to simply introduce it, take us 15 minutes.
Some.
I'd advertise it for a public hearing on a separate night, and adopt it this month.
No, those kind of things, let the committee decide.
Right.
Okay.
And we look into, instead that we dictate what they have to do.
Right.
When we
So this
give
would be a
them,
formal council committee,
yeah,
so we need a resolution to form a
Right.
yes, that's what I'm
We need
saying.
that.
To the law department, we'll need a resolution to form a council committee on this,
Yes,
this matter for introduction at this meeting.
yeah. So we be fair.
Okay, so there'll be a formal resolution for a council committee. The members of the committee,
Ad hoc committee.
an ad hoc committee, the membership of the committee will be comprised of, and then you let Marlene know, and she will communicate it to the law department. And if there's more than 3, then I guess we're gonna be sunshining every meeting of that
That's right.
committee, okay?
And
Well, this
also, Council
ordinance,
President,
you need to sunshine it all. This is a. You
We should sunshine them all,
Yeah.
probably.
Council
Best
President,
friend.
we gotta make sure that
Make it easy.
the committee, community from the Airbnb hosts, they should be represented to whatever numbers come up among themselves and recommend the council president.
It's a council committee, so it's comprised of council members.
Correct.
Yeah,
We
council
have
members,
public
we-
hearings,
Yeah.
we can have testimony from everyone and hear everyone's
Correct.
um, comments on these matters. So
Sunshine.
whoever's on that committee, expect some long hearings on this matter, okay? You may even be looking at some weekends maybe and hear public testimony on this.
Okay. All right, so,
Okay, that's it.
so, just make
Wait a
sure,
minute, Council
Wednesday, they don't have to show
Wait a
plan.
minute, wait a minute. Council President, clear us up,
Yeah,
let the public
let the
know
public knows.
what we're gonna do here, because
Tomorrow, Wednesday.
we don't need no sidebar here.
Okay, so the council will be tabling the ordinance without public hearing on Wednesday, meaning we'll just go through the vote and table it, and there won't be an opportunity to make public comments at the public hearing itself.
When a new
On
product-
Wednesday, until a new product, or actually, there'll be a resolution on the city council agenda establishing a committee. It'll be walked onto the agenda on Wednesday. The council will have to vote, six members of the council will have to vote to introduce that resolution, which will establish a committee that will, within a set period of time, come back with a new ordinance to be introduced to the city council that would establish new regulations around short-term rentals. I keep saying Airbnb. There are other players in the market as well, right?
So we're gonna table it before public hearing, or we're gonna table it after public hearing?
Before public
Before.
hearing.
Thank you, so people doesn't have to come Wednesday.
Right.
They don't have to come.
Okay, so in other words,
Wait, one at a time.
The council president should be given this instruction.
Right.
Yes, go ahead.
And that's a good
Let the
point.
council president.
Councilmember Rivera?
That's a good point that you said, because there are other players in this game, so we
Right.
have to make sure that, we enforce with them as well.
Correct.
Not just Airbnb.
Correct.
Takeaway and flip
Yep,
and all.
that's right. Was that Robert?
I think you should clarify what we're doing
Yeah.
on Wednesday night.
Okay, I thought I just did.
Not-
Okay, I'll say it again.
Councilman Young is.
Okay, so let me just
Fine.
complete this conversation, okay, council members? So, as I said, there'll be a tabling of the ordinance that is currently before the council. That is item 4.9 on the agenda. It will be tabled without public hearing and without public comment on that particular ordinance. And then additionally, the council will introduce a resolution at the council meeting, and will establish a committee that will look at this ordinance, and within 30 days, will present an ordinance to the city council that will introduce new regulations around short-term rentals. That will be considered 30 days after introduction of this resolution, and this resolution being adopted by the council. Councilman Robinson.
How do we cancel Wednesday's public hearing so that, we don't get a lot of people to waste their time coming down to City Hall?
We've announced it here. We have
They are here.
reporters, and you can announce it on your platforms, wherever it is, so that you let people know. I recommend, I guess, to the council that we move all these items up right to the beginning, because there'll be people who will show up, and we want them to be able to know that the issue was addressed at the start of the meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna let the girl.
That's the commitment from the caucus meeting, right?
What's that?
That's it.
This is commitment from the caucus meeting, so.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yep, that's our commitment.
And I'll communicate it. I did see a reporter in the room. I'll communicate.
Right there. Right there.
Al Sullivan.
Al.
Hiding in plain sight. Hi, Al. And we'll get
How many
his.
lawyers in here? One,
We'll get the Jersey Journal.
three,
Make them aware.
6.
Okay? So everyone, that concludes our business with regard to Airbnb. We're going to move on to other items in the council agenda.
Please quietly and quickly. Quietly and quickly. You two, Connolly, the movie star. Hey, Connolly, just because you're in a major motion picture doesn't mean I can't throw you out of here. Get out.
If you're here on other matters, you're welcome to stay with us. I understand some people might be here also for rent control.
Yeah.
Culprits on the side of
Where's Mr. Hunt?
Give that to you.
One point with the Jersey Journal article, I'll tell you about some emails that Michael has had to confirm that we're accurate.
That's what
This is the copy.
I can call you out.
Yeah, no, there's a reason why. Look, I mean, we at first reading we proposed holding off on second reading so we can have a full public hearing and get everyone's input. And at the time there wasn't, unanimous suggestions. There's a reason I wasn't fighting. I'm fine with delaying it a little little bit. It's just the emphasis on the little bit, because it's a, you know, it's,
That's what I was saying.
you know.
How are you, sir?
100% agree. Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, I mean, the initial, I agree. No, it's like, I wasn't like, I wasn't like fighting the tabling just because I think it does deserve a big thing. Part of it, you know, part of what happened was drafted quietly. It's fine, once it goes public, you hear so much input, and you need to have a process to take that input in. Sure, right. Right, you need to change it anyway. Right, understood, yeah.
And the reason, can we start from?
We got one more.
Right, understood.
Public hearing.
So we did one at, we did one at, she even got the date. So we did one at the Victoria, one here.
Presidente,
It's like a caucus meeting.
I'm gonna take care of Jake Hudnock and take care of a couple of folks who just have like one item.
Councilman, I need you to be on this committee, so. Which committee? I got part-time.
Yes, please. Okay, are we ready to proceed? Okay, let's get back on track. Okay, Robert.
Okay, we're back on the record, Council President. We have before us our municipal prosecutor, Jacob Hudnut. Chief prosecutor.
He has 3-1, or 3-1.
That's an ordinance prohibiting specified actions constituting a breach of peace. He'll explain what has been absent from our city code for a very long time.
Yes, thank you. So obviously our courthouse is the quality of life courthouse, and we exercise that role very proudly. In working with the Jersey City Police Department, particularly the East District and ABC, as well as Councilman Solomon, we were part of a working group that looked at best practices for enforcement on quality of life along the plaza. It turned out that the closest thing we have to breach of the peace is 222, which was passed a few years ago.
It's ordinance?
Yes, sir. It's a good ordinance. However, it turned out that the state legislative intent is that 222 is for machines and commercial businesses that operate and disturb the peace. We really didn't have an ordinance on our books that pertained to people who disturb the peace. So we worked closely with the law department, very thorough research to come up with an ordinance that would pass muster under the state guidelines for same. And I think you'll see this relevant in two areas. One is in quality of life enforcement for police when they're clearing areas that might be commercial and that spills into residential. And also I think you'll see it when we have proof issues on our domestic violence cases where either the victim doesn't cooperate or there are other proof issues, and nonetheless we still want to prosecute a conviction for the aggressor being loud in a residential setting. And that's where we are with this ordinance. Yes, sir.
You just said something, that the noise ordinance was for machinery and stuff. I wrote the ordinance. It was for loud radios and noises that disturb people in 1- and 2-family homes mostly. The problem is this city never followed it up. I don't think we have anybody that has the knowledge of how to do it. And calling the police is not the answer because the police don't have the machines.
Yes, sir.
And, but the ordinance was written for loud radios, people on the street drinking and stuff like that. That's what it was written for, Jay.
No, I understand. And we're also working with Commerce and ABC. Councilman Solomon's been, I don't know if you wanted to add, but we are trying to lobby for more machines. But we did find, Commerce did raise some issues that maybe 222 could be challenged against people, that it's really more for machines and commercial establishments. We use it in the municipal court. I just want to be as safe and secure as possible that we won't be open to challenge from
This is the
I
problem.
shut it off.
That's a violation, Councilman.
Disturbing the
You show your patriotism
Any
at every
device
meeting.
here?
I shut it
Check
off.
the level of the noise here.
Yeah, Jay,
I think this only puts us in a stronger footing, Councilman.
all right, okay.
And I'm not, and again, 222 is a good ordinance. 222 is a good ordinance, and this will just be another tool in our toolkit.
So, Chief Prosecutor,
Yes, sir.
we support 100%. You know, good to have another extra ordinance, it's not gonna hurt anybody's life, so it's okay. But key word is that enforcement is the down, you know, because we have like a couple of devices, noise check devices, I think that's not enough. They should be at least each district, police district and the commerce at least 2 devices should be available, you know, but it's not. So we continue creating ordinance, from that they make our book thicker and thicker every day, but actually no enforcement involved. So under your leadership, you know, get the grant from the state to, you know, whatever you're able to do that, we gotta have to make sure that each police department, I mean, the district should have at least 2 devices available, you know.
Yes, Councilman, and also with this ordinance too, we don't need machinery. This can be plainly observed and listened to.
Just loud voice. Then I'm in trouble. You're in trouble. You're in trouble too. So when you say loud voice or noise, how are you going to give a definition of the loud?
Well, I think right now a lot of complaints come through C-Clicks and Watts, Word on the Street apps, as well as the non-emergency numbers. And police have represented to me that because 222 is geared toward enforcement by sound mechanisms, they don't necessarily have the tools in their toolkit to enforce. For example, think of the person that leaves Central Avenue or leaves the plaza after being at a bar and keeps being loud when they're in the residential areas. So what we've done on this ordinance is if you look at proposed 24211B, factors 1 through 3, those are elements or factors, I should say, that the police officer would have to articulate on the stand if we were to take it to a trial if there wasn't a plea. The proximity to noise-sensitive areas, whether residential or commercial, where one might go to school or sleep. The time of day, obviously being loud in the street at 2 p.m. in the afternoon is very different than being loud in the street at 2 a.m. And whether the conduct is recurrent, intermittent, or constant. If an officer clears a street, that probably may not rise to the level of enforcement of disturbing the peace, but if the officer clears the street and that person's back in a few seconds and disturbing people that are trying to sleep, then I think we have an ordinance that addresses that. So this is about giving more tools to our quality of life enforcement.
Jake, just one question. Who in the police department was represented with you?
Sorry?
Who in the police department was represented with you?
Well, I work very closely with the chief's office and the public safety director on a regular basis. I know when some of the meetings I had were with the East, XO Dalton, as well as Commander Ben Daly. And I think Deputy Chief James Carroll told the history of ordinances and enforcement. And I think I've kind of found this from public safety down to JCPT down that we could maybe use another tool in our toolkit.
Tonight or no?
This is going to be tough to say that actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right
So we have a right to have quiet enjoyment, but garbage truck talk in the morning. When you make a noise in Central Avenue, I always wake up talk in the morning, and couldn't make a slip back.
Oh, garbage truck? Well, I don't think that would, you'd go back up to Part A. I don't think that's boisterous, threatening, abusive, or insulting, or indecent. Whereas 222 talks about sound that comes from machines or commercial establishments. This is very clearly a person, like a human person, not even the legal definition. Like a business can't use boisterous language, right? Like this is the actions of a human being. So I don't think we would be enforcing against sound trucks. Again, that being a piece of machinery, I think we'd see that enforcement under 222 if appropriate at all.
But let me ask another question instead. If you campaign time coming, they use a sound truck. As long as the sound truck get the permission from the city clerk's office, then they're not regulated by this one.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
No, they are actually regulated. It goes through the police department. and there's a wattage limit, so people can't be driving through the city breaking windows with their sound trucks. We do have an ordinance on the books that covers sound trucks, but we don't have ones that cover people using bullhorns and that kind of stuff. For people who want to exercise their free speech, whether it be through a microphone and a mini amp, we don't have something to cover that. That's something that we should be looking at in the future too.
You know, one of the other biggest problems right now in the city is the cars with their blasting music. And, you know, years ago when I was on the police department, you passed a police car, you got pulled over, and either you shut it off or you got a ticket. Today, they don't do anything. You know, a lot of the police officers, because we don't train them here, and being honest with you, most of them are not from the city, have to be retrained, because that's annoying with a lot of music.
Unless it's Sinatra, right, Councilman?
What?
Unless it's Sinatra.
Unless it's Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, and Perry Como.
Right.
Yeah, right.
I think that could be enforceable under 2427, and what I say to the police is, I think, with the new leadership in my office, if you write the quality of life infraction, we'll enforce it. So I am letting police know, my office is here now, because that's our bread and butter, is quality of life. I agree that should be enforced against.
Thank you. Thank you for your effort to improve the quality of life. Got no problem.
Any other questions?
No.
Director Flanagan and I printed up, we're running an ad on the Quality of Life Task Force. It's going to be in the Journal May 11th, and here's a little advance copy for the members of council.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all for your time. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Michael Lee. This is 10.26, 10.26.
And we get time.
This is the,
That was the resolution that didn't make the last council meeting. It got rushed in at the last moment.
1026.
it's a contract P&A Administrative Services for providing third-party administrative services for the Department of Department of Human Resources Health Benefits. Want to say anything?
No, we went out to bid. We received 2 proposals. They not only came in the lowest, but they still met all our specifications. They will do the COBRA notices for new employees. They send COBRA notices out to resigned or terminated employees. They collect the premiums for all our retirees. And they handle our flexible spending account.
Okay.
So how many accounts do they handle? How many accounts do they handle? That we
Well,
pay
it's
for-
one big account.
Yeah, one big account. But how many
employees?
Yeah, employees.
Well, all the employees, but right now I'd say we have over 300 retirees that they take care of.
How much is it?
About
300
over
retirees.
300 retirees.
Okay.
Because they take care of the retirees who pick up retiree dental. Maybe about 29, 30 people in the flexible spending account. And, as far as COBRA notices for new hires, it depends. I mean, they go out to, when we hire a full class of police, they go out to police officers, they go out to firefighters, they go out to the individual new hires that we have. And at the same time, if somebody leaves, and they're entitled to have COBRA benefits, they also send out those notices to them.
Michael, let me ask something. You said they handle retired officers' dental. We pay for
Retired
it. Yeah, we pay
employees.
for it. We pay for it.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, the city's
But
not giving us
but
nothing.
they're the ones who collect the money.
Yeah.
I mean, you make your payment to P&A, not to Horizon, or whomever the dental,
Yeah, well, the
coverage
city's
would
not
be
giving
at the
us
time.
anything. The city didn't give us anything out of dental.
Well, we only started offering dental to retirees when the state did, and I believe the state also charges. How many years ago, I can't say, but probably less than 10, because that's how long we've been out of the state plan.
Yep.
All righty?
Thank you.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Green.
All right, we've got Joe Cunha here. Oh, yeah? Okay. Snooze, you lose. Mel? Mel, come on up. It's okay. Mel got here before you. That's right. You have to hang out. This is Gable Associates. If you recall, we had the 10.22. 10.22. 10.22. Trying to figure out this numbering system.
Okay, we're gonna get there.
You give it to Council President.
Melissa, just identify yourself for everyone.
Melissa Kazakowicz from the Department of Administration, Office of Innovation, and I have Andrew Conti here with me from Gable Associates. We did talk a lot about this last meeting, so I won't waste all your time with a recap, but we have printed out an additional slide which helps explain the ESIP process, which may be useful for you, as the last comments from last week were about us continually showing up for additional requests. This chart will help explain why we keep coming back again and again with next steps.
So on this flow chart going down,
You guys have already completed the first step. You guys have already done the initial energy audit. And you're at the point where you're trying to decide whether to issue the RFP.
step 2.
In between, you guys took a half step, basically trying to decide whether implementing the projects on your own budget or using an ESIP would be better. And the recommendation from the Office of Sustainability, the Architect's Office, as well as Gable Associates as your consultant, was to go for an ESIP, which is do all the projects at once with financing from either another entity or for all those projects paid back through the incentive, the energy savings as we lay out here in this slide.
So it says we're at the step of FD issues ESIP RFP.
Correct.
And selects ESCO. It's an energy service company.
Correct.
And so it's
So the intention here is to enter into an agreement for 15 years. For over those 15 years, there will be energy savings every year for an investment made in the first year to improve the energy efficiency of multiple facilities within the city. We looked at a numerous amount. They were included in the memo that you had received last week. And we identified a total of about $4 million worth of projects that are potentially included in this program. The intention now would be to go out to select an ESCO that would then take us through the rest of the steps of this process. This process does involve the state reviewing it. The state's going to review the RFP before we put it out. The state's going to review the plan that's eventually assembled by the company we're going to hire. And the city will continually have input on what measures are included or not included in this effort.
Can I ask?
sure.
Okay. More like the business of the brand. So when we see that the Article P, what do you think is the most important part of, as my personal opinion, I think we like to see first that the program cost recovery. If your company suggests that you gotta do so much energy save per year, and if we say that we're gonna recover the cost of the improvement for 15 years, then 15 years later, whatever they put in the system we put in as energy save equivalent to a system will be old. You know what I'm saying? So my concern is that because technology-wise, the change is so fast, so must have to be, the program cost of recovery have to be short-term. You know, so that's why we taxpayer able to get to see benefit. 15 years later, you know, already your company, whatever they invest, the investing cost covered by saving. But 15 years later, when I try to get the benefit of taxpayer, already what we have probably old. So we gotta look into that matter. Other than that, we continue make company, whatever they provide service, continue making money, and actually taxpayer is not gonna see any benefit. So usually most case, based on our study, whatever the company improve the energy efficiency system, whatever they put your equipment, they usually get you 5 years term. Whatever you invest, you have to be costly, what do they call the recovery in 5 years, After 5 years, whatever saving go to City of Jersey. So we, as a taxpayer, see the benefit out of it. But if you have a recovery plan for the cost in 15 years later, whatever you put in the equipment is going to be old, useless.
Right.
So we don't want to continue to make a benefit to your company. We want to see that you benefit the taxpayer. So if we come up 15 years, already is wrong. If I'm business as usual, I'm not taking your deal right there. Because why? Because the term is too long. Usually come on a short-term recovery cost plan. While we just continue pay the consulting $60,000, $70,000, end of the day, we not see any benefit to taxpayer. What is for? I'm making it clear for that part. So RFP is true. The most important fact in RFP, which company will have program to cost recovery short term. So that's the key.
Sure. We can write the RFP to keep that in mind. 15 years is the maximum term you're allowed to enter into. So if you would prefer a shorter term, we can ask for that as part of the RFP process we run. To be clear, Gable Associates is not investing or in developing these projects. Gable Associates is your representative that will help you guide through the process of procurement. But once that happens, the ESCO is responsible for doing the investigation, doing the investment grade audit, making the investment with you. But we'll be here to help you make sure that your interests that you're expressing are heard by this entity. And to the point of whether the project will still be useful to you after 15 years, as per the requirements of the ESIP law, they have to produce a savings every year. So the savings will be realized for the taxpayer and for the municipality every year of the 15 years. And at the end of the 15 years, there might still be useful life. For instance, a boiler has like a 25, 30-year life to it.
So you see, that's what I'm saying. But maintenance mid of that, because none of the company, let's say, oil boiler, gas boiler, nobody company actually guaranteed the 15 years of labor apart. So whatever we have to say that things, that say, this is what it is. Yes, the city of Jersey tax can save some dollars 15 years later. Because of 15 years, we as a company have to be, whatever saving going to come to our pocket to invest all those equipment, so and so. But 15 years later, in the middle of even 15 years in the term, any maintenance, who's going to be responsible for maintenance, part and labor, you know what I'm saying?
These are all questions we should probably talk about when we do the RFP, we get the
Yes,
proposals.
please make sure that,
So we'll put it in the.
which after we put in end of day, short period of time, we're going to make sure taxpayer dollars, we can save some dollars. Other than that,
Sure.
it's not worth to do it, okay?
Okay.
All right.
All right, got it.
Let me just ask, anyone else have questions? What is, it says selects ESCO or DIY?
There are 3 different versions of doing an ESIP in the state of New Jersey. You can just choose to do it yourself, meaning that you would be hiring
Do it yourself.
the contractor. Yeah.
That's good, I'm good, I get that.
So Brian,
And then,
don't expect the 15 years, don't even bother.
Okay. So to confirm,
Yeah.
15 years is too long.
Too long.
Okay.
5 years maximum.
Okay. Got it.
So the ESCOs will come back, will there be like no cost options, like,
The intention would be that this would be, that they'll look at it as if they're going to finance it through the private equity and financing arena. If at all, if you guys are interested, the city can offer to finance the project and still have them perform the installation and guarantee it and do the measurement and verification and all that. But the money can come from somebody else, and the city doesn't have to make any investment to get these improvements.
so these companies that will be coming in, these energy service companies, they're providing energy? They're energy providers too?
No, they're going to, well, some of them may be, but what their intention is to do the improvements. So they're going to replace your boilers and install the variable frequency drives and install the lighting and all of that. They're going to be contracting those trades to do that and be responsible for achieving the savings and providing that savings to you. So they're not going to sell you electricity, but they are going to bring in a cheaper or a more efficient boiler to run so that you see a savings on your boiler operations.
And this is another one, as you just mentioned today. The company, in order to upgrade our systems, they have to be financed. If they finance, interest much higher. At the end of the day, City of Jersey have to be close to the City of Jersey, whatever they finance interest paid. Sometimes we issue as a bond, as a low cost interest bond, and then we cover and we get the benefit right away.
That's still open to you, and by running this RFP, we can get a little bit closer to understanding what those costs might be. And then once we have those dollars in front of us, we can have a better conversation about whether that's worth it for the city.
Yes, because Brian Plekoff for Innovation Team, he's a very good idea. Obviously, keep an eye for all those facts, but still, when you get old, you want to make sure every steps.
Understood.
Good luck, Brian.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Joe. Say your name, so. Yes, Reso 27.
Go ahead. Sure. It's good news, so.
Got the outdex spot?
Joe has 27, Reso 27.
They talk about you.
This is a contract to Smith Sandi Asphalt Construction for the resurfacing of various streets in Journal Square Transit Village, project number 17-012-E, for the Department of Administration, Division of Engineering, Traffic and Transportation.
Title should be sung, not spoken. Take it away, Joe.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, Council. Yes, we'd like to seek the approval to award a construction contract. A large part of this project is being funded by a New Jersey Department of Transportation local aid grant, and it will encompass a large length of West Side Avenue, repaving, including some traffic calming wherever possible. As you know, it's a very congested corridor, so we are very careful to, balance pedestrian safety, increase in pedestrian safety, and further exacerbating congestion. So, also, it's not only West Side Avenue, there are various other streets tributary directly connected to West Side Avenue, both east and west. Approximately 1 or 2, in some areas 3 blocks east or west of West Side Avenue. The other grant that we put together, because it was the same funding year, via a slightly different grant program, also from New Jersey Transit, I'm sorry, I said New Jersey Transit, New Jersey Department of Transportation grant. It was a Transit Village grant. We are already a designated transit village in the Journal Square area, so there are various smaller locations where we will also be implementing some traffic safety improvements, bump outs, at least one raised intersection, and things of that nature. With that, we'll also analyze any traffic signalization upgrades that we can incorporate and go on from there. But that's essentially what this contract is for. We received one bid, but do not be alarmed. It was within $20,000 of our estimate. And this contractor has performed at least 3 projects in this city in the last 4 years, one of which was the Pershing Field track. The other was the large length of Ocean Avenue and various streets in and around the county building. I guess you could call that North Central Ward C, Academy.
We're North Central. Joe, we're waiting for Oakland Avenue for 3 years. Last year, magically, the guy quits. The year before. Ward C has to be done.
We're talking about Oakland traffic signal.
I shut this stupid thing
It's
off.
okay. So I have an answer on Oakland. So, as you know, before I started here, our division applied via a federal grant for that intersection. I believe it's Oakland and Hoboken, is that correct? So, that was a very wrong type of grant to apply for if we wanted this to happen quickly. It's typically a 4 to 5 year turnaround with these federaal grants.
So that road is a disaster due to PSC&G.
Paving's a different story. Paving we could look at adding to the program.
All right, how
But
about
the signal.
461 Newark Avenue, where they built that building, the street's a mess.
So
The
for-
other built street up by KRE is a mess.
Correct.
I know
So-
these developers are coming here. They're supposed to repair these streets after they finish, and nobody's enforcing it. And, you know,
We're fully aware. We're fully aware of both of those locations, all of those locations, but specifically at Newark and Waldo, and just west and extreme east down to 7th. We have a plan
I see
to
the
add.
streets downtown always being done, you know, like, they get done like this, but C, D, B, and A, where, for the forgotten.
Fair point. As far as the development,
Go to the streets, come on.
So there's a couple of things.
we
we're gonna
added the
share.
grid last year
There's a
downtown.
couple of things we're going to share with the council. We have a map of all the street resurfacing we've done over the last 10 years, so you'll be able to see exactly what we've done, and we have definitely covered the entire city and all wards over the years, and before the full administration. But we're also going to share what we're going to do this summer. It's not just the city's work. PSC&G's coming through to repair roads. MUA's coming through to repair roads after the work that they've done excavating for pipes and gas and all that stuff. So there's a lot of work to be done.
To that point, if I can, so, did we check this? These stretches of West Side Avenue, they did a lot of work.
They,
Did this cover any of that, the PSC&G, were they in these areas?
The only question that I
I think
would
this is
have-
further south, largely.
Yeah, most of this is further south. I know that they did do some work around Yale, Clark. I don't know that they went all the way up to Virginia, but I would just want to check that little stretch from starting around Yale up to there. And then my other question around that is this going to include then some of the striping and the painted bump outs and the delineators that have been proposed in the previous study and plan that was done for the traffic calming along West Side Avenue?
Yes, as long as we're certain that we won't exacerbate the congestion, as I had mentioned before, but
Right.
yes, that's definitely
Right.
part of the deal.
And then what about the other end of West Side Avenue?
The other end, the north end, the northmost end?
Yep.
The northmost-
No, going from Center all the way north.
Oh, I see.
From where this stops at Virginia, where PSC&G's currently done the work this last
Yeah,
year.
they've done a lot.
Right, they did a
Goes up
piece,
to right
yes.
about to Communipaw, but that whole stretch from the park all the way to Broadway.
So north of Lincoln Park.
From Communipaw.
North of Communipaw.
Right. That has not been programmed, but it's not to say that it's not on our ongoing list. We have an ongoing list that includes every corner of the city, broken down by ward.
Yeah.
It's been compiled over the years since I started, when I started here almost 4 years ago. It's comprised of your direct requests, all of your constituents' requests, our own observations, and also frequency of pothole filling. Now, frequency of pothole filling was much better tracked starting last year. We now have GPS locations,
Right.
so we get hotspots that we build. Again, like this year, for example, we were approved capital bond-wise to hit each ward with exactly 1 mile. 6 miles we had enough for. Unfortunately, the demand is up near, so that's worth approximately, if I had to guess, maybe $4 million.
Right, so.
We
but
have
this-
probably 40 million on the ongoing list.
And I know what I'm getting from my mileage in the ward, but there's no additional funding or programming for that other end of it. So I know they're also talking about, you guys have done a really great job with addressing some of the concerns in some of the really tight areas around Harrison and Communipaw and doing some upgrades there, but I know that there is a greater demand now for the entirety of the stretch of West Side Avenue.
Okay, so I will say this, West Side will probably be competing ward, so we try to compete within each ward, so that wards aren't competing against each other. So we break it down evenly across all 6. I think arguably Broadway would probably get the attention first.
Okay.
Now granted, that may be out of, that's right on the border?
I would share that, yeah.
Okay, but we could definitely take a look at that, and I'll take any and all requests for any additional roads to add. And obviously, the more that come up, we add them in our graded list to make sure that we're definitely hitting the worst graded roads first.
Okay.
And I think that's why you saw a lot of the smaller ones that are forgotten.
No, that's
30 and
why
40
we-
years, dead
yeah.
ends are forgotten.
Yeah, no, that was great that we were able to do that with PC&G. Yeah, let's just check from Yale to Virginia to make sure that that wasn't covered
Okay.
by PSC&G, and then if not, if we could extend that moving north, that would be good.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
So we'll be circulating the map very shortly.
Okay.
And hopefully send over any and all comments at that time. And yeah, this is an ongoing program, so.
So you have a question about Yale to Virginia on West Side Avenue with regard to whether PSC&G is due to do any work there for us?
No, I think they already did.
They did, so.
Do the resurfacing.
I think they already
did resurface it?
resurface. Yeah, I just want to check that stretch.
To Councilman Bogiano's point, it seems like sometimes the tear-ups are out there forever, but we try to go by a minimum of 3 months to allow settlement. because the majority of the time we do see some settlement. So to go in and pave immediately after and get it to settle, it's very difficult to get especially for the utility companies came in and paved, to get them to come back out. It's also a waste of money to do that, so.
Councilman Rivera?
Question is for the VA.
Oh, great.
So, big contract with asphalt, this has nothing to do with roads. Can we use this company to asphalt 16th Street Park, please? I mean, this has been a long time.
I'll take a look.
5 years.
Yeah,
It's the first I'm hearing, but
we pay by the foot for this stuff, so we just got.
it was square yard.
Sorry, square yard.
I mean, for example, Pershing Field Track, that was done through an open program. It's a similar type use. It's the same exact material.
I've been asking for 16th Street Park before that park.
Yeah.
Well, oh, yeah.
Councilman?
Okay.
We just gotta find the area.
I'll call him tomorrow.
So we have two outstanding things, asphalt 16th Street Park. Councilman Young?
So just two. One, when they're gonna start is paving for the Central Avenue?
So Central Avenue, we were hoping to get the additional money so that we can do the entire streetscape, because typically,
Oh,
The
you
last-
put the streets keeping together.
we want the 7
That's
million.
when I'm saying $7 million. What happened? This is my second question.
I know you've been saying for 3 years probably,
Yes,
at
I
least,
waited
if not
too
more.
long.
Joe,
So-
have you ridden down Central Avenue? It's-
Let's finish one at a time.
So to answer your question, yes, and that's why I applied for the money, and now we have it.
So what
It was,
happened?
it's about 1.1 million to pave it. The question is, do we pave it now and then rip up the sidewalks later?
We should be
If we've
waiting.
exhausted every analysis, I think we're gonna probably have to go for a federal grant.
Okay.
I just don't wanna put it on that long-term, like we did with Oakland Signal, and have you wait 5 years, because then we're gonna lose the million
Right.
on the paving. So we can go ahead and pave and then saw cut later
don't
and do the
that. Gotta
sidewalks.
do it together.
There's ways we can do it, we've done it before. It's
But-
not ideal.
So when you expect it?
So by law, we have to spend that money by summer of next year.
Summer next year. So
Yes.
I can tell the people, just wait for 1 more years. Joe gonna bring out the holiday gift in Central Avenue. Hi.
That's correct. Hopefully it comes with the money for the sidewalks and the lights.
Great. I don't know. They include. So
Seven.
don't do the half.
7 million.
So you gotta complain, okay? Thank you. You're the wonderful man. Continue to do a good job. But don't forget us.
Councilman Robinson?
Joe, why are we paving the streets at the MUA that's dug up, like Oakland Avenue, part of Central Avenue? They've made a mess of these streets.
We're not,
Why are
so,
we?
I met with so the contractor who bid the MUA's on-call paving contract, they have $1 million set aside each year, they just started this last year. Happens to be the same contractor who bid your 6 miles for the wards, the 2018 road program. It made sense for us to get together, gather all of the streets that are ready, that have done concrete ADA ramps at the corners, and no major sewer or water problems beneath them. And the city is now taking the lead and programming them by locality, by geographic location, ward by ward. And whoever's responsibility it is, the bill for that street will go to whichever entity it is, whether it's the MUA or the city. We're doing the same thing with the small cuts that you see. Probably looks like millions throughout the city. We're changing the permitting program. We're going to charge a smaller fee than what the typical property owner would have to pay to repair one strip in the street, when they're not required to pave the entire block. That being said, where they would have probably paid for a half day of infrared worth $1,200, $1,300, they'll probably end up paying somewhere around $400, and the city will carry it out. We'll do 5 to 10 in a day. But the money will be taken in up front as part of a permit fee, and we will have the ultimate control over every single one of those cuts. It's the only way to go forward.
Okay.
We've been trying this for 3 years now, it's just not working, so that's the best way to go.
Thank you.
So I'll be coming to you shortly with that.
Councilman Robinson?
I know we're doing a lot of work on Grand Street with the cycle track. When are we gonna pave that? Because it is really bad, but we're gonna do some work right now. I mean, we have some, I know that's probably on your agenda next to speak about that, but that
Correct.
street is horrible.
That's
all over
correct. So we just secured the additional 2.1 million from the DOT. We applied. You all approved 3 million last April. We now have the 5 million and change that we need to go ahead and do that, and to include the cycle track. What we're trying to do is get the cycle track enacted in place and the road diet done via striping ahead of time, so that we have a few months to test it out. We're shooting for early July. The original estimate was for early June to have it done for the bicycle ward tour. That timeline is looking tight. We have a few complications, or I should say, things to work out with New Jersey Transit as far as bus stops, and also to figure out a safe barrier system to put in to protect the cycle track, which is, runs the 2/3 of the length of the project, the entire project on Grand Street. So as far as paving, we're probably looking at fall of next year, the paving. But you'll see the road diet enacted, tested well ahead of time this summer.
Okay, so we've got Councilman Solomon.
Two just quick things. One is this, are these capital accounts from the 2018 capital budget, or are they from prior year?
This particular?
Yes.
Probably prior. So there was a few bonds that we had discovered from old appropriations. We try to use those to buffer and to supplement the grants, because the grants usually represent somewhere around 25 to 35%.
Sure.
We hope to do better by grant, but that's where that money comes from. I bet if you went, I could get you the exact years of those.
Yeah, that'd be great. There's no rush.
No problem.
And then the second thing is, can you give me a quick update on the grant of the enforced stoplight, and when can I tell people that's going up?
Yes, it was supposed to be turned on, finished and turned on this week. For some reason, we had a product that was specified that ended up being a 25-day back order. That basically killed. It would have been up and running by now. It would have been turned on at the same time that MLK and Fulton went on, which was easily 2 to 3 weeks ago. So I'm hoping by no later than the third week of May, we should have that up and turned on.
We're still waiting for that part to come in, the 25-day back.
Yeah, unfortunately, it revolves around the brain of the intersection, the controller and the guts of the cabinet, if you will. Otherwise, I would have loved to have, foregone this piece, but it's not a piece that we can forego. So I wish I had a better answer than that.
There's a battle also in March, that's in August. It's not up by then. I'm sure we're gonna have some engineering.
August?
To get targeted better.
No. Did you say March?
Well, I was thinking March.
Oh,
March. To address the
August.
issue
No.
of rapids.
No. It'll be way before that.
Just saying.
Yeah.
We've been waiting, so.
Okay. I'm on that camera. Third week of May.
Got it. Thank you.
So, busy
Okay.
Commissioner?
Yeah.
Okay,
What are you-
two things. One, I like to have, because we now talk about the budget, the 2019, so I like to have account 02, so grant account, by categorize, capital, how much the balance left, or public safety, how much can we keep providing?
For capital accounts?
The capital,
Yeah, we've
grant
done that.
account first, and the capital account.
We can do that during budget hearings.
Okay, yeah, you can do that?
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure, Joe, we're willing to wait for another years, but next year, 2019, at the 20, we make sure that Central Avenue have to be, not just talk about that, have to be done, okay?
Has to be done this year.
Okay, which is included.
What was that deadline? What was that deadline? What year?
2020.
Summer 2020.
Oh, boy.
20, next year.
As you said it earlier.
We need 7 million, right? We have $1 million.
Michael, that's to be done
Okay.
this year.
Yeah,
Let
this
me
year, but
just do a recap to make sure everyone's requests are addressed here. Councilperson Prinzary asked about checking on from Virginia to, where was it?
Yale to Virginia.
Yale to
Virginia. To make sure that you're not tearing up that road, I guess, right? Is that?
I don't recall if they did the resurfacing. I think that they did, but I just want to double check.
Yes, absolutely. So that's a constant running list. We keep what was just paved and make sure we don't rip up anything new, unless we absolutely have
To
to.
that end, I'd like to get that list.
Okay. That's part of the map that Brian was talking about before.
Roads not paved or roads?
No, roads paved in the last 10 years. And what's due this year?
Roads to be done by PSE&G and others too.
Well,
We're
yeah,
still working on that, compiling all the sources.
by responsibility.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's largely 3 entities. It's PSE&G, which includes the gas and electric cuts, MUA and us.
Hey, Joe?
Okay, wait, let's finish the recap here. Danny, 16th Street asphalt.
We're gonna look into that, yeah.
Councilman Solomon, the grant, capital info,
Capital info, yeah.
The years.
the years. And then Councilman Young, once capital inflow as well, the balances and everything.
We'll do that for the budget hearings.
Budget hearing, but streetscape for the Central Avenue 2020.
That's the spending plan for the old bonds?
Yeah, but that's just more, it's more than engineering, it's all of the capital.
Councilman Robinson, was there something specific? As a,
No, I was speaking about Grand Street.
yeah.
Joe, if he wants to wait till 2020, you could stop at Franklin Street. I want Ward C done from Franklin Street down. It's a mess.
It's a disgrace.
Disgrace.
It can be done, very simple.
My last thought is just,
Mike?
the work that's done here, is it, what's the nature of the work that's being done here?
It's largely, concrete-wise, we make sure that all the corners,
Let me rephrase it.
Okay.
Is it blue collar work, or is it like
It's all blue.
engineer type work, or
it's all construction work.
all construction work? So I'm gonna be a broken record and ask that the administration request to look into insourcing on this stuff. $3 million, you talked about another $7 million and other dollars. We outsource all of this stuff, we could insource it and create local jobs and have a local economy here again. And this is year after year after year, and the opportunity for us to the fastest growing city in the economy that we have, to allow other people in Jersey City to have a piece of the pie of this and being a part of the economy in that sense. Okay. So, anything else, anyone?
No.
What's that?
Checking first.
I'm talking about insourcing, like us doing the work, hiring folks to, I don't know what their jobs are.
Yeah.
Doing all that stuff.
Joe, thank God you have Andrew.
Where's that?
It's right there.
He's meditating.
Thank you all.
All right, Sammy, you're up.
Oh, that's Sammy from
Sammy has 32, Reso 32.
32. Oh, that's Sammy.
Identify yourself for everyone, Sammy.
I'm Sammy Ocasio, Director of Park Maintenance.
He's authorizing the renewal of an open-end contract with Willie's Fence Company to provide chain link fencing citywide for part of Water Works Division of Park Maintenance.
Which number?
Are you guys coming together?
1032.
Yes. Tag team.
I don't know if I can get them to go through all your stuff.
No, I know, I believe you.
Okay, anyone have questions on 32?
Sammy, how many parks are we talking about? Throughout the city?
Every park throughout the city, yes, sir.
We need a new.
This is only for parks.
No, actually, it's for city buildings as well. So if, let's say we have an issue with the front of City Hall, the little gardening area there, we'd be able to do it. So it's not, I also wanted to point that out, it's not just for chain link fencing, it's also for wrought iron fencing as well.
So this is 6-foot fences?
No, I mean, the sizes vary, be 4 feet, be 6 feet. You know, we've done work at the reservoir, we've done work at Tumulty Park. We did the laser cutting that says Dog Park up above there. We're currently working at Bayside Park, doing the decorative little fencing that's on the Garfield Avenue portion of the park. We're repairing that. You know, there was some car accidents there that kind of bent it all up and everything, so we had our contractors repair those.
So what about vacant lots?
Vacant, for the most part, no. I mean, if it's city-owned and, you know, we get authorization from the director, or as long as we get the directive, then yes, but for the most part, it's mainly for city parks. That's where we find most of our vandalism or wear and tear there, and it's for, you know, to ensure safety for our constituents here in Jersey City.
I mean, I don't know if this is a question for you, Director. The empty lot on Orient and MLK, I've been trying to find a way to get that thing fenced off for a year now.
I can look into that for you tomorrow. We'll get back to you if that's okay.
City owns it. Okay.
So another council person brought up an issue similar to what you're talking about.
Okay.
Sammy.
Other questions on this?
Yeah, Sammy, you mentioned the reservoir.
Yeah.
Before somebody gets killed there, I just had a meeting with the parks people before. That fence better be put up around that reservoir. No, this has been going on for a couple of years. And
More than a couple of years, yeah.
yeah,
we're-
well,
we're-
we had part of it done. Pat Stamato got part of it done a year and a half ago, Pat. But the kids climb right over that part. It's got to be done because
So
that's a
entrance
danger.
of the Summit Avenue and the plaza area, you know, that is a concern.
Oh, not the fence at the top of the
No,
wall.
not the fence at the top,
Oh,
no.
got it, okay.
Okay,
We'll
corner.
look at that tomorrow. Let Sammy get back to you on that. We'll be able to do that.
And Sammy, the other thing, did John Lynch speak to you yesterday about 511 Pavonia, the tree stumps?
Yes, yes.
Years ago, those trees were cut down by the city.
Yes.
All right? They left the stumps. They would like to plant more trees in there. It's not their responsibility. It's
No,
not-
no, I actually wrote on Councilman this morning, as a matter of
Oh,
fact.
good.
Yes, we're gonna be moving the stumps, we're just getting our stump grinder service.
Okay.
The teeth of the stump grinder are currently being changed. You know, the motor should be ready this week, we took those out for dead and hazardous, and we're gonna put trees back in there, right?
Yeah.
All the needs, sir.
Thank you, Sammy. Thank you.
Councilman Rivera.
Sammy, with respect to the chain link fence, on the backstops of the ball fields, is there any way we can just look at those backstops and make sure that we have the small link chain fence as opposed to the big link chain fence where the balls get stuck? Because what they're doing is they're putting the small link chain fence throughout the entire park. You really can't see the game. If you have the big link chain fence around the park, you can see the park, the game better, and the balls don't get stuck on the chain link fence if there's small chain link.
Definitely, sir, definitely, 100%, thank you, yes.
Because it's more expensive to put the small chain link fence throughout the whole park, and I see that throughout the city. So maybe we tell them, don't do it that way, you know, 'cause you'll blow through this budget if they keep on doing that.
You're absolutely correct, that definitely be a problem at all.
Okay, Coach?
So, can I ask you?
Councilman Swanton? Councilman Young.
Yes. Because since I get into council, because since 2013, we spend every year almost $300,000, you know, for the fence. So if I just see this one, you know, so we're gonna spend like $300,000. The fence, it's 9,000 linear foot. So in other words, 1.7 miles of fence we're gonna put it in. But I mean, really, they have if we put your fence, it's maybe good for 5 years or 10 years. It's a capital improvement, and you know. But really, we have every year almost 1.7 miles. Somewhere we have to put in the fence in Jersey City. I scratch my head, really.
Well,
So can we give us very simple? Give us how many linear foot do you put as a new fence? How many linear foot do you put as your replace? So I want to know, you know what I'm saying? Two big different. One, new installation. Another one, replace. Okay?
For last year or this?
Last year, what, 2015, 16, 17, 18, because every year when you spend the $300,000, 9,000 linear foot of fence we're gonna put it in, I think that's every year when you spend that much, I think we spend enough to fence whole Jersey City. So please, okay? I think it's a whole lot of money, and even though it's open in the contract, last year we spent $260,000. When you add up all the year numbers, almost 9,000 linear foot. It's a whole lot. So I just from you one thing, you are such a wonderful, you're such a great job. I give you a lot of credit about it. But actually, when you talk about taxpayer dollars, I want to make sure how much we spend for the new installation, how much we spend the replacement. Clear?
You can come up with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's, there's one that actually breakdown of what the projects were.
Yes.
So it's like what-
And the location.
The new,
Yes.
whatever the building or invoice system was.
Yes.
Just to sort of get a sense, because a lot of money, should be well spent, is one of the chapter.
Yes, of course.
This is for which years, just to be clear?
Since 2000, okay, I'm going to give brief. Since 2015.
Since 2015.
15, 16, 17, 18.
2015, we did have a different fencing company.
Okay, so-
contract. When I took over as director in late 2016, I wasn't content with their pricing and such, so I actually put out to bid, and that's
Okay,
how.
So maybe
I don't care about
17,
the,
18,
no.
Yeah.
director.
Okay, this is what it is. Doesn't matter which company, but I want to know where printed the new fence, where we have to replace fence. Doesn't matter which company do that, you know? So as
for
a
one
You may not
project.
have record, right?
yeah, you have record.
No, he made one
No?
from 2015.
I can get the previous
Okay, yeah.
representation.
So we just want to know that
Yes,
we're not
that's
wasting
what we could get.
dollars, okay?
Yeah, that's not, that won't be an issue.
All right.
Okay, if you provide it to Marlene, she'll make sure the rest of the council has it. Anything else on this? Oh, one question for you. So this is for the fencing materials, right? And then the installation?
And then
installation. I won't sound like a broken record.
So the price includes installation?
Installation, it includes the equipment and the installation.
Yes, and then if they have to remove anything, if it's a mangled fence and they have to replace it, they'll remove it as well. They don't ask us to remove anything. So they will bring the new fencing, install it, and remove the old broken fencing.
Okay, this all price includes, so unit price include the material and the labor.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay?
Sammy, thank you.
Great. Let's go on. Thank you. We have, before we continue, we have a couple of presentations, but I want to defer to, we have a presentation from Mariah Kinberg. Tell me again the name of your organization.
Jersey Future?
New Jersey Future?
New Jersey Future.
Okay.
New Jersey.
Regarding the long-term control plan by the MUA.
Okay.
So she's here to present on that. Is this a good time?
Sure. I have a PowerPoint, so I'm going to try to make it quick. I know you guys have all been here for a very long time. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you, and thank you, Council President.
I'm going to just turn around and go to the other side, okay? Joined here by Kate Lawrence,
Yes.
Office of Sustainability.
Hello.
Goodbye.
Don't touch too much. There's no resolution.
Kick it.
Kate, no resolution.
No. This is just informational. Informational.
No, yeah.
So I'm the Community Outreach Manager with New Jersey Future. We're a statewide organization that works on responsible development issues. One of the core issues that we work on is water infrastructure. And in December, we launched the Sewage-Free Streets and Rivers campaign. It's a coalition across the 21 cities in New Jersey that have combined sewer systems, organizations who are all working together because we know that it's our waterways, our neighborhoods, our money, and our voice. So just taking it back to the very, very simple, I know you guys are all probably very familiar with runoff, but I'm here to talk about a challenge, an opportunity, and a choice. And so the challenge that we have is we live in a very developed area, right? So when it rains, the water doesn't absorb into the ground the way that it normally would if there were just trees and rocks. The water runs off, right? And in Jersey City, where does that water run off to? Well, it runs off into our sewers. And I'm not sure if you all, are you guys familiar with the combined sewer system?
CSO.
Yeah. So, to put it, in reality, what it is that when it rains in Jersey City, who goes into our waterways?
Right.
That's what's happening. So it's a combination of sewage and stormwater. And that happens a lot. And this is in violation of the Clean Water Act. So these are the squares, or all the locations around Jersey City where we have outfalls, and when it rains heavily, this combination of sewage and stormwater is flowing into our waterways. Sometimes it backs up into people's basements. Sometimes it backs up into the streets. And that's a health issue, right? Too. So, because this is in violation of the Clean Water Act, in 2015, the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection issued the Jersey City MUA, along with 25 other utilities and municipalities permits. And they said you could continue to overflow like this for another 5 years, but during that 5-year period, you have to come up with a plan for how you're going to reduce that by 85% or to 4 times a year. So that is massive, right? So we've been mandated to do a massive change in Jersey City,
right? We have to upgrade our very, very old sewer system, and we have to make sure that these overflows are not happening. We're mandated to do this. We have to do this. There will be fines if we don't do this. The cost will be hundreds of millions to $1 billion. I don't have the specifics. The MUA is working on those numbers. And it's going to be implemented over the next 15 to 30 years. So this is an enormous infrastructure project. It'll probably be one of the largest infrastructure projects that we see in a generation. This is a big deal. That's why I'm here today. So what's the timeline? So we're now...
Is smart fan get out?
We've already done a lot of the system characterization, public participation reports, compliance monitoring. We've done all these reports. The next report is due on July 1st this year. Is going to be the evaluation of alternatives. So that's when they're going to say what they're considering doing to reduce the amount of overflows. Within that report will be the cost-benefit analysis, right? So that's going to be extremely important. Again, I'm here because this is a Jersey City MUA that's responsible, right? But it's Jersey City residents who are going to be paying for this. So we need to have the City Council aware and involved and paying attention to these reports and commenting on these reports. So the report will be in draft form this May. So I want to make sure you guys know, look out for this report. You can comment on it. It's going to be submitted to the DEP on July 1st. Then it'll be public for everyone to submit comments. The final plan is July 1st, 2020. So we are in the final stretch here. If we want to have any input onto this plan and what's in it, we're going to have to be acting really soon. So as I said, who's in charge? The Jersey City MUA is the permit holder. Passaic Valley Sewerage Commission is our regional sewer authority. So they're working together on a regional plan. So Jersey City and 8 other cities are all served by Passaic Valley. We all have to work together. We have similar tunnels. We have to be coordinated. Caucus is the consulting engineer that's been hired by the Jersey City MUA to write the plan. So they're the ones who are actually writing the plan. The DEP is the regulator, so they're the ones going to be reviewing the plan and deciding whether yay or nay we can do these things. And then the question is, how is the city involved? How is Jersey City going to be involved? We need Jersey City to be involved. How's the City Council going to be involved? How are residents going to be involved? How are businesses going to be involved? This is going to impact all of us. We need to all be involved. So there are some local groups who are already active, and Kate's been very active in the JC Start group, so I just want to give her a minute to talk about what they're already doing.
So JC Start, it's called the Jersey City Stormwater Treatment and Resiliency Team. It's been active for several years now. It was first started in cooperation with Rutgers University's Cooperative Extension and the Planning Department. And it is a collaboration of many groups, but most significantly the MUA. The meetings happen every month, and they happen at the MUA with MUA engineers. It also involves different representatives from other city departments like engineering, architecture, planning, sustainability. We also have universities present, Jersey City environmental commissioners, and community groups like Sustainable Jersey City. So during those meetings that we meet at monthly, we talk about green infrastructure projects that are happening within the city, ones that we want to have happen, different funding mechanisms. And currently, we have been focusing on the CSO issue within Jersey City and the long-term control plan, especially looking at how outreach is getting to the public and how much they know about it and how we can enhance those efforts.
Yeah, it's great group. If you can come to one of their meetings, I think we can get you all on their email list. It's definitely worth coming to those meetings because it is this collaborative group that's working on this process. And then there's a number of partners, part of the Jersey City Sewage Free Streets and Rivers campaign that are Jersey City organizations. So we already have 8 or 9 organizations from Jersey City who are part of this effort that are community groups that are saying we want to be involved, we want to help get the word out too.
That campaign comes out of the JC Start team?
No, that campaign is a statewide initiative. But we're coordinating with JC Start. So what are the alternatives that are being considered? So green infrastructure is one of the things that the MUA is looking at to do to reduce the amount of sewage overflows. They're also looking at increased storage capacity in the collection system, although I've heard there's not a lot of storage capacity within. Is there room in the pipes to hold more water? Not a lot. Our pipes are very old, they're actually very small. Sewer treatment plant expansion or storage at the actual plant is a big deal they're looking at. Inflow or infiltration reduction just means fixing the pipes. We don't want water coming in, we don't want it coming out. Sewer separation, also very expensive. They're looking into that in certain parts of Jersey City, but I do not think that's going to be the end-all be-all, because that is a very, very expensive thing to do. That means actually tearing up the streets, putting in a new sewer line, separating them. And then CSO discharge treatment is something that they're also looking at, which would be essentially putting like a little teeny treatment plant at the end of the pipe. That can also be very expensive, and they're looking at some other ways of doing it. The MUA should be here presenting to you. And I think they've reached out.
Hopefully next meeting.
Okay. Because they have the engineers, they have the expertise to, I'm just giving the high level. So green infrastructure is something that the Sewage Free Streets and Rivers campaign partners are very interested in. This is an option that we think will be very good for Jersey City. So it's just Kate was going to talk about the specific types.
You're probably very familiar with them already, but green infrastructure in, quick overview are any infrastructure that gathers water, collects it, and then either holds it to be, dispersed later into the ground or into the sewage system, or collects it directly into the ground. So it does it mimics natural systems. One example is the rain garden, which is on the left, that collects water and holds it so that it can be absorbed into the ground. So during a storm event, it's pulling it away from the flooding areas. A cistern or a rain barrel on a smaller scale holds water so that you can then use it later for watering, for gray water systems within your building, but basically so that it doesn't go directly from your roof or runoff from other surfaces into the sewage system. Bioswales are similar to rain gardens, but they actually move the water along usually the sides of the streets, and then they often have a component where they will retain the water, hold it for some time so that when it goes back into the system, it goes back after the flooding issue is no longer problematic, so you don't end up with the sewage going into the water. And then pervious pavement, which you can see on the right, basically allows the water to go directly through the pavement, go into the soil, and be absorbed at that moment.
And then trees. The original green infrastructure.
Right.
Absorbs water.
People do know that trees are beautiful and they add a lot to the neighborhood, but they also pull water into the ground with their root systems, and they can do that very quickly and help get water out of the gray system.
So when we're talking about this, like every drop counts, and every drop that we can keep out of our sewer system is going to save people money. Because the gray infrastructure that they're probably going to have to put in is very, very expensive. So they're talking about doing huge underground storage tanks. If we can keep some of that water out of those tanks and make them smaller by doing green infrastructure wherever we can, we're going to reduce the cost on ratepayers. So another reason why cities are choosing green infrastructure is because of all the other benefits, right? It's not just, it's reducing stormwater, which is great, but then it's mitigating flooding, it's cost savings, it's improving air quality, it's climate resiliency, it's green jobs, health benefits. There's just so many other added benefits that the JCMUA may not be looking at right now, because they're looking at the environmental impacts of it, and they're looking at the cost. They're not necessarily thinking about how else can we solve other issues in Jersey City. Is there a need for green space in Jersey City? Yes. How can we solve that issue while also solving our stormwater issues, right? And that's where the cost savings is found. So we really want the MUA to start looking a little bit more big picture and thinking about, and that's where Jersey City comes in, how can we solve these other issues that we have in Jersey City? We're going to be spending $1 billion. Let's make sure we're solving other issues that we have at the same time. So just to give you a quick example, this is a street designed for cars. This is a street designed for pedestrians, bikes, and cars, which I know we're starting to do. And then this would be a street designed for pedestrians, bikes, and cars, and to capture stormwater. So we were just talking about repaving streets, and we were just talking about redoing sidewalks. And then the next question is, how are we capturing stormwater at the same time? So whenever we're redoing a street, this is another thing to be thinking about, but it's going to help in the long term if we start incorporating stormwater capture into all of our designs. So a triple bottom line evaluation is a way to do it. That's to incorporate the social benefits, the environmental, and the economic. And we're gonna have a memo that will probably go out to you very soon with a recommendation to the MUA to do a triple bottom line analysis for this for the long-term control plan. And we'd love to have the support of the council on that. So that will be sent out shortly. Like I was saying, this is an opportunity to address other issues like climate resiliency, tree canopy. I know that's a huge issue in Jersey City. You know, can we get some of this money that's going towards this long-term control plan towards planting trees? Because we know that's a priority. So Jersey City residents can get involved right now by conserving water, adopting a catch basin, having a rain barrel, keeping their sewers clean, planting their trees. Individuals can get involved too. So we want everyone to be involved in this process. And what can you do? So these were some ideas in terms of what the Jersey City Council could do. So engaging the private sector, I know there's a stormwater ordinance that's being worked on. That's something that will really help this process. If we can get the private sector involved and any new development capturing their stormwater, that's gonna reduce the cost on residents, right? So as soon as that's ready to go, that would be a great thing to pass and, and help out with this project. Yeah, do you have a question about that?
I have a question in a second.
Okay. So everyone contributes. A stormwater utility is something that just passed at the state level. That's a way that we could be, you know, making sure that everybody's contributing to the cost of these projects. Some people might call it that, yeah. Stormwater, you know, stormwater capture should be part of every city project, streets, sidewalks, parks, buildings, trees. It's something that we need to start thinking about because this is gonna be 30 years. You know, we have to start incorporating into what we're doing. And right now, it's really about public outreach and engagement. So the MUA just did 4 public meetings. There's going to be another round of public meetings probably in the fall, and we want all of you to be engaged in that process. We were able to have, you know, the 4 public meetings, we had 2 that were really well attended and we had 2 that were not so well attended. We really want to make sure that Jersey City residents are aware of this and have a voice in this process. And I know that all of you have deep connections within your, you know, just in your wards, and so you can get the word out, you can get people out to meetings. And then, you know, making sure that Jersey City has the needed resources and staffing to be part of this too, and I know that you're working on that and to continue to work on that. And to prioritize initiatives like the tree canopy. If we know that trees, you know, absorb water and that we're really in desperately need of increasing our tree canopy, let's make that a priority because that will help with this long-term control plan. And this will help with this mandate, and it will help with flooding and air quality and all those other things. So these are all the partners across the state who've signed on to this campaign. The ones that are in bold are the Jersey City partners. We're growing. We have 33 organizations signed on, statewide and local, and we're just continuing to grow. And so we're going to be pushing this in Jersey City, and we're going to be pushing it across the state. And we encourage you to sign up for our newsletter on the website. That's our Twitter and our Facebook and our email.
Okay. Can you share this presentation with the council?
Yeah, of course.
Council members, questions?
You're gonna have MUA come, right?
We're going to have the Municipal Utilities Authority at the next meeting. They're going to do their presentation that they have done, was it 3 times, 4 times?
4 times, yeah.
4 times on the long-term control plan, and you'll learn some more about that. I thought it was important after they shared with me kind of what it means and the impact for our infrastructure here in Jersey City, but also the financial impact for Jersey City and Jersey City residents. If I may, maybe you can say a little bit more about it, but in Philadelphia, they had a similar decree and order required, and I was told by them that their original plan that they submitted to the US EPA came in with a budget of $16 billion, and the EPA rejected it entirely, and they came back with a new plan with a stronger emphasis on green infrastructure at $1.6 billion to address their needs, which was EPA accepted at that time. So, I mean, we're not going to be at that scale, 16 billion, but if you can imagine $1 billion potentially in gray infrastructure, pipes and all the traditional kind of things, and potential for green infrastructure, and potentially what that savings is. If you kind of do that 10-to-1 ratio there, you're from $1 billion, you're looking at what, $100 million potentially, if you use similar ratios. But I'm not an expert in that. Somebody else would have to cost it out.
And,
Yeah, Philadelphia did a triple bottom line analysis trying to figure out the cost effectiveness of a green solution, 25%, 50%, 75%. And they decided to go, and they're definitely the outlier there, but they really decided to be innovative and do a predominantly green solution. And they're about 6 years into a 25-year plan, and they've greened, I think, 1,000 acres. In the city of Philadelphia, if you go there, it is transformative. Everyone's engaged in this process. Their 5-year report said they engaged 300,000 people, which is like more people live in Jersey City. So there's a huge opportunity here for transformation, but we really have to jump on it.
Can you just clarify for me, how does this plan kind of relate to the existing consent decree that we're operating under related to the MUA stormwater?
This is a separate plan. So it's not...
So it would supersede that? Or?
They're still doing what they have to do under the consent decree.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that that won't benefit this plan, but this is going to be a new plan that they're going to submit that's going to be a 30-year plan.
Could the new plan say, we previously committed to this infrastructure, but we think a green infrastructure solution is better, and that's some sort of adjusting what's under the current system in that?
I'm not sure. I'd have to find out about that. Yeah.
Because part of what I was thinking is you were doing it was, in August of 2018, the MUA came to us with a $550 million infrastructure plan.
Yep.
And my recollection is there wasn't any green infrastructure in it, or it was limited, if anything. And I just wanted to know how that plan fits with this one. And my understanding is some, but not all of the infrastructure related to that was because of the consent decree, but others were voluntary.
Oh yeah, that's a great question. And I would definitely bring that up to them.
Okay, great. Yeah, just help me understand.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you guys so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, Smart Board.
Yay.
Yay.
Finally works, almost.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I didn't have a sheet.
what's next?
Oh, yeah, we can bring him up.
Let's move.
We want to talk to Brian.
Okay. I have a sheet for urban leaders here. Doug has resolution 31 and 33. 31 is a contract to Jersey State Controls Company for maintenance of the automatic temperature and digital controls for the Division of Building and Street Maintenance.
Great.
31.
All right, let's go with 31. Okay. Doug, you want to say anything about this before?
Yeah, good evening, council members. This is our yearly service and maintenance contract with the company that installed and services the building management system at the Public Works facility. This is a proprietary system involving proprietary software, so this is the company that we need to use to maintain it. This includes 24 visits to the site per year to examine all the equipment, ensure it's in working order. It gives us priority if we have any mechanical or computer issues with the temperature. And also as part of their site visit, they go through all the different pieces of equipment that operate the system and ensure they're in proper working order and notify us if they're not.
Do they control this building?
No, this is only for the Public Works facility.
Oh, okay.
But let me ask you a quick question. Can you explain what they mean unique program language?
I'm sorry?
They say that we have to hire this company because the system utilizes a unique programming language. Which program language is so unique to have? I mean, today's.
Yeah, this is the company
what
that.
Kind of unique language they use it?
It's a Schneider Electric system. They're the company that installed this when we built the facility. They've serviced it since then, so they're familiar with the entirety of the system, and I believe they programmed the system. So what they're saying is if we were to transition to another vendor, there would be a period of time when they would have to hand off the entire system to them and explain how they built it out to ensure that they were able to maintain it in an appropriate fashion.
So we start with this company.
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, this is common sense. I
Well-
mean, when you install something, have to have common equipment so most of the tech able to control. But over here, you need program languages. I mean, program is a program already done. And have to be just operated. You know,
I
if
can't-
they have a system they have, we can hire X company, AD company, whatever the company, come up just, we not make a whole programming by computer. I don't know, really. Today they do that?
I mean, I can't speak to the decisions that were made when the building was built. What I do know is dealing with this system and dealing with similar systems in the other buildings. I've consulted with our architecture department, and Director Weller has advised me that from now on, when they put together building specifications, part of the construction specification will say that any system that is installed has to be, it can't be a proprietary system.
Have we looked into the possibility of replacing the system with a non-proprietary system?
You know what I'm saying there? One of the fire department, brand new building in the Heights, the Palisade Avenue. As I understand, they put in a very strange air conditioning system. There was some problem, almost 10 years. They're not able to use it. They have to put in the window have to be installed. I mean, why we continue to make the same mistake over and over again, waste the taxpayers' dollars? Even that system have to be hired somebody to manage that. I mean, really, that.
Councilman, like, if I could just jump in, like Doug said.
Those things happen before your time, so I'm not blaming you.
No, and I agree with you. We are working closely with our architecture department, with Brian Weller. We're also looking at possibly some alternatives. But until we can come up with something that's gonna make sense, we're really kind of stuck to be with this system. Because all the units, everything, it's a lot more complicated than a program, a computer program. You have a lot of other valves and everything else that's all tied into this. It's a proprietary system, and basically we're locked into it. And at the time, my understanding, and if I'm wrong, Brian, you can jump in, this is the lead qualified building. This is one of the ideas that when they put this building together, that we followed the lead procedure so we could be, a certified lead facility.
Okay. Then we stuck with this company, fine. But
For
now-
now, we are.
Yeah,
For now,
but
not
let me
that
ask
it's
you
gonna be
this
permanent.
one. How about the west side, the police station? How about the City Hall Annex building, both places?
How about this one?
So he's suggesting that going forward in the future to the administration,
Yeah, so forget about the other one, but just.
because they're not involved in those.
Council, what I had suggested when I came on board is any more future buildings that we put up, that our architecture department needs to be involved with that,
Thank you very
along
much.
with engineering,
Yes.
due to the fact that we know what we're getting into. Because what happens is a lot of these buildings get put together, and once they're done, it's just thrown into our hands, and we have no idea what systems or involvement while this construction is being put together.
I mean, God, this is what it is. Even though what our architecture say, end of the day, maintain building fall to your department. You should participate in decision making, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it's a little more involved.
The division of the maintenance cannot able to maintain, then what is the sense to put it in?
This is why we need to work together
Yeah.
with architecture who are familiar with these systems and come up with the right system for whatever the particular building is that we're building. Otherwise, we're going to end up with another scenario like we have with the annex building.
Yeah, so,
We have had these conversations.
so West Side Avenue, the West Police Station, okay? City Hall Annex building is okay, right?
Yeah, there's no issues with them. They're
We
just
don't know
different
issue, right? That's all to make
companies
sure,
that-
because there was them decision now. So as long as in the future, whatever we'll build up in a city building, we should be like this one. $33,000 just to turn on the push couple of buttons.
Well, you can't do that.
I cannot do that?
Why don't you explain how that one
No,
works?
don't explain to me, I got enough headache
I
already.
mean, these are designed basically to save energy. So it's basically like, try to think of it as like a nerve system that maintains the temperature of the building. It's connected to a computer. All of the temperature sensors within the different rooms of the building are connected to that computer, and it regulates the temperature exclusive of, for example, the windows don't open. So it tries to maintain a temperature at all times all year. And this is, it's not something I can speak to because I'm not, an engineer. but the idea is to provide more efficiency for the
Because
building.
when you pay $33,000, 10 years, already it's $340,000. Just somebody turn it on it off, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it's more complex than that, but
We're talking very simplistically, you have airflows, and it's so involved. But yes, for now, we're stuck with the 33,000.
Okay. And this system actually, as your business doesn't understand that several years ago was not working, we have to hire a company to replace systems, right?
well, no, I mean, the idea, this is why,
Go ahead, Brian.
Some part, right?
Yeah, parts of it.
Yes, they have some issue with that, yes. Okay, but
Yeah,
there was,
well,
we
yeah, but
spent
the idea-
$200,000 too.
just to be clear, the idea of spending this money is to perform the preventive maintenance on the system so that it's less likely to fail.
Okay.
It will fail eventually because anything will fail over a certain amount of time. But the
Okay.
idea of spending this money is to
let's move
prevent
on.
that as much as possible.
Let's move on.
Okay, thank you.
10.33, Reso 33, to renewal of an open-end contract with City Electric Supply to provide electrical supplies for the Building and Street Maintenance Division.
Yeah, this was a publicly bid contract for electrical materials. We bid the contract last year. City Electric won, where they were the lowest bidder. This is simply exercising an option to renew it for a second year on the same terms. Last year, we spent approximately $39,000. We'll be on course to spend roughly the same again.
How many electricians work in city?
Excuse me, how many?
How many electricians is working?
We got like 3, right?
Well, right now I have 2 electricians and 2 helpers.
2 electricians. If we see that the purchase list, I'm gonna just say that wire nuts, we're gonna get the 20 bucks, is 100 per box. That means a 2,000 wire nut. And another one is 31-05 to wire nut, another 2,000. If you use those kind of amount of wire nut, looks like we built a brand new building. And that's nothing. When you see that wire we're going to be ordering, I scratch my head.
Well, we're
10
Go ahead, you want to answer?
the thin wire is like a 2,000 feet. Because whatever we put in that numbers in the amount, usually we spend all.
Okay, I mean, the packet attached to this doesn't have the actual quantities we've
So,
used, but
tell
just
me
to
the
keep in
truth.
mind that,
It's unit pricing.
yeah.
Yes, we know that unit price, but when you ask a unit price, this is my concern. If we, city council, give you some budget for the $30,000, $40,000, when I see that almost every year they spend the maximum dollars what we actually proved that. And which is the way you guys present all the list of the all the part we're gonna purchase. We spend all really. So I understand really we need like a 2,000 certain wire and another 2,000 blue wire. I mean, if we use those kind of wire, we're gonna use it. We're gonna build a brand new building, but more likely, most people complain the city employee. It's a maintenance, electric wire maintenance wires, very poor because we have 2 electrician available.
Well, we're maintaining 36 buildings. As you know, many of the buildings are decades old, and they have,
Okay,
very
then make it
antiquated
simple.
systems.
Do you have an inventory control system in your department?
Have
For
a what?
all the electric parts?
Do you have an inventory of all our
But we don't keep an inventory.
Why not?
They buy this as they need it. My supervising electrician is responsible for ensuring that the right equipment is purchased. I receive all of the invoices and I review them and I ensure everything is used appropriately.
Then next time I should be audited all the book then. Because when I see really, my concern is that even though like a Comcast guys come in, Verizon come in, when they use a wire nut, they write on a piece of paper how many wire they use so and so. They keep the record. Even though they use a wire, they write on how many foot of wire they use it. They're supposed to keep the pad in all the what they spend. Other than that, a lot of material going to be disappeared. I mean, when I spend $40,000.
But you probably have record of everything you purchase.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Oh, that's all he's saying.
No, purchase
Yes.
record did they have?
Inventory. That will develop.
We don't
inventory.
keep we don't keep much of an inventory. we go to the supply house, buy what we need.
Right.
And this here bid basically
Can we
lists
provide them a
those
list of
items.
what we've purchased?
Why don't you do this way, we gotta be fair, because we're gonna talk about the budget, this soon. Then tell us, this city council, how much you buy, why or not last year, 2018. Okay?
All right.
And the wire, how many line of foot of wire you purchased last year? Then we knows that, we're not that dumb, we knows that what kind of jobs you involved in. Because the reason is not, you did a fantastic job, I'm gonna give you a lot of credit, you're a hardworking member.
Can we use a light bulb as an example instead? Let's just provide them the information. he's
No,
looking
you
for.
said 36 buildings we maintain?
Yeah, it's roughly.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
If you use
Moving
this
on.
amount of things, so every 3 years,
Do
every
you want
5
to do
years,
the
we
last
understand.
three with
But if
us?
you use this kind of
Everything
amount
was a bid.
the material
The last
every
three,
year,
what
then I
parts?
scratch my head.
28, 29, and 30, and then I'm out of here. Okay. That's okay.
Contract for Jewel Electric, and I just wondering how this is different than what we did for Jewel.
Let me get back to you on exactly what we get from Jewel. I think Jewel primarily supplies, this is more the internal stuff. They supply the ballasts, the lighting fixtures, stuff like that.
Okay, if you could just send us an email by Wednesday.
I think Jewel supplies a lot of the lighting, the bulbs, the big ball fields, that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Whereas this here is wire and components, plugs, things of that nature.
Okay.
Yeah, the director's accurate on that.
Got it.
Just so you know.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Okay, folks, let's go.
Rick said, hurry up.
Omar, I apologize, Omar, I didn't realize you were here for, I thought you were with the Airbnb folks or something.
How are you, buddy?
Omar Barbour is here, he's with ordinance number 7 on second reading ordinance 7, which is the ordinance authorizing the conveyance of the city-owned property located at 265 Martin Luther King Drive, AKA Block 23405, Lot 26, FKA Block 1306, Lot 28B, to the Urban League of Hudson County, a nonprofit corporation. Welcome, Omar.
Thank you, sir. Actually, the conveyance has already happened. It's actually a contract for sale of land that's been done about 5 years ago. But there's a provision in the contract that actually has a reverter clause that if the Urban League doesn't build the land in a certain amount of time and provide a city with a certificate of occupancy, it reverts back to the city. And it's very impractical as an in-stage activity. It just prevents us from being able to assemble the land because it's actually 2 lots involved, 263 and 265. And we just got the clear title to 263 back in October when this body passed a resolution giving the redevelopment agency a replacement deed that had been lost from the redevelopment agency. In November, the redevelopment agency actually gave the agency title to 263. So 263 and 265 have to be combined to one, consolidated, so that we can go about the construction of this building. So by having that reverter clause in 265, it's almost impossible to put together a comprehensive site plan and develop the project in a timely manner. So we've asked the city to remove that clause so we can go ahead and to start getting the financing in place and so we can construct this building. And essentially, that's it in a nutshell.
Okay. Well, what are you building over there?
It's to be a 25,000 square foot 5-story building, 4,000 square foot of commercial space, and 20-some thousand square foot of residential affordable housing, anywhere from 16 to 17 units of affordable housing. This will be known as the Eleanor Watson Memorial Homes. So we'd like to try to get this underway, but this is really creating problems. We have to get the issue of land untangled so we can assemble this land. So the next step is to go to the planning board and get a consolidation in place so we can combine the 2 lots so we can do this building.
Okay, council members, any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
No.
Yes, Mike?
I have a problem with you. What was that here?
What is it,
You don't
Mike?
even know.
No. MAK, right?
Yeah.
Martin King Drive. Okay, what was that?
Oh, gosh. We're moving on.
Sir, you snooze, you lose.
Okay, here we go. City of Jersey give to land November
3rd, 2014. And at the time when we give the land, we have 18 months time we give them, provide some COs or plans.
Right.
You guys didn't do that. And we extended time, March 11, 2017, we give them another one till March 31st, 19. So in other words, 14, 95 years we can, not 18 months,
Right.
5 years. Now, you come back to City Council, ask another extend another 18 months. Then I'm going to ask you, instead of this City Council continue to renew the land to the owners to your side, now about time you guys come to City Council, if we extend about the plan, finance plan, and the project plan have to present this City Council before you guys ask to extend the term of the contract. I think it's not fair.
Well, we're not asking you to extend it. The land is purchased. This is an outright buy.
Yes, but which you do that, they ask to extend another 18 months.
No, I think you're misreading the council. Let me try to explain again. In order for us to build out this site development, we have to have site control over both land, both pieces of property.
Okay, so then do
All
you
right.
have any plan, finance plan, project plan?
Let him finish his response.
That particular provision that's in that deed should never have been in the first place. One, it says that we have to provide the city with a certificate of occupancy to show compliance with the building code and the construction code. That is an end-stage activity. You can't give a CO for land until you build a building.
Okay,
There's a whole lot of pre-development activity has to take place that didn't take place. Unfortunately, Ms. Watson passed away. I was brought in. I was
a lovely person.
Yeah, lovely person, and maybe she didn't understand what was involved. I would have never let that provision be in that ordinance in the first place, conveying the land. But fortunately it is. But it's preventing us from going forward. So I'm here to say, now that we've got the issue with 263 out of the way, we've got the deed for complete ownership. If up until October of last year, if you had looked at did a title search, you would have seen that the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency owned 263. Because of what happened at the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency when they had the flood after Sandy, they lost the record. The deeds were never conveyed or recorded. We now have that straightened out. I was able to work with a lovely lady at the redevelopment agency, Ms. Ambrosi, the legal aid. Ms. Jeffries assigned her to work with me. We worked very close together. Lovely person. Got the work done. So 263 now is clear. Now we got 263 untangled, we need to get 265 untangled so we can come back and consolidate the land and go forward with the development of the building. That's all I'm asking to do, to take out the provision and have that particular reverter clause in it to allow us to be able to have site control to do the land. It's very simple.
A lot of people don't know about you, but I can say that when he was president of Martin Luther King Business Community President, he put a lot of effort to improve the MLK Drive.
That's true.
And we work together. I'm proud of you. Continue to get the good work.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Councilman Robinson. Good. Thank you, Omar. Okay, let's let him go. That's his reward for doing such a great job.
Get the good work.
Thank you. Thank you, Omar. All right, we've got Bernadette. Come on, Bernie. Good job.
He's a wonderful man.
Bernadette has 23, resolution 23 and 24.
These are to pay Verizon for our services in the year 2018. The services were continuing to be provided while we were getting ourselves positioned to do the conversion of the services from traditional Centrex and PRI lines to digital SIP lines, Session Internet Protocol lines. So we are in the process right now of making that conversion happen. We have scheduled the cutover to occur between June and July.
Good job.
Council members, questions?
Yeah, so we can save $140,000 an hour.
We're going to be saving a lot of money when this goes through. It took us a long time to get here, and I apologize we couldn't make it happen faster, but it is a rather complicated process, and we are on track to get that squared away this year.
Instead rush to the right. This is one of them. We wait for a long time. You know, as councilperson, not myself, but Joyce Waterman, the council president, and the Donnie Rivera Richwood, and we waited for 6 years. So finally, we're at the end of the game, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
But these are, I'm sorry, these are unpaid bills, right?
Right, so what happened last year is that purchasing would not allow us to issue something in advance because there wasn't a contract vehicle that we could use with Verizon. And so what they said is we wait till the end and then pay them as a claim resolution for the services that they rendered during the course of that time.
So business
So
automation.
why would, so purchasing, that's the instructions that purchasing gives?
Yes, sir. And it's because it's because there's no, these services are so old, these services are still on copper lines. The state contract hasn't had them under contract for many years. The Board of Public Utilities did have a tariff rate until sometime in 2015. All of this happened, the contract with Verizon, that all went away before I even started working here. And so we were continuing to rest on the BPU rates when the state contract no longer existed.
And that doesn't explain why there wouldn't be a contract in place. Like, to me, I don't understand. I'm not, I mean, we're authorizing a payment for something that was done, services rendered before we, right? This is what
Yes, sir.
the claim is, so.
Yes, sir.
Can someone explain that? I'm just asking.
It would have had to have been bid publicly, and there's really no way to bid those services. I mean, this is who we had. So we have gone through the state contract process and have already presented you with the new contract, which is under state contract, for the new type of service. And so this is the time we need to transition from the old service to the new service. And I had a person in my office was not available for an entire year, and that really kind of slowed us down. There was only so much that we could do to move it forward.
I don't know. I'm not getting a satisfactory answer for myself. So
Okay.
This is to Brian more than anything else. So I mean, it doesn't explain why a contract was being, services were being rendered for something that the council didn't authorize. And we're talking over $330,000 here, right? So,
Yes, sir.
It's, whether we would have authorized it or not, I mean, it's just.
I think we authorized it last year. Yeah,
The-
every year it's a
It's a
renewal.
claim.
Yes,
It means we didn't authorize it.
Yeah.
There's no
Right.
contract, it means we didn't pay, we didn't authorize the contract. so
We did
that's-
initially have a 6-month, when we started the process, we did do one for 6 months that we did as an emergency, but that emergency was not renewed, and so it's kind of not really still an emergency is what the purchasing folks were telling us, so.
I mean, this is for according to this, it was for services
2018.
for all of 2018.
Yes, sir. This is all of 2018. We did not get a bill paid at all. And the challenge for us right now has been that we're trying to move this project forward, but Verizon's sitting there saying, well, you haven't paid us for all of last year, so they were starting to talk like they were going to be pulling the work that we had done to get the new circuits ready to go.
Now, I don't want to keep people longer there, but it just doesn't explain why it took a year to get a bill before us or a contract before us. And I'm still, I mean, I'm not hearing anything here, Bernadette, and Brian, I don't know, do we have anything? I'm not trying to pick anything here. I'm just asking for an explanation, that's all.
Would purchasing know the answer?
It's more of a personnel issue that we're dealing with, so.
Okay.
So you want to talk offline on this? Is that?
You can talk offline.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Bernadette. Is Pat's there?
It's not.
Okay, Andrew, you're up.
If you sit in the corner, you get punished.
Andrew, you still looking for a plumber?
Andrew has 3 ordinances.
Still looking for a plumber?
Yeah, I'll have my wife give you a call.
Andrew has 3 ordinances, ordinance 3, 4, and 5.
I'm sorry?
Good evening, council. So ordinance number 3, so at the last caucus, I provided an update on the Grand Street project and talked about some of the next steps. So this is one of those next steps. This is an ordinance that changes or amends a few parts of the traffic code that would allow for us to move forward with the west segment of the Grand Street project specifically.
A lot of these changes are fairly routine and in some parts cleaning up the code, but I'll call your attention to a few of the larger items. So we'll be converting Johnston Avenue to a one-way road between Grand Street and Cornelison Avenue. This is to make the signal at Grand and Johnston operate more efficiently. We're also going to be restricting parking on Garfield Avenue between Communipaw Avenue and Grand Street. This is something that Councilman Robinson and I talked about last week, and we went to the location today. This will affect, the operations of some of the auto repair shops there. So that's something to consider, but it's necessary in order to bring the cycle track to Berry Lane Park as opposed to having it continue through the junction towards Arlington Park. And this just formally establishes turn lanes at 3 intersections, which is a section of the code that I frankly did not realize that we had. Are there any questions on that?
What parking, what are you restricting parking from where, from here to where?
On Garfield, between Communipaw and Grand, so by Sigonia Paint and the gas station. Yeah.
That's the junction.
Okay. Council members. Who had a question?
How
Comment?
about the garage right there? Like, what's gonna happen with that garage right there? Like where the Sunoco, next to the Sunoco?
Car garage, the auto mechanics.
Yeah. They're okay with that?
On the other side of the street.
It's not my district.
Okay, council members, we have direct questions for Andrew here.
So they're okay with that? Those go.
I can't see them.
I haven't spoken to them directly, but I would be happy to if the council would like to set up a meeting.
Just let them know, I guess, that the change is gonna happen.
They're gonna be very upset because parking is a major issue. But
Well,
this is the first reading,
There's
maybe.
no parking there.
Who is the council person
There's
in
no
that
parking
area?
there now, correct?
No,
Not legal.
no, they could park. So there's no homes there, it's just the Sunoco and the auto body shop,
Right.
the auto mechanics.
For the bike lane. Yeah, okay. Recycling down the road.
So simple question, Andrew, any have the street to use for the parking this moment? I mean, this.
Yes.
time. How many?
I would say between 5 and 10.
5 and 10. So in other words.
It's allowed on one side of the street.
Yes, one side, not the both sides, just one side, the 5 parking space. So if we pass this ordinance, the 5 parking spaces on the street will be disappear.
Correct.
Correct?
Okay.
In the height can be an issue, but maybe there, maybe not an issue.
It's an issue everywhere.
It is. Parking
No, I mean,
is an issue
there's,
everywhere.
there's, you know.
So is the, Cheyenne first,
Yes.
complete street.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's for bikes.
Yeah,
Right?
bike.
I think that's what it is, safety
Yeah.
is part of the
It's
safety project.
Exactly.
Right.
So
So
safety
it's
Part of the vision.
it's
zero.
establishing
Right. That's what I'm saying, it's part
a
of that.
complete street network.
I understand that, but I think you should speak to the business owner that utilizes that.
Yeah.
Instead of just saying, we're taking your spots, you're go pick
Fair.
rocks.
That's
I'm gonna talk to
So-
the business owner and the housing on Summit Avenue. It's maybe
Because they're
4
gonna lose
houses
spots.
on
It's
Summit
gonna be-
Avenue.
It's gonna affect their business, to be honest, it will, so.
So
they should know
council person
something.
reach out that area, till another 2 more weeks. It's okay. If they have issue, maybe we look into, but if not,
Sounds
Okay,
good.
so we'll do some outreach on that. Okay. Okay, next item, ordinance 4.
Ordinance 4 is designating a stop approach at the intersection of Gray Street and Wayne Street. This already exists today, but it just wasn't in the code. Happens a lot.
Okay, any questions on that?
It's no contract.
Exactly, no contract on the stop sign. Not gonna go in.
Okay, ordinance number 5.
Number 5 is an ordinance
to establish reserve parking for the disabled. This designates 37 new spaces. It also amends the locations for 18 existing spaces. Since our last ordinance for reserve parking, we have removed 42 spaces.
Okay.
I have a question about 444 West Side Avenue.
Okay.
That location, part of it is a bus stop, and part of it is in front of two businesses that have loading and unloading. So I noticed that the sign was already in place, and I received one or two questions about that. So if we could maybe take a look at that and see if there's a way to move it, that I think would be
It's an
helpful.
existing sign.
Yeah.
Got it, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but also, part of it is also on the bus stop, so.
Okay.
That'd be cool.
Someone lives there. on top of the-
Yeah, they live on top of the
Well,
store, but if we, even if we can move it down just a little bit, or
yeah.
forward just a little bit, or maybe put it on Virginia, that,
I know you can move.
yeah,
Yeah.
if we, or is Virginia's a possibility, that might work too.
Okay, any other questions on this?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Mr. Weller. He has resolutions 18, 19, and 39.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Resolution 18 is an application, actually, we're trying to get approval to make an application for a grant application for Gateway Park complex improvements. And this is to Hudson County, open space. And we're looking to improve and replace the artificial turf field that is about 6 or 7 years outside of its useful life, as well as the playground structure there also.
18.
18, yeah. Just for an application.
So are the matching funds that we would have to put in, do we already budget for those?
Well, right now, we do have some discretionary funds and some miscellaneous parklands, but I would be budgeting for that in the next capital request.
Okay, so if we were to, so let's say, when would the county tell us if they approve the grant?
This fall.
This fall?
Yeah.
So then the bulk of the funding would then come in the 2020 capital cycle?
That's what we're aiming for, yes.
Okay.
Okay, questions, council members?
No.
None? Next item?
I have a question. You said you're fixing the turf there?
Yes.
So you putting what, do you know what type of turf you're putting there?
No, not yet. I mean, there's so many different types, then we get into, needing to specify and put out a public bid, so I don't know any vendor that we're gonna recommend. Obviously, we would be looking for, lead-free and all compliant, whatever the latest technologies are.
Are you looking to turf that entire area there with the, what are you gonna turf?
The existing field, the
There's two
existing football field, I'm sorry, football multi-use field, soccer field, football field.
Oh, so you're doing
The artificial
artificial
turf. Yeah, the artificial turf, yes, sorry.
How about the field behind that?
Well, we could work with DPW on, rehabbing those. Those are natural turf fields, so.
So this 500,000, is that for the artificial turf?
That's for part of, the whole project is the artificial turf and the playground replacement.
That's a very low number.
Yes, that's the maximum for the grant. The city would be matching
The city got to
to make
match
the difference.
How much is the match?
300 and something like.
City match is
$800,000.
422,000.
So I know now, I know what type of artificial turf you're gonna use, and so if it's that low, because if you're gonna get artificial turf for that field, it's in the $4 million mark. So I know what type of turf you're gonna get, and you're probably gonna wind up re-turfing that next year.
Can I jump in? Is that okay? There are other grants that we can apply for better quality turf. But first, we have to secure the money for the project, and then once we do that, then we can apply for the additional grants for better quality turf.
Who owns that field?
That's
It's city-owned, Gateway. But also,
That soccer field is city-owned? Where the turf, where the artificial turf is going?
yes, that's Gateway Park, yes.
Really?
And bear in mind that this is a replacement. This isn't a totally new application of artificial turf. You know, we're just basically taking up the existing and replacing it. So that's why the cost is not as high as if we were creating a whole new artificial turf field.
Okay, so the grant for Hudson County is $500,000?
Yes.
And the match is how much?
To accomplish this project, it's it's going to be a little over $400,000.
400,000. It says 805,000. Is that accurate or?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pretty good
I'm looking.
estimate.
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm sorry. I was looking at the other.
Is this coming from?
What are we talking about?
800.
We
Yes.
work with architecture, we have
800, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
That's
so
it's a
listen,
large
real quick.
project.
I really have a problem with this, because this is a lot of money that the city is going to match for this field, when there, we can do a lot of fields with $400,000, and we're gonna match it on one field? That's a big problem.
I think I agree with you.
I'm voting no on this, if that's what this is. This is a huge problem. That the city can say we're gonna match 400,000 when we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 baseball fields that not baseball, 6 fields that we can fix for 300 or 400,000.
Let me just ask. When you say fix the field, what are you saying?
Martucci Field that
Yes.
we fixed last year, and I said what type of turf that we're gonna get, and nobody knew an answer, and we turfed it, and we need to re-turf that field again.
And that's my whole point. Is every year these fields are all overused. The recreational facilities are not able to support the use. Artificial turf can.
So then we should.
That field would be a prime example.
Exactly, so let's do artificial turf on Martucci.
Which I was gonna budget for
that
the
has-
next capital
that needs
request.
it,
Yes.
And this field in Gateway, let's not match that, I mean, they're already using it.
Well, it's not serviceable anymore.
Oh.
It's actually unraveling and coming apart. It's beyond its useful life.
I
So
understand
people
that.
are getting their cleats caught, they're twisting their ankles, the athletes aren't, so, and it's there.
I get that, but we're going through the same situation in Martucci Field, where the grass that they put now has a lining on it that is, you can break your ankles, mess up, that's a problem.
I was told to, and I don't know if even the BA knows because he's relatively new, but I was told that we'll be budgeting to make that artificial turf in the next capital request.
Which one, Martucci?
Yes.
So the grant match is capital dollars?
It can be a variety of things. It can be open space, our own open space dollars, it can be capital dollars, it can be
Did
other
we just do
grants.
another grant for this field? I don't
We
know.
did the other grant for, that was for the rain gardens at the same park.
At Gateway Park?
Yes.
It was for rain gardens?
Yes.
That's for the
Green acres.
Is that part of the match?
That's a different product. That's the same product.
But is that part of the match that's being contemplated there? Okay.
What's that?
And is this the same park that we talked about with the Bates redevelopment plan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Doubling down. I see, I get it. This is the same park we talked about when we talked about the rain garden, and saying that the Bates redevelopment plan, there was talk, at least among folks, to at the JCRA and MUA to develop, to redo the redevelopment plan and have developers contribute to a fund that would do the improvements for infrastructure around there, but also park improvements.
I mean, I get the whole rain garden stuff, and I don't want people to misunderstand me, because I get it. But we're asking our city's youth to play in deplorable conditions so people can have a nice rain garden. That makes no sense.
Where's the rain going?
I don't know.
Well, it's green infrastructure.
What if it don't rain?
Okay. So let me ask this question, then, just so we can break the tattoo, which is, if you make the application and decide that you want to change the use, is that feasible or not feasible?
No.
Got it. Don't know.
And when's the due date for the county?
I'm sure it's now.
Presentations are Friday.
Yeah, this week.
So we gotta be move on, and then all those issues, just talk about the dollar amount. We can talk about at the budget time. Maybe all of Kevin don't know.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
He does. But we do.
Okay.
Did I say wrong?
Yeah.
Because we-
Question.
Because when you want to talk, you talk.
Oh, that's the funniest thing in five
There's
years.
a Friends of Gateway Park group where they consulted, the Parks Coalition consulted when you guys were coming up with this. Okay, so maybe next time broaden some of the community outreach to address some of these other concerns. So. Laura's gonna kill me, so is Alicia.
They all know about it, they're probably 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know they know, but if some of these things are something that administration, maybe there's a resolve around that, is all.
Okay.
That looks funny.
We're moving on to your next item, 19.
Okay,
Resolution 19.
Number 19, again, a grant request to Hudson County Open Space, and this one is specifically for trying to add safety improvements to Reservoir 3 so that we can
Fencing.
possibly open this up to the public. Yes.
This is fencing for the reservoir that we just discussed.
Okay, but this fencing is a little bit
Different
different
fence.
because this site is a historic site and it's subject to historic approval and SHPO approval at state level. And so it's a lot of money, so I think it's only fair that we request
Can I take home?
some help financially from Hudson County.
What is that?
That's the
Okay.
plan.
Okay.
But it is going to have to be a custom ornamental
Right.
iron fence. We want to build something that's going to last, and it has to, of course, be approved by SHPO.
How much money you got there?
No, they estimate total cost is around $922,000, but if it's short, the city uses the capital money to add it to, like a getaway park, correct?
Yeah, same thing, yeah.
If it's short, money comes from the Brian's pocket, that's what.
Yeah, or open space, our own open space trust fund as well.
Yeah.
That's another option, yeah.
They just estimated it, gonna be planned to spend, but if it's not enough,
Let's move on.
thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm going to just take a step to rewind, if I may, on that thing. So, how close are we with the open space money for Jersey City with recommendations to the council?
Well, we've had 2 meetings so far, and this first 2 meetings was getting the group to prioritize how the monies are going to be spent. So we're probably maybe another month or 2 away from.
Yeah,
some
1 or
sort
2
of formal
meetings would be
presentation.
good, yeah.
So I'm just to toss this out there, we don't have to discuss this at another date, and but would be open to the idea of adding a representative from the at-larges on that. I think Councilman Rivera's perspective on that could be helpful in that, kind of in those discussions.
Then we would have to adjust the committee to add 2 more members because it should be an odd number. So I'm happy to do that, that's not a problem, or,
But the key, what time is the meetings over, daytime, nighttime?
At 5, yeah.
Right.
Tuesday.
But it's already a fairly big
Yeah.
committee, so, but I understand the concern, but again, too, some of this is conversation about how to prioritize the funding in the first place. Whether it's acquisition of new park space, whether it is amending, the only thing that they did all agree on is that it should not be for general maintenance. That's something that the city should be providing, so.
Agree on that. Okay. Great.
Dan,
You good with that, Dan?
you good with that?
I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. Your last item?
Okay, 1039. It's basically a resolution that I need to amend the contract with the Historic Preservation Architect of Record for Lowe's Theater. Lowe's Theater, as you guys all know, we've been trying to draw down on this Hudson County grant that's due to expire at the end of the year.
What about the $2 million?
That $2 million I've never seen.
That's another topic of another time.
I don't know. I can only account for the 400 that I'm working with.
I asked our lawyer tonight to put a letter, we want the $2 million.
So, we want to spend this money for public safety improvements that the Lowe's is desperately in need of. Unfortunately, the first times that we put this out to bid, the bids came back exceedingly high, and we had to reject the bids, as you'll recall. So we had a meeting, and we discussed that we really want to draw down on this funding. It seems a shame to let it go back to Hudson County. And so the architect is charging a small fee to revise the plan so we can get it back out to bid and awarded and hopefully draw down by the end of the year before we lose this grant.
Any questions on this, council members? Hearing none. Thank you, Brian.
Okay.
Thank you.
But also one other thing, just jumping back really quick, the Hudson County Open Space Trust Fund grant has nothing to do with the City Open Space Trust Fund.
Yes.
Two separate issues, two pots of money, two different considerations when they apply for the grants.
Yep.
But this is something we're incorporating into all of the reporting we're doing, so we understand the big picture as well as the small picture. I just want to make sure that that's really clear.
We cleared it the last year already.
What's that?
You joking.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's funny though.
All right. Director Flanagan?
Yeah, a lot of
Director Flanagan has Resolution 14, 20, and 21.
Yes, Resolution 14 is, this took us a little over 15 months, but after Mira was elected to office, she needed to resign from her position on the Liberty Humane Society Board on behalf of HHS. And we would like to appoint Tyler Nesloni to the board. Tyler is a local resident. He is an animal advocate. He is a nonprofit fundraiser, and we think his ability to help them be creative about fundraising would be very beneficial to us. So that is our recommendation for appointment.
Do we normally include resumes with?
Oh, the resume's not included?
Mine doesn't.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll send you his resume.
Where does he live?
What happened? You know what happened? We sent this to Sean. Sean asked us to write the reso, so we wrote the reso for him. But I was not here, so I wasn't able to sign it.
Okay.
But I'll forward that to you tomorrow.
Great.
Yeah.
We'll get that. Okay, Resolution 20 is a gift, accepting a gift from Lee Sims Chocolate.
Yeah. So this is Lee Sims donates chocolate to the seniors, and so we wanted to just acknowledge their gift because it was over $200. And that's it on that one. And then
Last.
21 is, this is a resolution authorizing the acceptance of grant funds for our 2019 Farmers Market Nutrition Program. As you know, we get Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program vouchers annually. We expect about $60,000 in vouchers this year. We get a small grant to manage the distribution of that. Once we accept the grant, we can get the applications out to all of the council and publicly so that we can have people apply for farmers market vouchers this season. They go live July 1st and they are live until November 30th. So our goal is to make sure that every dollar is spent.
How much was spent last year?
Last year was an interesting year because we were able to pick up additional farmers market checks from Lakewood. So they had to recuse the acceptance of a ton of checks. And we don't have full data on everything, so I don't know how much money technically of their checks, but we had slightly over, I want to say it was over 75% redemption. Yeah, so obviously seniors do much better than our WIC participants because of the sort of a lot more time in the day to actually go to farmers markets where moms are struggling to try and figure out what market where, and and WIC has really strict guidelines, so every year they give a different group of women the checks. So we get about $40,000 from WIC and about $60,000 for seniors, and so we still don't know who, like, is it moms with kids that are 2 or pregnant moms, or every year they give us like a different group of moms that are eligible for checks. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This states.
Okay, I don't think we have anyone else.
Let me catch up with my little dots here, so we don't go over this again.
So actually, I'm sorry, you have your presentation.
My presentation, and then I can do mine rent controlling at the end, or if you want to do it with the ordinance. But then for the ordinance I wanted to walk on, we have the people to answer that.
Sure.
So we wanted to bring
Let's
that
take
up.
care of that.
Sure. So, yeah. Cheers. So, council, I sent an email on Sunday to you guys. I apologize for the delay, and I'm asking for your agreement to add a resolution, or excuse me, ordinance later. So we'd add it on Wednesday. I had emailed on Monday of this week. I'll explain the sort of circumstance, but basically there's an applicant that asked to amend a redevelopment plan in the Village neighborhood, which I'll explain all in a second. They had gone to planning board in February. Planning board had approved. Then NW did a fiscal analysis. The fiscal analysis came back and said that the city needed to get more value out of the project. So instead of bringing it here, we went back and forth and ended up coming up with what I think is a very good agreement for the city that still allows for a very buildable project. We came to that agreement on Monday, and then the goal was to get it to the council agenda by Wednesday, but there was basically a hiccup with the planning department and understanding the mechanism by which to do that. But I think it should move forward. It's an ordinance, so just like with Councilman Robinson's, we have 2 readings, and then we obviously wanted them to be here so you could ask questions. So why don't I just very briefly, I'm going to give a second, very briefly explain what it is, and then go from there. So here is a copy of just the plan. This just explains briefly what we're talking about. Sure, yes. So I'll just go over this and then pass up the next thing in a second. So in a minute, yeah, okay, I got the end. Yep. So just very briefly, this is the Marcellus Plan Amendment. If you guys flip the page, you'll just see the picture of what we're talking about. So this is the Village neighborhood, and you'll see it's back ending into the turnpike, and then you see the red square is around an open lot. And we're in essence talking about the open lot that is sort of quite at stake here. If you flip to the next page, you just see the very basic changes proposed. So the current plan allows for 47 units of housing and 4 stories. And the proposed change adds 1 story, so it goes from 4 to 5, and that increases the units from roughly 47 to 69. And so that's a 22 unit density bonus or increase. The community benefit that the applicant has agreed to give us is $50,000 per unit for stormwater, so just what we talked about earlier today, stormwater retention, and then 3 units of affordable home ownership. This is a condo project, so this is a buyer project, and it's at 50% AMI. It had initially been at 80% AMI, but obviously we would talk a lot about the importance of getting some lower AMIs, and that roughly equals a community give back of over $140,000 per unit of additional housing. And if you just flip to the back page, it just shows a picture of the flooding that happens in that area. And we have obviously very, very significant flooding challenges, and I would say pretty much every time there's a major storm, you see flooding. So the community give back of the rainwater, it would be a huge benefit to the overall community. I'm going to pass out now just the actual technical language. This was emailed out, but just to make sure everyone has it. This is the technical plan language, and that says everything I just described to you. And then I will also pass out the NW analysis. Again, that was emailed out on Sunday, but just want to pass that out as well. So 1, 2. And there's the memo. And then last but not least, Robert has a draft of the ordinance. Robert, we can pass it out. I just want to say that there may be one change to the ordinance that I just have to look at on Tuesday for the technical language. Sure, yes. Okay. This is the technical language of the draft ordinance, but as I said, there may be one small change. I just wanted to clarify you guys on that. So with that, the applicant is here, can explain more of the project and can also answer any questions the council has as well as myself. Yes. Sure, yes, sorry.
I have the ordinance. I just
Sure.
So my name is Eugene Paolino from Genova Burns. I represent the applicant. I think the councilman did a wonderful job of explaining the ordinance. I don't know what more I can say, except that it does have some features that this council has been particularly interested in. The first feature is the affordable housing element of it. And affordable housing doesn't really describe what kind of affordable housing. We did discuss the kind. It becomes low-income housing, point of 50% AMI or less. And the other large feature is what we call in the document a monetary contribution. It's a community contribution, but it's specifically directed. It's directed toward the resiliency and stormwater issues that occur in the Mary Benson Park next to the project. That park is, I've been told by planning, and I know from personal viewing, that the park gets extremely flooded on multiple occasions. It renders the park unusable. So the funds that are being contributed are fairly substantial, $1 million. So that should go a long way, if not the entire way, of resolving the stormwater issues. Other than that, the bonus on density is relatively minor, since an as of right would have it as a 4-story project that's going to a 5-story project. I have the architect here who could discuss design, but we're not at the point of site plan approval, we're at the point of plan amendment. Although you understand and have always understood that we have a project in mind in terms of doing the plan amendment. So that's where we are. If I'll take any questions that you might have, I'm happy to do that. And I can tell you that we've spoken with the community, the Village Neighborhood Association. We've had a lot of discussions with planning, and we have gone through the NW financial analysis. So this has been a pretty vetted project. We think we've satisfied every contingency or constituency that's spoken about it. And I think Richard Garber's design is good. And we think that this is a good project for the city in this location. Part of the problem why Councilman is moving quickly and has expedited this is because there's a school nearby. And we want to get those piles in the ground before school starts. You don't want headaches.
They built a building on Staley Street right next to the school and blasting like heck.
Yeah,
They worry about this. Oh, that's unbelievable.
So the other issue is the park issue. You know, you have a park that's functionally, that doesn't function because of the water emissions. I mean, even after it rains, the resiliency, the stormwater control in the park is not good. It just kind of sits. So any monies that we can direct to getting that fixed does a really that's a real community benefit. I mean, that the park gets restored. And we think that's important as well. Councilman did a great job in terms of negotiating this. We did come in with both a resiliency proposal for the park and for the density. and I think he made a better proposal that you have now before you.
So the money going to the park is the community give back of 140K?
No,
No.
So the 140K?
It's $50,000 per unit.
For the stormwater. But the community give back the 140K per additional unit. That's for the 22 units?
No, it's for the entire thing. Yeah, it's in excess of $1 million. It's $1 million.
So it's adding, so sorry, it's just so I can clarify, so it's roughly more than 3 million total in give back, and that's combined between the stormwater and the affordable housing.
That's right.
And then it's in the NW analysis as well, so you can see it there. And then if you divide that by the 22 units of new housing, then that roughly equals 140K per unit of community give back. So 50K of that is stormwater, 90K is affordable housing.
That's just the way the NW financial analysis does it. But when you look at the site plan amendment, the redevelopment plan amendment, it sets forth a $50,000 for each bonus residential unit constructed under this provision in excess of the base. So it's 50,000 times 22 units.
Yeah, $1.1 million.
Yeah. That's good. Thank you, Councilman.
You feel like that's good, but when I see that, I'm not. Because the first things, they're going to build the 69 units. They only give the 3 units of affordable housing. It's less than 5%.
But can I stop you, Michael? Yeah. They as of right can build 47 units and give us nothing, right? 48 units and give us nothing. So it's a choice between 48 units of housing and nothing, and 69 units of housing and $3 million of community benefit, including 3 affordable housing units at 50% AMI. Like, you know how much I would love if we had zero zoning on that site, and I could say to them, hey, look, you guys want 69 units? Well, it's got to be 20% affordable for all of them. But we don't, again, they could just walk away and build 47 units and give us nothing.
This way, delay this plan, we pass the inclusionary zoning first,
Right.
and the citywide, and then ask them 20%.
But the inclusionary zoning only applies if you...
It's now applied? Oh, what, so...
It doesn't apply
Unless they up.
unless they up, and they're only upping 22, which they wouldn't do with the 20% affordable requirement.
Right.
So you have to,
And the NW, I mean, you can look through the NW analysis. The initial analysis came back and said we had to go back and negotiate a better deal for
But
the city.
NW say that what they give is not enough. I'm surprised.
What did NW say?
So the first proposal that went to the planning board in February, NW analyzed and said that we weren't getting enough community give back. So in the analysis before you compares the old plan to the new plan.
Essentially, they said, one more affordable unit would work, okay? And that's exactly what we did. And Councilman further negotiated that. We were initially thinking of moderate housing. That's 80% of AMI or less. And we are now at 50% of AMI or less.
Yes, first thing I can give the credit for the 50% AMI, but more likely, I already strongly recommended when we offer to affordable housing, the affordable housing opportunity have to be every income level for the low income. So
Councilman, you will have affordable housing ordinances proposed to you, and I'm sure you're going to get a lot of comment about how to deal with it. So I don't think we can fix it here in this project, but I think you have a lot. It's a difficult, complicated issue that you all know is a difficult, complicated
I'm pretty sure that the Councilman James Solomon Price squeezed you guys as much.
He squeezed.
I see that he's in the hand or increased but
I think, look, I feel like it's a good deal because it's the sweet spot of it has to be a buildable project for them. They're not going to say yes unless it's makes sense, but that maximizes community value. And for me, the 50% AMI was big because we don't have affordable home ownership in downtown. And yes, it's 3 units. I wish it was 60, but it's 3 more than we would have had without
Can I
this.
ask you that the condo going to be, what is the price for the market price? So how many 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, was studio, 3 bedroom? How is the market price work? Because I needed that numbers so I can analyze my way.
Rich Garber, do you have the thing of the
So can you tell me that there are how many units for the studio? How many units for the
One bedroom.
1, 2, 3? Yeah.
We have no studios.
No
No
studio.
studios.
We have 10 one-bedrooms.
10 one bedroom.
We have 51 two-bedrooms.
51 two bedroom.
And we have 8 three-bedrooms.
8 3 bedroom. Okay,
For a total
now.
of 69 units.
Next question is that what is the project market price will be for 1 bedroom?
That's going to be a market price issue?
Yes.
So,
But NW Financial did do some
so
assumptions.
their estimate, I actually doubled back on them. So their estimate is $705 per square foot. And the average unit combined over all those two is 1,224 square feet per unit. So if you multiply those two out, the list price would be roughly under $900,000, but then you subtract things like contingency fees and marketing fees. And so my recollection is the per unit sale price was like $775K, the average.
For 1 bedroom or average?
That was the average because you averaged them all through the square footage.
Yeah. But
That's how I do it.
the market prices for that location is probably around $700.
These are condos.
Yes, these are condos.
These are condos, that's right. So all of them, there's no tax abatement here, so these are all going to be subject to real estate taxes.
And then those condos that are affordable would be taxed at
At what?
affordable
Right.
unit rates.
Well, whatever the sale price is.
And
So my next question is that we have a very bad experience over the years ago. When you go to fancy condo, when you give to affordable housing, sometimes affordable units, whoever take it, they have to pay that their monthly maintenance or yearly maintenance cost. So now, just not offer the 3 units affordable house units for the homeowners, but also how much will be the maintenance for monthly. Because if we talk about the 50 AMI, it means that their average income probably $40,000 or $30,000 a year. You know, if it's $30,000 a year, and when you put in the condo association fee, how they make a living? So even though you guys offer me 3 units affordable housing units, but almost impossible to afford by 50 AMI. That's why I want to know, make sure that what kind of plans you have for the maintenance fee, monthly fee for those 3 3 units of 50 AMI.
I can't give you a number, but what I can tell you is this. This is not a tower. This is a 5-story structure. The amount of maintenance on this should not be high. It should be relatively low for everybody. So I don't know what the number that will be applicable to, and that would be governed by statute, by the way, not by the developer. So whatever the statute applies, that's what's going to work. Just as the statute applies to, or the affordable housing numbers apply pursuant to a 50% AMI. That's
okay, so now, next question then, we got to make it clear because...
But at this point, we're talking about a plan amendment. We're not talking about site plan approval, we're talking about plan amendment.
Yes, so but because we're going to prove based on the offer we got. So before we accept, we have to know true numbers. So now, 50 AMI for the condo, so then you have a average market price $770,000 average, you say. Then my next question, how much will be for affordable homeowners for 50 AMI? What price will be? It's going to be very, very cheap. Not only condos price is cheap, people moving to live, when they have the, what do they call, the monthly maintenance fee, have to affordable too. So those kind of things you should come to the table. Other than that, we're not interested to amend it. You know what I'm saying?
We haven't submitted a condominium organization plan. You have to do that, as you know that. For anything more than 9 condominium units, you have to submit a proposal of POS to the state of New Jersey with all your financing. We're not at that point right now. We're at the point of just figuring out what the land use is. So the land use includes, by virtue of the councilman's negotiation here, an affordable housing component, a monetary contribution for resiliency and stormwater, and those are major things. So the rest of it, in terms of the 3 affordable units, that's governed by statutory responsibility. We don't have an option there. It is what it is.
Councilman Rivera.
How about parking? How many parking spots do we want to transfer?
47.
Yeah.
Where's the parking?
reason why I say that is because, I mean, listen, I haven't seen it yet, but I love that you guys are developing it, because it's gonna bring like vibrancy to that area that's a little dead.
You think it's dead?
No, 100%. You know, but my concern, you know, with the parking is because, you know, that's congested there during school time.
Yeah.
So the council is probably gonna have to look at putting a light right there now that this development, you know, can come.
My guess, Councilman, is that when we go to site plan approval, we're gonna get comments from the Division of Engineering, and that's gonna be one of the traffic issues that they're gonna raise.
Yeah, you're gonna.
So the plan though.
And we have a school nearby.
Yeah.
So there's gonna be safety issues that they're gonna have to address, and we understand that.
Fortunately, we have three sides of that block, so we can do curb cuts on two sides that don't face the school. So we can actually divert the traffic going into and out of the garage away from the school.
It's actually good.
So that's one of the nice things.
And one of the other things that I like about it is fixing that park, actually not for youth, I mean, you know, obviously, that if you don't already know, Councilman, and you guys, that's gonna be now the designated park for girls softball throughout the city. That's number one. So number two is, PS number 5 school uses that park as well a lot, and they use it for their graduations if it's a nice time in the summer. So the fact that you guys, I can't tell you how many graduations have been canceled because the park is flooded. But it's actually good.
I guess they use it for recess and things like that.
Yeah, they use it for recess.
Could I ask a question?
sorry,
Based on,
Councilman Robinson.
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then Joyce.
I was just gonna ask, why 3 affordable units and not the 20% of the extra units?
Just as Councilman indicated, there's an as of right now for 47 units. We're just adding on to it. And the discussion, since there is no affordable housing unit now, for affordable housing obligation now, what we discussed was, what are we going to do with the add-on, the added density that we requested? And the councilman wanted a percentage of that added density to be included. It was proposed that we have 10% of affordable housing for the excess, which would mean 2 affordable units. Councilman suggested, because of the NW financial report, that for community give back, that number should be actually 3 condominium units, which is 15%. Now, why isn't it 20% of the entire amount? Is that what you're asking?
No, 20% of the additional.
Right.
Well, because that would be highly in excess of even NW Financial's own analysis. So we went to 15%, which is fine, and increased the monetary contribution for the stormwater from $35,000 per unit to 50, which is $15,000 per unit. It's not light.
The other thing is we lowered the AMI too, so we.
Yes, and we lowered the AMI from 80% of AMI to 50%.
And the other thing is, how do we monitor the 50% affordable?
Good question. Excellent question.
If they don't sell it in the future?
So your question is, you make a monetary contribution, and how do you ensure that A, the monetary contribution is made, and B, that it's used for the purposes that it's made, okay? This is in a redevelopment area. It's going to be subject to a redevelopment agreement. And in that redevelopment agreement, I've said to the planning board, when I was before them, when they recommended this, and the planning board did unanimously recommend this plan amendment, we are willing to and want, in fact, for the redevelopment agency to have these provisions relating to the contribution in the redevelopment agreement, so it's a contractual obligation as well, and B, that they place it in an escrow account run by the JCRA and not run by anybody else, and they determine that the funds are being utilized for the purpose of resiliency and stormwater management. Whereas, from a selfish perspective, we're as concerned as anybody else is to have the park a good park, because if it's a flooded park, you don't want it to be in bad shape. You want the park to look good as well. I think the $1.1 million is going to go a long way to getting that done.
So what is? I just want to ask a question. What is the maintenance fee? Do you have
I don't
an
know
estimate?
I don't know what the maintenance fee, but it's probably because of the 50% of AMI, it's probably substantially less than the normal maintenance fee because it has to fit into the income guidelines under the statute.
Okay, but what is the regular maintenance fee? I know you're talking about
Oh,
the
I don't even know what the regular maintenance fee for.
because I was going to say, based on that,
It's
can we
based-
get some type of analysis what the affordable would be? That's what I'm saying, because even if you tell us to go by, it would go by a state statute, then there's got to be a range.
And what I was trying to say before was maintenance fees are a function of the kind of building you're in. So if you're in a
that's what I'm
tower, you're
saying.
gonna get a lot more.
Based on the,
There's no, maintenance fees are also subject to the kind of amenities you have.
Right,
You know, you're gonna have a
right.
gym and all that. None of that is here. This is units. That's it.
so all they're going to build here is units, no
There's
rooftop
no-
deck, no.
No.
Oh,
Roof
that's what
deck.
I'm saying.
But it's a roof deck, it's not a pool.
It's not going to be a pool, but they could be able to go up there on top to enjoy it, like open space, correct? Okay, because I know the rooftops get fancy, I've seen it. So how far, would this go?
There will be modest spaces on the ground floor for bike storage. But part of the reason why we're not going to propose a larger amenity package here is because of the parking issue.
Okay.
So we allow parking to really drive the ground floor layout of this building, how multiple parking. We had discussions with planners, had discussions with CNA about that. They squarely favor parking.
So,
Councilwoman, if you're
Yeah.
concerned about that, then there's an easy way to do it. This is for introduction.
Yeah.
I could assure you that before you vote on the second reading, we'll give you the information as to what we believe the estimates are going to be, because it's really
Right.
early.
Yeah.
Okay, so, fair enough. Okay, so why don't you do it this way? If I say vote for yes, because of that, when I vote for yes for the amendment, the reason is that Councilman James Solomon introduced that the bonus package, benefit.
Yes.
But if the benefit not able to deliver it by your company, then I'm not feel comfortable probably. So now, this is what it is. Very simple math we require. Average units for price, market price is $700,000, just $770,000. You can put on writing, $770,000. And your company, not company, the project to offer 3 units for affordable homeowners at the 50% AMI, which means 50% AMI means probably their annual income around $35,000 to $40,000 a year. If somebody make $35,000 to $40,000 a year, probably based on guideline of fact, their house price probably not more than $150,000 or $170,000 a year. I'm just approximately roughly. So in other words, your company willing to give away market price $750,000 a condo to give to that $170,000 the price. That's what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, that's just to make sure. And the second, maybe price is that the condo price $120,000 and $150,000 a year. So 50 AMI able to get the loan from the bank, but they're able to stay because of maintenance cost. So you not only offer to us, not offer to me, offer to the not only 50 AMI for $120,000, but also monthly maintenance based on the income must have to be affordable. Other than that, even though you guys offer $170,000 for affordable housing condos, but people cannot move in to live because of maintenance costs. So those are two things. Affordable housing unit price, how much will be, and how much approximately, we don't want approximately how much maintenance cost, not more than so and so.
We can get you those.
Yes, so they're able to, 50% AMI able to afford the units you guys offer. Then I feel comfortable say, this is first time condo in downtown offer to as a 50 AMI is a actually historic moment in the downtown. I'm very happy with that.
I agree.
But other than that,
Affordable condo.
yeah, affordable condo. So you gotta have to give us to sure we get some. If they're not, even though you guys offer $170,000 condo, if they charge a maintenance is $300 a month, whatever, $200 a month, still, if they're not able to afford by 50 AMI, then
the units, we don't want to same things happen, Washington Street, how are we going to be exchanged with a cash value, contribute to our.
So, you know, the response to that is that there's some things that we can control and other things that you can't control.
Yes, we understand.
And one of the things you can't control is what the price for an affordable 50% low-income housing is, the cost of the house, like buying land, like buying a house.
Yeah.
I can't control everything, but I can try to put limits around the maintenance that you wouldn't get in other places. And what I was trying to tell you, not particularly well apparently, is that this kind of development, given its kind of low number of amenities, there's no pool, there's no gym, there's no.
It doesn't matter still.
It's a house.
$770,000.
The numbers should be low. Should be low. That
Right.
period. So if we can't do it, nobody can do it. That's the way it comes down, because the kind of building this is, you're not going to get high maintenance numbers.
So
It just doesn't.
Okay, now I'm going to tell you, Washington Street, the condo, they give us a 7-unit, get all the bonus package. They give us 6 as a 7-unit, the city of Jersey. We stop. We pay maintenance costs, 7 years empty condos. We waste our taxpayer dollars. So we don't want things happen again, because
That's what we
why?
should.
Those things happen when we have some council people missing the brain. Those things happen, but I'm still sitting here. I don't want same mistake over and over again, blame to somebody. So if we not protect those things, forget about it. But still, it's a first ring. We're gonna give 2
And
more
I'll
weeks.
get you the information
Yes,
you want.
please. And they have to be put in writing. Okay? Fair enough?
I have a couple of questions. Anyone else have questions?
As long as they guarantee what they promise.
So that information you provided, if you could provide maybe a memo or something.
Sure.
With all the breakdown of the units, the number of units, et cetera, the pricing on the condos, both the affordables and if you have that, in terms of estimates. I assume if we were calculating the value of the
It's all there,
projects, it should all be available, right? So.
And the
point
form of the
about-
memo would be fine, right?
Yeah. And then, you said there was how many parking spaces? 48. If you could put that information as well. I'm just thinking, whenever we do tax abatements, there's a memo the city does that kind of breaks down all the information very succinctly.
No, it's not.
I remember.
He did it, he was saying how they break it
I
down.
remember.
It's a short memo, it's not even that long. It's just a summary of all the relevant
Data.
on the project itself would be great. Is the parking going to be included in the price of the condo itself, or is that an additional price?
How many parking space?
So similar to the maintenance fee for someone like, I don't know how you're going to get 47 spaces, you have 60-some units, right? So I don't know how you're apportioning that.
Right.
And
Well, that's under the
Is there
plan.
affordable parking?
That's under the plan. Yeah, that's a good question. It's under the plan. Remember, the plan exists. These are amendments to the plan that add the affordable characteristic, that add the monetary contribution for resiliency. The plan already exists.
Yeah, but it added another floor too, right?
It added a floor
Okay,
density.
So that's.
So, to the Councilman Yun's point about this is, I can't recall, frankly, in my 8th year, I can't recall a condo project that had affordable units. I can't.
They usually don't.
It's been a long time, yeah.
They usually go with rentals, as you know.
Right, it is, it's
So
rental. yeah.
this is what it is, the end of the day. When they give the 22 units more means that $770,000, they're able to get the $15 million more asset creative. But they only give the 3 units. So 3 units, even though they get free price, it's make reasonable. So now, still we got 2 weeks. So all those information, if we provide the council president, we can share it. And our own way to analyze the numbers. So we can answer that.
I didn't know that.
You know that? I know. We have a system.
So my other question is, because we often deal with rentals.
Yes.
So the question had come up about how do we allocate rental units, affordable rental units? And what's the plan with regard to
Allocation?
the marketing of affordable condos.
We have to develop that. I mean, again, that's down the line. But I think that's a fair question.
Yeah, making sure that, I mean, I don't know if, actually, I think we could, if there's no federal subsidies here on the affordable side,
In the
you
plan.
could probably dedicate it to like an actual Jersey City resident.
Sit in, right.
As opposed to like,
Right,
someone
isn't
from,
that-
no offense, someone from
Right.
Brooklyn coming over and buying a
Right.
affordable unit.
No, I think what you're asking, the parameters of the qualifications and eligibility, that can go in a redevelopment agreement.
Right.
Yeah, because this is no federal grant or state can involve that. So we have an ordinance strictly for Jersey City resident opportunity, you know? So it's okay.
And I'll just make one last point, and I'll look forward to all the information. And we'll talk about this later, myself and Councilperson Waterman, as you know, looking to introduce an inclusionary zoning ordinance.
I read.
It's a mandatory kind of mandate for 20% across the board. I think there's a lot of good things here, meritorious there. But one of the issues, I think, as we look at what the inclusionary zoning is going to look like, whether it's the one being presented currently at the planning board tomorrow, or the one that we're going to present tonight to the council for introduction at a future meeting, is these ideas that how do people be able to get out of their obligations necessarily, and under what conditions, and this is being one of them with regard to saying they'll do the stormwater infrastructure and things of that nature, which is valued at some $1 million. But tomorrow it might be a recreation center, or it might be something else. And we saw earlier last year that it was for parks money and recreation and so forth, open space, I should say. Rarely does the affordable housing mandate or obligation stay intact when everybody is kind of negotiating their one-offs on like for other community benefits. There's always going to be something that someone wants at some point, but no one's going to necessarily call for and demand for that affordable housing, and sticking with that as well. So I just put that out there. That's not a statement here or there in terms of, that's kind of just part of my thinking, and that's part of the ordinance that we put together to try to, that we'll share with the council tonight.
Okay, so I will provide a memo responsive to the councilman's questions.
Can I speak to you outside?
Sure.
Go on.
Okay, we're moving on. Thank you.
Taking you out of the parking lot.
Oh, can I have the big pen, the drawing, draft? Yeah, rendering, whatever they call it.
Let's get Pat get out of here. Pat still has resolutions 28, 29, and 30.
Pat, you still here?
Yes.
I'm still here.
Oh, God, poor man.
Okay.
First is authorizing the award of a contract to Alice Towing and Recovery. Folks, if you take it outside, for heavy-duty truck towing services for the Division of Automotive Maintenance.
What is it, number?
This is
28.
for 1028. Jersey City vendor. We've been dealing with him for a while, and this covers all our heavy pieces. Example, fire engines, roll-offs, things of that nature.
Okay, any questions, council?
No.
None. 29 is a contract to F&S Tire Corporation for the purchase and delivery of various tires under state contract for Division of Automotive Maintenance.
So years ago, they used the local vendors.
I'm sorry, Councilman?
Yeah, years ago, they used the local vendor in Jersey City vendors.
This was under a state bid that we bid this, and this covers a variety of tires, whether it's the fire engine tires, whether it's the, the large vehicles, the roll-off trucks, Packers, all the way down to police cars. Just as for everything that we have as far as cars are concerned and trucks.
So my next question is that this company provide a Goodyear tire.
Well, such as Goodyear and Bridgestone. I mean, these are all top-name tires.
So no more tire.
No, this is the tire price is based on brand names, a lot of different prices up and down. So I just want to make sure that.
Well, it's actually on the plies, if they're steel belted radials, things of that nature. These are good quality tires.
How many tires are approximately are we talking about?
Oh, wow.
Lot.
Basically, here again, we're not storing them, we're using them as we need them, and like I said, it covers a major variety of different size tires, from passenger car tires to pickup tires, all the way up to the fire
This
engines.
is previous vendor, right?
Yes,
Can you give us 2018 numbers of tires?
I could. I don't have it with me, I thought I did.
Can you also distinguish between,
Different sizes.
no, police and fire versus civilian?
No problem.
Anyone else have questions?
No.
You got that one? Police, fire, and civilian?
Civilian.
Tires. The number of tires, and the dollar amount, yes, dollar amounts, if you have it.
And this would be for 2018.
28. Okay.
Good.
Resolution 30 is a contract to Steadfast Truck Parts and Service for leaf springs and axle repairs on heavy-duty trucks for the Division of Automotive Maintenance.
Correct. Again, all large vehicles, your fire engines, roll-off trucks, packers, all that.
And this is all operating dollars, all of these contracts, as opposed to, say,
Well, this,
capital dollars?
actually, the two low ones for the 24,000 and the 27 are below the threshold.
I'm just talking about using capital dollars versus,
Capital.
no, is this capital dollars?
Capital tires, sure. Right?
Is that the right account?
Capital, how can be tires capital?
No, I don't
No,
know.
that's
It's not capital.
You know what, hold on. I could be wrong.
Okay,
I'll get you that info. I'll have that for you tomorrow.
thanks. Anyone else? Nothing else?
No.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Pass,
Thank
sorry
you, council.
to hold you too long.
So Navy?
Navy.
Oh, okay. All right. You want to do this? Okay, sure. Council, we're going to go to 4.1, reading ordinance 4.1.
That's the ordinance that's dedicating an easement for 126, 142 Morgan Street, and 134 Bay Street. Any questions on that one?
Any questions?
Art Sister?
Okay. Then we have ordinance, thanks. Ordinance 8, number 8.
We should wait for Councilman
Oh, I'm
Water.
sorry, we have to wait for
Because she
Councilman.
stepped out.
With that?
And so we should wait for Councilman Waterman before we talk about 4.8, because it's her ordinance.
Okay, why don't we just go from the top and talk about the only first reading ordinance that we haven't yet spoken about, and that's the lease.
Is that ordinance, the rent control? I want to pull.
Wait,
We should talk about it with Councilman.
Wait for Councilman Waterman, it's her ordinance.
We're not there
Well,
yet.
it's that,
We're not there yet.
should be pulled.
We're not
Okay,
there
we're gonna
yet.
wait till Councilman Waterman gets back.
Yeah, let's.
You guys are killing this city, you know.
Let's just get rid of the first reading ordinances by referencing 2, which is the renewal and First Amendment of the lease at city-owned property at 392 to 394 Central Avenue to the United States Postal Service for the purpose of operating a post office.
Any questions on this, Councilman?
Yeah, so you know what? That is a very cheap land. If compared to other place in the Central Avenue. It's like $1.50 per square feet. You know, so.
It's a struggling business.
Post office? I didn't know that Robert, you know, so maybe you say right, but I just a quick question. When you see the contract, Brian?
Yeah.
It's more like a triple net lease. So in other words, post office has no response. Mostly it's the city of Jersey is the responsible. But now, Pace, when you see the lease contract,
Okay,
Pace, I just want to make sure that part of it, you know?
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Pace. They didn't say Pace, okay. All right, keep going. Maintenance to rider, you know, this is rider. So one of the things, 3C, the postal service will be responsible for the regular cleaning, gutters, and downspouts, connection, blah, 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 okay. That's not the one. Okay, no, here, 3A. All common or joint use interior exterior area and the common or joint use equipment. So we have any joint use equipment in there and systems? So in other words,
Yeah, I think.
some
standard-
system,
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that we're sharing with them necessarily. I think it's just standard lease language.
just saying, but
Yeah,
we have
I
no.
think this is their like standard addendum to contracts. for
Okay,
post office.
air conditioning unit is separate, right?
Yeah.
We're not responsible for anything
Yeah,
separate.
there's no shared rooms.
Okay, so they have no joint use of equipment and system we have. Okay, other than this one. But when I see that the price, the rent price is very cheap.
So, we didn't renew this since 17, right? The lease. And I think the reason we didn't renew it was because we asked the postmaster to come see us in reference to some of the other post offices in the
Correct.
neighborhood. Especially Martin Luther
Correct.
King. Yeah, we didn't renew this for that
Right,
reason.
right.
And the postmaster still hasn't come to see
They
us.
sent somebody else.
Yeah, they sent somebody else. Yeah, they
They
did.
did, and,
They did. And he said he would
they
improve.
were,
And
they
it's
were not
still-
responsive to
Right.
Yeah, they're really not responsive to anything. I mean, Martin Luther King, you got water leaks, one person at a time, lines out the door. And
They terrible.
It's all
They are terrible.
So what is?
Yeah.
I think
And on the West Side Avenue,
the West Side
recently,
Avenue.
about
parking
2-3
issues.
months ago, somebody just posted a sign in the window saying back in 15 minutes
They go to lunch.
without being approved to leave the building from her direct supervisor, which I learned from not the Postmaster General of Jersey City, but the Postmaster of Hoboken.
I sit with the Postmaster General. There's all these post offices throughout the city are understaffed. The correction is coming. They promise within 60 days there'll be major changes.
so it's the council's request to have the postmaster be here.
Yes,
Okay.
again.
For a second reading, we want to hold off on this. What do you want to do?
See, contract-wise is one thing, but let me tell you, the postmaster Jersey was here a year ago, and he
System.
promised all those things because we have no authority asking accountability. You know what I'm saying? So next time when we call him up, we should be asking him, yes, the councilman should join together with him. Sure, because councilman would hear that our complaint.
The question is whether this moves forward and they'll bring the person to
Are
the
you
next
taking the
office.
ordinance hostage, or are we just gonna have them come here
Is there
at another
any
time to address
reason-
general complaints?
Is there any reason with regard to the contract, or is this just sort of a month-to-month that we're doing right now?
Well, there is no contract right now.
Okay.
Because it expired in
Yeah.
2017.
So it's just been month-to-month?
They've been paying rents, yeah.
Okay,
So new rent, right?
so we can hold this first read until they come back in 2 weeks?
We could, yeah, we could hold
It doesn't hurt to
We
move
could
on.
withdraw, and then we'll try and get them to come in and go from there. Yeah, that's fine.
We heard it one more time. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Another hostage taken.
One less public hearing.
Go ahead, James.
007.
Okay,
All right, we're gonna go to 4.8 then, the ordinance sponsored by
Go ahead.
Councilperson Waterman on rent control,
Go ahead.
revising the definition of fair return used in determining hardship application by landlord.
I think,
Go ahead.
Joyce, I think you, myself, and a couple other people should sit down on this and the other ordinance, the resolution on the rent control, because there's a lot of controversy on this, and I think, what is it, number
Which one?
11, resolution number 11 on rent control. I think both of these should be held off, we sit down and we
It's number
discuss this
11.
whole.
That's the ad hoc committee to look at it. I mean, that's, the committee,
Go ahead, James.
was it, the purpose of the committee is to have us
Right.
look at the laws
Yeah,
comprehensively.
but here you're passing an ordinance on one, and if you do have a committee, I want one person or two persons on that from the real
Yeah.
estate.
So the idea is that.
But you know what, but let me just
Yeah,
speak
yeah,
up.
like-
I understand your concern, but the
Three at a
truth is,
time.
the truth is, Rich, nobody complained. I only met with two people, and it was two realtors. That's the only people.
To who?
Realtors that I met with concerning
Was
this.
that the one suggesting they go from the passbook to the consumer
The
index?
only two.
Okay.
I don't want to mention their names, but it was only two. No one else, not a landlord, no one else has
Is
called
that
me.
right?
I'm telling
But I
you.
heard that,
Joyce, I got a lot of calls.
But, you know, when you say you got a lot of calls.
no,
Yeah.
I have to tell that.
You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you the truth, and I just met with them
Yeah.
today.
Yeah, maybe to you, but I heard that
Two people, you too.
too.
Yeah,
We got more than that.
Okay.
yeah, but that's fine,
Maybe-
but they need
maybe-
to tell the
maybe
rest
they
of
Come out to
us.
the public hearing.
Right, they should.
Yeah, that they should,
Tell them to
but
come
this
out.
is what it is. I'm gonna
Tell
be-
them to come out,
Yes,
so we can
very-
hear it.
Very simply, I'm
Right.
gonna say
I
that.
think that's a fair thing.
Yeah. So this
That's what
is,
the public hearing's for.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
what it
but
is.
they don't want to come out, Robert, because you know the politics in the city, and they don't want to come forward. They're willing to make a call to you, to you, to you, but they don't want to come forward out in the public, because they have to do business in the city, and, you know, they're still afraid, like Mayor Hague is running the city.
Well, then, if they reach out to you, suggest, or you pass on the information.
Well, that's what I
to
said.
the councilwoman,
We have the
because-
committee, have the committee, and then.
Okay, one at a time. Councilman
Come in
Sullivan.
here and sit
Go
down
ahead,
and
James,
speak.
go ahead.
No, no, I mean, they think there's, I think largely separate. All
Right.
all I would say is, a couple people reached out to me, one person in particular who was representing a larger group of realtors, and I said to him, I said, call Councilman Waterman, it's her,
Right,
it's
no
her
way.
bill, you know her number.
Right,
I don't know what to say.
right, that's what I'm saying.
So I said to him, so.
So then, I have to ask you. So now you have to answer to my question. Okay? All right. If we see the hardship rental increase, first things, rent control is different than affordable housing.
Correct.
Rent control actually protect people who live in that building. So in other words, if somebody live in the building, income is $200,000, still they can live with rent control with a very low rent. Because rent control is a stabilized rent, people, what do we say, the current tenant. So what happened, because of rent control, it's not give the opportunity to affordable opportunity for any other people outside. Only they protect people living there. That's the difference, the affordable housing units and
This
the
is
rent
hardship,
control.
so I'm trying to see where you're going with
Yes,
this.
sir. So now hardship. This is the problem definition of hardship. When you say hardship, say, in the event that landlord cannot meet his or her mortgage payment, if the situation goes that far, they're already, in other words, they're ready to go foreclose their building.
No, but there's a process. When you deal with that, there's
Yes,
a
we
process
understand.
with
So
rent
now-
control. So if they're having trouble, they don't wait till the last minute. There's a process in which they go to rent control
Yes,
to
so
deal
now,
with
I'm
that.
gonna say so. But,
So it's not like what you're saying.
yes,
I
but
understand.
what they call, when the rent control review board, when you look at the numbers, they have the situation have to fit. So now, they say two way. One, you can actually hardest rent increase request. Rent increase request, hardest rent increase. So one case cannot meet his or her mortgage payment, number one. Or, even he say that clearly, say that operating expense or does not make a fair return for his or her investment. Now, this is keyword, fair return on investment. So now, how are we going to make which formula? They have like a 3 different formula to make a definition of the fair return. So which formula in this case use it?
Each case is different. That's why they have to go and apply, and they have to follow the guidelines. They
So-
do that now. They do that now. All I did was just decrease the hardship rate. That's it. But
So now-
everything is still the same. There's nothing different.
No, it's a big
There's
difference.
nothing different.
So now, this is what it's
Nothing else has changed.
No. About time to we look into rent control, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
But now, when I asked the last time, why we say 2.5% above that savings, they say, oh, that's what it is for interest rate in this area.
Oh, pass.
Then, possible. Then, we should not say that 2.5%. We say that, we better say, instead of 2.5, from right number, we say that, better say that, consider whatever increase above that, above our matching with that 18 months savings account in this area is more proper. So we don't have to next year, when the interest go 4%, then what are we gonna do? You know what I'm saying? So somewhere, somehow, we have to be fair. So I'm not happy with that.
That's okay.
When you put your 2.5%, another one, when you say the fair return, actually, when you analyze a fair return, there are 3 different ways to return of a real estate investment. Number 1, return on investment, ROI. And the number 2, a capitalization rate. We call the cap rate. Another one, we say the cash on cash return. This is a basic 3 formula to find out to fair returns. So now, when we use a return of investment, usually say like rent control, what we call high risk property. Usually people say at least 30 to 40% ROI. You know, but if we put you 2.5%, way below than what they call, and a cap rate, today's building in Jersey City, good area 5.5, but it's a bad area, they want a 6, 7 because high risk involved. Another one, when you have cash on cash return.
If they apply for hardship, this is all they can receive for hardship. That's a different incident. This is just if they want to apply for hardship. This is it. A landlord still can increase their rent every month annually. That has nothing to do with it.
Yes, we know that. We know that. But here's that. Because it was not without clear for their part of it, when we put you 2.25% above, that's the problem.
If anything, what may happen, what you want, this may increase. That may happen. I'm telling you. If that's fine, I don't have a problem.
You have no problem?
No, not for the increase. No, I don't. So that may happen. So I'll check that out.
Yes, please check it out.
So this may increase, and if it increases, that's based on your analysis.
I support affordable housing 100%. I support that the rent control to some degree, but we have to understand rent control is not actually give the opportunity. People need.
Yeah, they need.
You know what I'm saying? Because they only protect people who live there. So people pay $400-500 a month rent, who guys make $200,000 a year. Because why? Rent control property owner, they want to try clean person, make sure the rich piece, the poor people. Why? Because even though they collect a small rent, they want to get sure for that collection. Okay. So actually, it's not how to poor people.
I mean, it's not a. I think it's a complicated policy, and that's why, you know, from my perspective, having a committee to talk through it.
Yeah, so we're gonna have a committee.
Well, that's on the agenda already.
Right.
And that's comprehensive.
Oh, okay.
But I agree with the councilwoman's proposal. If we think 2.5 is wrong, then I think we should, you know, someone can come in and say, well, it should be 3.5 or 4. Give us the alternative here.
All right.
And it's not as if, you know, we have our experts in the landlord-tenant office that came in, and this is their recommendation as well. The director Henna was. So I mean, it's councilwoman's ordinance. It's you know, entirely her choice.
You're willing to go walk around the second reading at the council meeting?
I'm willing to work with a committee. That's what I'm willing to do. But this here.
So what are we going to pass this one?
What I'm going to do? I'm going to meet with another lawyer from the tenant and landlord, and then I'll see what I'll do. But
so
I'll let you
Wednesday,
know. Wednesday.
Wednesday, so what we're going to do, we're going to have to make sure that we're going to stand it.
Yeah, I'll let you
Why
know.
don't you have, like Councilwoman said, two landlords came out, Councilwoman Rivera said 2 landlords. Why don't we, instead of coming here today to a caucus meeting where they can't absolutely say anything at all, I don't know why they came to on a caucus meeting, you should come on a council meeting when they where they can express themselves. That coming here today makes no kind of sense.
It doesn't.
Come on a council meeting where you can express yourself and it's on the record.
But I'll let you know about that.
Yes, please.
Okay, so James, we'll introduce the committee.
Yes.
Okay, that's a must.
Yes, when you start the committee.
That's a must. That's a must.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
That's
Do you want to say anything more about this
committee?
Folks,
I don't want to.
Folks, no side conversations, please. We're trying to get through this meeting.
Just the committee. So it's co-sponsored with Councilman Waterman and I together. And I emailed everybody and asked who wanted to be on it, and so we had 5 responses, Council President, Councilwoman Pizzeri, Councilman Hughes, some point last week. But if you would like to be on it, we can add you before Wednesday. Okay, yeah, well, sure. And we just have to, sunshine the meetings, there's no issue with that. And it's purely council members. And what the idea would be is we'll bring in other people to provide evidence and testimony. So
Great, that's the way it's supposed to be, okay?
landlords, tenant advocates, bring everybody in, and then try to develop things. I know Councilman's working on this. You know, I've worked for a couple months on this big report. It's late, so I'm not going to give you all, but I put it in your mailbox. I know a lot of departments are looking at this, so I think it makes sense to coordinate, and then you get the input now.
That's true.
And a little bit like with the short-term rental issue, like I think getting these stakeholders in, getting their input now, and then getting the final draft out is, I think, the ideal process. So that's and I think it helps to get on the speakers list so people can hear perspectives.
So what I can say, the council president,
Yeah.
and based on our experience of height, can be other districts, it can be different. Most poorly managed building is a rent control building, because they take it out every dollars and pennies in there, but they're not investing.
Sure.
So condition-wise, that's one of the major complaints from the people living in the rent control building, not maintained. And some, I agree with 100%, some new investors come in Jersey City, pay a big cash on top of it, and they claim the hardship.
And they do.
I think that's not right. So we gotta look into all those facts, make sure that rent controls impact our real estate market big time. So we gotta make sure that whatever we create, people percentage have to reasonable.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what we wanna make sure that, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Joyce, do you want to just share this with everyone?
Sure, yeah, share.
So council members, before we just complete the rest of
Just
the
wanna
agenda.
share.
I emailed you earlier, late in the day, I should say.
That's the inclusionary
Sharing some
zone.
information about the inclusionary zoning ordinance.
Read it. We appreciate your input. Read
Oh,
it.
yeah, I studied.
This has been submitted to the law department,
Yeah.
and just today as well, this afternoon, late this afternoon. Asked for them to review this ordinance, which Councilperson Waterman and I worked together with Fair Share Housing and the statewide NAACP.
Yes.
It establishes a 20% affordable housing mandate for any sort of upzoning, as well as vacant lots or anything else that may be built out around that, and it starts at a 10 units or more threshold. I won't get into all the details, but I'll turn it over to Councilperson Waterman to share whatever her comments on the whole thing, and we can certainly have a more robust conversation in the future about this, as it's been a long night.
Well, I'm gonna just be quick. You know, we're all facing affordable crisis really in the city. So we've been really working on this for about a year or so, to be perfectly honest. And so what we want to do, we want to, make sure you guys get it so you can read it. And because we really want this to pass, we want your input. It's not like we're just trying to come up with an ordinance and say this is it. We want your input because we know there's a crisis in affordable housing. So that's why we say read it. I don't know, do you want to suggest a committee? I don't know, because I need, we really want this to move forward. We don't want to stop it, but we want everybody input because we need it to pass.
Okay.
And we want everybody participation in it.
You gotta speak to people throughout the city. You people are going to kill development, especially in Ward F and Ward B, and it.
How are we gonna kill it, Rich? They can't afford
Because
affordable
20%, listen, I'm all for affordable housing, but you keep on making these demands on these developers with your rent control, this and that. Nobody, I had 3
Rich, people
developers.
can't live here now.
Let me finish. I had
People can't live here now.
One at a time.
3 major developers called me this week. One is gonna build in Bayonne, one is moving to Harrison, and one is getting the hell out of the city altogether.
Okay.
They said they've had it, and you're gonna kill development in this city.
I don't think
Joyce,
we're gonna
I'm
kill.
all for
I know, I understand, and you have a right to be frustrated.
I'm not frustrated, I'm just telling you.
That's your right, but I'm frustrated too because on the south side of town, the people can't live.
Yeah,
They
no
get pushed
kidding.
out as people move in.
Yeah,
So
Joyce.
evidently, somebody's paying this rent here.
why
That's
did
why
they
our
tear
rents are
down
high,
all the
because people are
projects?
moving in who have never lived here before. So the people who were born and raised here are being pushed
So
out.
good, there's no more
So now,
development.
when you keep saying developers are threatening to move out, I disagree because we done talked about these 2 different development plans here. So I don't agree. You know, they want to find a way.
You're gonna lose the developers in
You know.
the city. They don't wanna do business here. You got this 1% tax.
We can have a robust debate
Right.
about this. over
We
the
can.
next-
Just a quick question.
Sure.
Maybe, hopefully it will be quick.
Yeah.
So now my understanding is there's gonna be another, introduction to inclusionary zoning at the planning board tomorrow night.
Correct.
Okay, have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys have seen that, and how closely does that mirror what you all are, proposing?
I mean, I just saw it recently, to be honest with you,
Okay.
so I saw an initial draft prior to its introduction, but I understand there's been revisions, and maybe substantial revisions, I'm not sure, since then, so I don't know.
So since the last time it was shared with all the council people?
My
They said it
understanding
was
is that,
revision. It was another
it's still at a
revision.
30 unit threshold. Beyond that, maybe the original kind of stuff that I saw, if I recall, there were a number of opportunities for, as I talked about earlier, buyouts and so forth, community benefits and so forth. This does not include those provisions. I'm not saying, in fact, we've discussed it
Right.
offline and talked about the idea that, I think to Rich's point, the idea that on the south side and other parts of the city,
Right.
that buyouts may be more feasible, but that's a conversation we can continue to
Right.
have here among the council members, along with the public as well, and obviously doing it
Right.
as in that regard. But there's certainly, I think, a need to kind of urgently, as Councilperson Waterman said, particularly on the south side, but I think it's everywhere. I hear it from everywhere throughout the city,
too.
really.
They're getting pushed
that
out.
The impact of being pushed out, whether it's in downtown, the Heights.
Each area is
Town
affected
Square,
differently, but
very-
every area
very
is
different.
affected.
It's-
Yeah, and then one other, is there a reason why this is not going before the planning board?
Doesn't
Or
have to.
it doesn't have to?
It
Okay.
doesn't have to.
Well,
Why doesn't it have, wait, why doesn't it have to?
It doesn't. By law, they said it really doesn't have to. We done
Was
searched
there
with our
no-
lawyers, yes. That's what they said. I'm sure. Believe me. We were told we really didn't have to.
Well, we've submitted to the law department, and
Right.
We'll review and give any,
Right, because they have it.
I'm sorry, what was that, Peter?
so we'll review what was
Okay.
submitted, late this afternoon, and we'll.
I'll just say, I mean, I'm not an expert in this, so Fair Share
Right.
Housing drafted this, and we
Right.
work with them and
And
give
they-
more feedback, but Fair Share Housing has done this in Newark and Hoboken,
Correct.
and throughout countless municipalities throughout the state, and they said they haven't had that instance of having to go through the planning board, so that was a new and unique kind of process for them that they were looking at. They said there's nothing wrong with going through the planning board, but it's
But
not
mandatory.
requisite or necessary. And, I would think the developers would be lining up to invalidate their laws in other municipalities if it was a requirement and a mandate around it. So.
I don't think, I'm not in 100% agreement with
Yeah.
Councilman Boggiano, but I think this needs to come with a comprehensive abatement policy. I mean, because just to say we're gonna make sure that affordable housing is here, especially on the south side of the city, we have like 6 projects right now in Ward F that are just sitting there. And they saying they can't do it without an abatement. So they're not even going in the ground. So I mean, I'm all for affordable housing, but I know we need to make sure that we get these projects going.
I agree. So
That's what I'm saying. It's a whole conversation. That's why the
So
truth
we've
is, we
discussed
just wanted
this,
the
right? So
conversation.
we can
That's
have a
why we
larger
brought it
conversation
out.
about this, but I
That's
agree with
why.
you, there needs to be abatements.
That's why
I think
it's
there
a
are
conversation.
I am not a person who said kill the abatements. That's not emanating from myself, or I don't think many members of the city council, frankly. We know that the policy emanates in the mayor's office, and that's his position on things. And I'm all for including abatements as well to incentivize development. But I think this is necessary because what we see right now is development happening. It's continuing to happen at a fast pace with literally no affordable housing, no community benefits, and no givebacks unless board council people are negotiating it with some upzoning and things like that go on.
And that's the only thing's happening. And they're constantly building. So when they're saying they won't, you know, like I said, I know, Rich, you know, you have your stand.
I'm
I
not
understand
against
it.
affordable housing.
And
I'm
like
all
I
for
said,
it,
I
but you're killing
understand.
development.
You
But
keep
my-
saying we're killing it. We haven't even offered, when was the last time we really gave up affordable housing?
And my concern
I mean,
is
you're
that-
saying we're killing it, but when was the last time we really did affordable housing? It's been a while.
Where was everybody when they tore down these big buildings that housed thousands and thousands of people instead of straightening them out? Nobody did nothing. And you know what? Montgomery Gardens, Curry Woods, Duncan projects. Instead of straightening them out, fixing them up,
wasn't
they
a
tore
council
them down. There
We
were
weren't
thousands
even
and
a council
thousands
person
of
then,
those.
Rich.
You
You're
know,
talking about housing, I understand this thing.
yeah, it's housing.
So to confirm, is the intention to put this on for first reading?
No,
No, no, no, no,
This is
no.
just-
This is
So
conversation.
we
law
just-
department's gonna review.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me,
The goal is to get it on for the May 22nd.
Right,
May
because we
22nd
want
meeting.
people, we really want, just like okay, he said he wanted the tax abatements
Yeah.
included. So conversation need to be had with the council on how we want to move forward with affordable units, because we have to do something. Now, we have to. We get a lot of complaints and people are being pushed out. So we have to, we have to do something. We have to have the conversation, we gotta do something.
What was, I wasn't in these discussions, but wasn't planning having discussions with the council about that other ordinance too?
they did that. They actually, planning department drafter, include joining, and that they actually emailed to us, and we review, we
Yeah.
recommend a few things.
Right.
And another place, another department actually drafted.
Yeah.
They sent emails, actually recommendations, certain things, you know, because affordable housing, when you create affordable housing units, it must have to have low income, but every low income level has the same equal opportunity to provide. So not only that, because we have no plan to build a senior housing, so we also include that affordable housing, senior housing also. So we all look into that matters. So we got the seems like have some draft. We need some time, you know. So we're gonna look into, and then we're gonna put you in that.
It's not on this agenda.
It's not on the agenda.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not on this
It's not on the
agenda.
agenda.
And then
So-
we'll see what comes
Right.
back from planning.
Okay, right, so,
It's
so
not.
planning board is gonna send an ordinance to us
Correct.
to review.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna look at the two and.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what we want to do, okay?
Just trying to get the paperwork on my end.
No, because we want to come up with a comprehensive plan.
Sure.
It's time for
So
it.
this time we don't want to rush. We want to do
Right, we
right.
want to do it right.
We made a mistake already many times.
We're including abatements in this comprehensive plan?
No.
Well, there's
Well,
a
see-
resolution in place that will allow for 24% of the abatement pilot money to go to facilities and maintenance upgrades, so we can have that conversation.
I say that because we, as a council, would have to be, you know, in one accord when it has to do with abatements.
Right.
Especially when we're out there campaigning that we're not having abatements.
I never campaigned on no abatements.
Me neither, that was never my stand. I said they work in the proper incident. I always said that, from day one. Because the truth is, those certain places do.
I mean, I think they built for what, they're ready for what they are here for.
But it's for conversation, and we need to move forward, so that's why it's out.
I agree.
Okay?
You know? I agree.
So now you got something to tear apart again. Go
Affordable
ahead.
restaurants, I could take Rich to.
Not
Okay.
We'll see how it works, come on.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry, one last thing before we move on.
Motion.
No, we're not even close to that, so. Before we move on to the rest of the agenda, I sent you an email right before we got in here, just, budget hearings.
Okay.
So, the Councilman Solomon had an idea, and I floated it out there and sent an email to everybody about it. The idea, rather than, we've always had challenges trying to schedule budget hearings. Everyone has challenging schedules as council people. And then when we do schedule them, you know, the attendance, frankly speaking, has been spotty at best, right? 4 or 5, maybe 6 council people attend a particular budget hearing. That's not just this one, but the previous councils as well, since I've been on here. So, the suggestion, Councilman Solomon, may I? Yeah, of course. Is as a council person, if there was a priority area that you have, that you would like to chair that meeting, or co-chair it in case there are more than one that have that as their priority, you could set the date and time for that meeting, and then the rest of us would kind of have to work with you on your time and schedule to make it work for you so that you can make sure that you address your priorities and get it done as expediently as possible. And obviously, if there's anything left behind that nobody wants, if you don't want revenue or you don't want the municipal court or whatever the case might be, I'll chair that and then kind of just find a time that's convenient in my schedule and certainly try to make sure that everybody's aware of it and what works there.
And just to add on one thing, I think part of the idea was, each of us has areas of the city government we're more invested in and focused on. I think of, Councilman Finn's area is very focused on kind of park issues. I think of Councilman Rivera is very focused on rec issues. Councilman Boggiano, public safety.
Yeah.
I'm very focused on planning and HECD ABCD issues. So I thought, if we all said to the council president here, 3 or 4 things we might be, or 1 or 2 things we'd be interested in sharing, then we could A, make sure we attend, and then B, as the sort of person who's leading the hearing, each of us would take the responsibility to do like the deep dive into their budget and their PowerPoints before they show up, and then hopefully then guide the conversation. So if it's, Councilor Rivera has some real questions about how they're spending their money, he really can kind of guide that conversation and vice versa. So it's not, now of course everyone is welcome to attend every hearing, it's not, and ask any questions, so no one is excluded. But it just creates a little bit more, I think, ownership and direction for the budget hearings.
We should coordinate that with the business administrator.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And all the department directors.
Available, because.
Right, obviously you can't schedule when they're not there.
Right, and I'll do the sunshine.
Yep.
Okay, council members, so if you can give that some thought, and maybe if Wednesday, if you come to the council meeting, if you have any thoughts on particular priorities, you don't have to necessarily set the date on Wednesday, but if you have some stuff, if you could share that with Marlene, she can compile all the information, and then
I'm awake.
and you can kind of,
I was tired. I'm awake.
okay?
But the committee,
Any concerns or questions about that?
Not same time or, you know what I'm saying?
Right, yes, you wouldn't schedule 2 at the same time.
Right. We want to have them.
Then I'm not interested with chair. Fine.
Mike is a good.
Mike on chair everything.
Yeah.
I'm not interested, so I just want to attend all the meetings.
Me too, I
So
just
you
want
guys
to be at all
expect
of
me
them.
there.
I think they should be, last year, many of them were held during the time of day that some council members couldn't make it. So we should try to make it an hour where convenient to all.
I can't make it during the day now anymore. You guys.
No more days.
Sick.
If they missing the 3 budget hearing meeting, then we're gonna fire them?
Start a recall petition.
Okay, so please let Marlene know.
Just schedule them in the evening, that's it.
When are you going on vacation?
Just schedule all of them in the evening. That's a fair thing.
Okay.
Because we all really do a lot in the day, it's probably best we do it all in the evening. This way, everyone could be there that needs to be there.
So daytime have to happen because I think evening meeting is really too much. Daytime should hold the meeting.
Look at us, we here.
So, yes, so that's why, you know what?
If you wouldn't, regardless of what time we have it, you're just gonna railroad it anyway.
You know what, that's what I'm saying.
Rush hour.
Okay, folks, one at a time.
Yeah.
Well, this is, I mean, that's part of why, because like, I mean, it depends, and this is where the schedule challenge, just, if I look at my calendar in May, honestly, most of my evenings are taken, and I have the baby at home, so I like to be able to be home just at least one evening a week. So I think it works differently for us, so, that's right, so, yeah, I mean, if we each of us have at least 1 or 2 priorities, then we can kind of schedule that and make sure we can attach.
You gotta take care of the evening time with the baby.
It's
I gotta take care of my wife. Don't call me mine.
But no equation between the 2.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let Marlene know by Wednesday, and we'll compile all that stuff as quickly as possible, and then try to set some dates, get this knocked out.
Okay.
This is a part-time job.
Yes, it is. Let's go. Let's keep moving.
Something else.
From the top, yes.
All right.
Just one comment on 4.4. We're asking the council to either table this before the public hearing or defeat it. We are working on the terms of the lease. They are not the landlord is not agreeing to the terms set forth here anymore.
Okay.
So you'll tell us on Wednesday?
No, this version of the lease is not going to work anyway, so it's up to you if you want to table for the public hearing or defeat it.
We should just outright defeat it.
Okay.
We're just wasting ink.
Do we have to have a public hearing though?
No, sir.
Okay.
Go right to the defeat.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
All right.
But before we move on, 4.3, Brian, can you, I spoke with the property owner there, and so if you could have a conversation with him before Wednesday. I know there's a new property owner, I think they're co-owning the property at this point, or he's a joint venture partner on the property. Anyway, it seemed like there was an issue with regard to like they were giving the parking spaces previously for free to the city, but they were still paying taxes, right? So it seemed to me that it was, I mean, I'm not sure what the taxes were, but if we were gonna pay $100,000 in parking, was that what the dollar amount was here?
Isn't that the property we gave for practically nothing, and they promised us free parking?
That's what was it.
So it's almost $100,000, a little over $90,000 for parking.
Mike.
If the taxes get under that amount, maybe we just waive their taxes and it's a wash.
It's a parking lot tax. When you say tax, means parking lot tax. You know what I'm saying? It's a parking lot tax.
So this property,
No,
wait,
not this property.
okay.
The person who bought, the developer who bought that property,
Okay.
that's
Existing
the previous parking lot. I didn't remember the exact sequence. So they bought the parking lot, they let us use it for free for 2 years.
Yeah.
And then there was a property down the block on Academy Street. After the 2 years, they started building their building, and they finished the construction of that building. And then we were allowed to use their other property on Academy Street for free, is my understanding. I don't know if that's actually true or not, I don't recall.
Were we ever parking anyone? I don't think so.
We were parking people there.
Okay.
Before this, there was something parking,
Okay.
parking on some lot that he owned over there. He has since sold that property or sold an interest in it, I guess, I'm not sure exactly. And they're co-partners. And so I don't think they're ready to build from the conversation I was having with them about it. And so the conversation was around the idea that, you know, I'm still paying taxes and like, how long can I be expected to pay taxes? It's been 3 years now, he's been paying taxes on the property and we're giving him free, he's giving free parking. And I think he said his taxes amounted to like 60, 70,000 a year. And
Why? Because he haven't built yet.
Huh? No, he built on the property that he bought from us.
Right.
Go ahead. Apparently he was letting us lease the property for a nominal fee, $1 or something.
Okay.
On Academy Street, another property that's nearby.
Did we give him a tax abatement?
I don't recall.
I think it was something, I recall this a little bit.
Brian?
We may have gave a tax abatement. Just check it out.
I would just say, check it out.
Check it out.
Yeah,
Right, check it out.
There's nothing in writing that says we've been granted free parking for any of these things. There's nothing in any abatement that anyone knows of that says this is a contingency of the abatement to get free parking here. There were discussions and negotiations going on about it, but nothing ever got finalized. So here we are with having to find other parking. This property is gonna.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. People say whatever they want, but take my word what they say.
Okay.
Cross street from the courthouse, they use for parking lot for the court employee.
Yeah.
So city decides to sell that lot as a $1.2 million, one of the developer.
Yeah.
Okay, at the time, when we sell the things, we have to prove by city council, right? The city employee, court employee, show up to city council. If you guys sell the lot, then where are we gonna park the car? So I asked that same question. Then how are you guys gonna provide parking space for the court employee? At the time, they say they're gonna provide the parking. I said, fine. How many years? They said 3 years. So after 3 years, what are you guys gonna do? After 3 years, we're gonna provide. So I told them, Bob, what's his name?
Bob
Kakaleski.
Bob Kakaleski.
Forgot so soon. It's only been a year.
Yes, I asked him why we have to provide, city provide parking for city employees.
Yeah.
He said it's one of the bargaining chips that instead we increase the payroll, we provide the parking, so it actually exchange is better for the city of Jersey City.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. And when he come down City Hall at the redevelopment agency, I said, we're gonna make sure this. He said, okay, we're gonna provide the parking, actually permanent parking we're gonna provide. So they, meantime, they move around the different parking space. So that's what we are facing now.
Yeah.
But as you know, if the project cross from the court, if they build with a tax abatement, I'm not sure they get tax abatement now because so many years now. If they get tax abatement, they're violating financial agreement because when they tax
When they change ownership, then we have to come to the city
Right,
council.
No,
right.
they didn't change ownership, so that's the
They're not
thing.
changing ownership.
I spoke to them, they built their project. I didn't even realize the project was completed. So
Okay.
the project
It's
is
not
complete. I
completed.
don't know if it has a tax abatement or if there's an RDA, but that's not the property in question. They own a property on Academy Street.
Yes.
Right.
Which is what they provided
Parking, yeah.
for us
Right.
all this time, over the past 3 years, it says.
Right.
And so, they leased it to us for a nominal fee of $1 or something or other. I don't know what the exact amount was. If somebody can pull that up and find that, he suggested that he was giving it for free and that he couldn't continue to just give it for free because he was still paying taxes on it. Frankly, I didn't even know he was paying taxes on it, and it seems like a reasonable request to me that like, he's just shelling out $60,000, $70,000 a year in taxes on a vacant lot, and we're using it for parking, but he's getting nothing in return for it, right? So, and now, it just seems reasonable to me that if we were to like,
Okay.
if we wanted to keep the parking there, and he was willing to give it for free, at 60 to 70,000, which is basically
Yeah,
their
so
taxes.
they're not willing to give us the parking there anymore, so that's why we have to move somewhere
No,
else.
he suggested it was because they're still paying taxes. That's what I'm saying.
They're gonna develop this lot as a surface parking lot. They're gonna develop
They are
this.
gonna develop it. It doesn't
They
sound
develop,
like.
we got
They're-
parking.
I'm just saying,
They're not ready right now, yes, but it's, in a couple of months or so, a few month timeframe, that's
I don't
what
know.
we've been told, like August, September, maybe.
So we have to find parking for them.
So we gotta find a place.
Just find a parking. Just find, because we'll be back here in 3 months.
Yeah, right, yeah.
This is what is a problem with the city of Jersey. We continue to make the same mistake over and over again without watch out for the taxpayers' dollars. You
So
know,
if that's the case, then I'm gonna say, the original idea, as Councilman Yoon suggested, was that there was a parking lot behind City Hall or something, where it was suggested we could build up or something like that, build multi-level parking or something to that effect. The other thing was that there was a developer who had a property nearby, and there was discussion about giving them some density and other things in exchange for parking that they were gonna build. Those were very real conversations. I don't recall who was in them. David Donnelly was involved in it, as on behalf of the JCRA at the time. When I spoke to the property owner who bought the property for the parking lot, he said he would, if he given air rights to the, and I wasn't negotiating with him.
Right.
He said if given air rights for the lots behind the municipal lot, he would build the parking lot out himself as a multi-level parking garage or whatever, and then build on top of that. I'm just saying there are options out there, but we need to act on it, because shelling out $90,000 to $100,000 a year, when we thought, I'm saying, when we sold that property, we thought that there was an option for other parking opportunities, and we were given some, I mean, we should have, in hindsight, should have asked for it in writing, and
We should have.
demanded that, but we didn't.
Yes, we
and,
didn't, so, but we should have,
and now we're out of luck.
Yep.
We're just gonna be shelling out $90,000 to $100,000 a year for forever.
Who objected to it strongly? Me.
You did,
And I
you
told
did,
you
I'm
what
not-
phonies they were, and boy, did it turn out.
That's why I
He
feel
said
like,
they
I feel like
phonies.
an ass, frankly, if that's the case, like, we sold a lot
Oh,
of
boy.
parking.
That's it. Oh, is it over?
I'm sorry, did I say that on the record?
I was just waiting for the cue.
From the top,
Oh, it doesn't, where we at?
10-1, a resolution authorizing an emergency temporary appropriation. It'll include monies that I'll need to conduct the primary election.
410, are we, these are the Morris Canal amendments. I just wanted to make sure, because they've been pulled for a little bit and they're coming back.
This is the new and improved version.
Right, so I just wanted to make sure everyone was, I have no issues, but I just want to make sure we're all good with it.
He's talking about
Because
410.
it's a second reading.
Councilman Robinson, we're good with 410, right?
I'm good with 410.
Okay, sure. I got pulled and came back, that's all. First reading last time, yeah.
oh, 410? Yeah. Okay, this one is actually good one. You know what,
Remind
actually?
myself.
okay, can we go from the top and just come
No,
back? to this?
410. Can I share with this one?
Sit back down.
Yeah.
Unify us.
Okay, can I share with this one? Share with that.
Is this your analysis?
Yes,
Or is it-
especially, I like the business owners to have to copy this one.
Okay.
It's good for your future when you invest the money to the real estate. Good to have it.
Anyone else need it?
Okay, so now, 260 Johnston Avenue proposed plan for amendment to the, plan. So, NW Financing usually, they give us stand for the developer, but so now, we're gonna look at it the other way as a taxpayer. A valuable density bonus valuation, in this case of 57 units. I'm gonna get the fact, means that this all number provided by the developer and the NW Financing Company. And when you see the middle, 3 ways to measure return of real estate investment. Number 1, return of investment ROI, annual rental income divided by total cash investment. This case, this project come out 8.8%, good. Second, capitalization and cap rate, this one come 5.5, even though they give to us affordable housing units, they're not give all free. Number 3, now this is one thing, so cash and cash return, they come out 14%. So they invest some dollars, they get the 14% interest what they invest for this one. So we have to know that those who develop crime like here, they all the bonus package and the value to them $60,000. They shouldn't be played like that from this city council. So I support that the project, no question about it. But we have to know, based on these numbers, the reason I calculate these numbers, they're only 6% affordable housing. If we say 6% affordable housing, if they crime, they're only $50,000 benefit, the financial benefit, then how are we going to talk about 20% affordable housing? Reason I'm saying that, this project should be provided more affordable housing unit than what they offer to now. This is a key word, because policy have to consist. If you guys break that rule, how are you going to ask the inclusion joining 20%? Meantime, this guy cries only gives us 6%. Policy, as I said before, when we create the policy, have to be fair, transparent, and we have to have one rule to fit everybody. Try to make sure play same rules. I'm not saying project is wrong. Project may be a good project. This only 6% give away affordable housing. Please. This is
what's your request, Councilman?
So now key is that this project, when they have that kind of amount of 46 additional and some valuation they give to us, they can give us more affordable housing, not 6%, more. But somehow we only get 6%. Compared to what they get, what we get from them, we are losing. That's what I'm trying to say. And you guys say 6% is okay, and you guys ask other place the 20%? That's wrong.
Okay, noted.
All right, but for the future, business have to have it.
Sure.
So when you buy real estate investing, you know based on 3.
Okay.
All right? That is a really shame.
Okay, from the top.
From the top, again, the ET. 2, a resolution authorizing an accelerated tax sale. That's a companion to the budget. 3, introducing and approving the 2019-2020 budget of the Exchange Place Alliance Special Improvement District. D, designating May 17 as Endangered Species Day. 5, congratulating Claude Lewis for being named CHOP Champion on Food Network's Chopped. Resolution honoring Mario Duran Flores on the occasion of his retirement. 7, resolution recognizing Romulo M. Luz, Grand Marshal of the 2019 PAFCON Parade and Festival. 8, resolution recognizing Sherry Singh on her passionate and tireless advocacy for autism awareness. 9, honoring the 80th anniversary of the North Jersey Alumni Chapter Kappa Sigma, chapter of the Delta Sigma Theta sorority. 10, resolution honoring Evelyn Padine,
Why didn't they put the
former
whole
municipal
thing?
judge.
Why didn't they put the whole thing, like resolution honoring Evelyn Padine for the first Latino female president?
Who wrote this?
Yeah, who wrote this?
We'll add to it. We'll add into the title. It's all right. Resolution 11 we spoke about before, about an ad hoc committee to investigate and report on the effectiveness of the rent control.
I'm sorry, can I just, Councilman, are you presenting this at the council meeting?
What is it?
I'm sorry, Councilman Rivera, are you presenting this at the council meeting or no?
I don't think she's coming, but you know,
Okay.
if she does, we'll present it.
I'm sorry, continue.
Sure. 12, appointing Joyce Waterman as the council member of the search committee to select a firm to conduct a search for the executive director of the library. And 13 is related, same purpose. This is the community member of the search committee for the public library, and that's Jillian Sargent Allen. We did 14 earlier. 15 is a resolution we had to add to the list of polling places agreements that we had done at the last meeting. 16 is executing an indemnification agreement with Liberty State Park for the use of the park for various cultural and entertainment events. 17, we're accepting grant funds from New Jersey Law Department of Law and Public Safety for highway traffic safety for distracted driving 2019 grant. 18 through 24 handled. 25, award of a contract to Bank of America under state contract for the use of procurement cards by the city of Jersey City. We spoke about this last meeting, authorizing the purchasing agent to, Brian, I guess, could better elucidate on this.
So now my question is that when you pay the credit card bill, they have to pay certain days. You know what I'm saying? How they work this bank card? It's a credit card, so we gotta pay on time.
Yeah.
Other than that, we're gonna pay penalty and interest charge.
Yes.
So you gotta have built up a separate, different accounting system where the bills can pay right away. Because I don't want to see come back later. Oh, we gotta pay interest for so and so.
Yeah.
So what happened?
The purchasing director is responsible for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so he were there, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And he works right next to accounts and control.
Yeah, I'm not worried about this.
Okay, good. But I don't want to pay interest.
Yep.
Okay, so
Yep.
right. Okay.
We'll charge you the interest. Councilman. 26, it's the contract to P&A. We did that already, I'm sorry. Glad to put a dot there. That was our leadoff batter tonight, I think. Our early, we did Mike's lead. 26 through 33 are done. 34, award a contract to Garden State Building Supply for the purchase and delivery of hardware, supplies for emergency management funded by the UASI grant. 35 is a contract to Thermo Everline LLC, Thermo Fisher Scientific, for the purchase and delivery of radiation protection backpacks through this Houston Galveston area cooperative purchasing program for fire.
Yeah, I just wanted a little better sense of why we were doing this and then also why the fire department was doing this. I think it was through the fire department.
Yeah, I can send a quick memo from the fire department on this. So the backpack actually goes on like a hazmat crew. They're on the boat, they're doing other hazmat work, so it's through that sort of thing. But we do have other smaller scale equipment that some officers and firefighters wear as well.
And so this is just one backpack?
Yeah.
I think they experienced it real heavy too when they went into Sims Meadow. And,
Yeah, that's a good example. Yeah, you never know. Yeah, you never know. And also, like large scale events like 4th of July, it's good to have something like that. Just in case.
Z 36, awarding a contract to Fork River Diesel and Generator for parts and repairs to the marine vessel for the Department of Public Safety and Division of Fire. 37, a contract to Knox Associates, doing business as Knox for the purchase and delivery of a key, secure electronic and mechanical system to the Department of Department of Public Safety Communications Center. 38, authorizing the First Amendment of the Professional Services Agreement with Leitner, Port Fazio, and Browse to represent the city in various workers' compensation matters. Z39 we did earlier, and we'll add council members. I passed the resolution out. Z40. It's a resolution authorizing the award of contract to Universal Vending Management to provide the city of Jersey City with vending machines under state contract.
Okay, we get a motion?
Wait, time out. We have a motion to adjourn at 10:35.
Councilman Salas, you can't leave.
By Prince Arian, seconded by
Robinson.
Okay, we're missing Councilperson Ridley. Good night, everyone else. Out of here.
Here in spirit. Good Roberts.